Hello, 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 hello. Oh, man. Here we are. How's it going, guys? How's it going this fine evening? Oh, thank you for the Marcus raid. There we are. Okay. So, there's been a little bit of confusion, I guess. I said earlier that I wasn't going to stream. Now I am streaming. So, I mean, here I am, okay? I had a call earlier, to go through a little bit of this evidence, and that's what I kind of thought that I'd be doing tonight, just kind of scrolling through kind of recordings, looking through screenshots, trying to put together a little bit of a timeline. But yeah, we're gonna be able to get a an interview. I guess I will say before I start, I guess like motivations or my thoughts going into it. Okay. Um, Obviously, I've had interactions with Cam, and they haven't necessarily all been positive. Okay, so yeah, I think he's annoying. I'll be upfront with that. Okay, I do think that he's a liar, or at least that he occasionally lies or seems to do it quite regularly. I think that he's manipulative, and the call that Aiden recently had with him kind of just shows him being incredibly evasive, not wanting to ask it and answer tough questions, and then recently, I don't know if people have seen this, kind of realizing that it seems as though he was actually editing the evidence in real time. Now I know there was a lot of jokes going on about that when it happened, but I mean I'll show the clip here just so people know what I'm talking about.
This is not relating to the date it was sent on Discord. This is relating to the date that the file was created. And he supposedly went onto Adobe Premiere Pro so that he could find the original file for the video that it was made months and months ago. That's what he spent 30 minutes doing, finding it. So he sends me the media that he already has, right? Because why would you need to go and find the original media if it wasn't related to media you already have? So if that were true, why in the name of God himself would your fucking date of creation be the same day we're doing the interview? Is it because there's a longer version of the call? There's context that you don't want me listening to? You cut out portions of this unedited audio recording? Could it be that?
Okay, I guess that's enough. Okay, so I guess in light of that, Cam has kind of lost an awful lot of credibility. An awful lot of credibility, at least insofar as what he says, his testimony. It's very, very hard to kind of impossible at this point to just kind of give him the benefit of the doubt and believe him. Just because of how frequent and how brazen the lies are. And over the course of this, not only has he been defending himself, it's also been a lot of attacking Jelly, saying she's BPD. She admitted that she was BPD apparently, saying that, you know, she's crazy, she's a liar, she's this, she's that. I think at this point, myself and others have probably concluded that it's probably time to kind of hear Jelly's side of things. Up until now, she's kind of stayed out of things. As people know, the only reason why this was resurfaced was because Cameron got in contact with Diesel to lie to him, to try and manipulate Diesel into deleting parts of Diesel's coverage, okay? Which isn't just a lie when you're being pressed, but deciding to reach out to somebody and craft a lie to get them to do something you want them to do. Which, yeah. Anyway, there are allegations that Jelly has lied. In fact, Diesel has said that he's pretty confident that she is a somewhat unreputable person. But a lot of that seems to be around Honeypot allegations. With regards to what Cameron has allegedly been accused of with her, that seems a little bit more consistent. From what I can see, when she's talking independently to other people, she seems to at some point use the label rape. Then she goes back on it. In fact, she defends Cameron in some messages to Diesel. But pretty consistently, she does seem to claim that there was some kind of non-consensual activity that she lists as, or she describes as sexual assault somewhere. Elsewhere, she doesn't label it, but that seems somewhat consistent. But however uncredible that you think the jelly is, I think it's arguable at this point that Cameron is far less credible. So I think it's worth hearing what she has to say, even if we do take it with a little pinch of salt. So I guess, getting that out of the way, I want to make clear my intentions, my motivations here are not to slander Cameron, and not to level unsubstantiated allegations against the guy. It's just to get more information, more testimony on the record, okay? We've heard Cameron's story, we've heard Cameron's side, we've realised that he's lied about a good portion of things. At this point, it's probably only right to hear from Jelly and give her a chance to say her piece. So, I guess, without further ado, let me send her a message. So, I guess the context of this isn't to necessarily challenge everything. I don't want to debate Chelly on a lot of this stuff. I feel like it's probably better to get a good timeline and a good amount of information laid out, so that if there is investigation and questioning needs to happen, other people can do that. Other people's commentary, obviously, welcomed. I encourage people, in fact, to go ahead and watch this and give their thoughts. You know, assess it with evidence that they've kind of collated and give their opinion. But there we are. Where is she? Okay. How's it going?
Fine.
Good. Sorry about that. Oh, man. Okay. So, I guess to kick it off, what was your... I know you laid out a little bit in DMs when I was asking you to head on, but I guess what's your kind of your motivation? I guess walk me through what you were thinking, I guess, when you made the Blue Sky account and decided to kind of make those posts.
You got dicked. Okay, bro.
Okay.
Too big for your boots.
I have no interest in ruining anyone's career. It's kind of like none of my business who watches him and who doesn't, and what people online think of him. But I know personally that me and all of my female friends deep dive into a guy as soon as we start talking to them. So someone will see that, and it will not be on my conscience if they get into an abusive situation, because I put out a public warning. If they're doing a background check, they'll find it, and that's on them.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with his public stuff.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so I'm guessing, what has it been? Because it's been relitigated, or it doesn't seem to be because you think he said things that are unfair and true about you. It seems more so to be because it's been brought up as a discussion point again, to kind of clear the air, give your side. Is that fair?
So, oh my god. So, hold on. Just a second.
Okay, by the way, dono alerts will be turned off during this. At least they'll be muted, okay? But if you do send money, obviously hugely appreciated. I'm a live streamer. They will still show on screen, but yeah, the sound won't play, okay?
Okay, sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, that's fine. That's totally okay. So I guess I was saying that it's not necessarily to kind of ruin his career or anything like that, or kind of besmirch him. Is it any part to do with the comments that he's made about you that have made you think that you want to kind of settle the air, kind of clear your name a little bit, or is it far more about, I guess, the public narrative and kind of getting the information out there from your perspective?
He's been calling everyone involved crazy for, like, I don't know, months. The entire time that I knew him, he was shit-talking everyone else behind their backs, so I'm sure he did that to me the whole time too.
Mhm.
So it's not really about what he claims. I've never cared what he has to say.
Okay.
But, like, lying about it, don't go and call me a liar. That's not nice.
Okay. Okay. Nice. I guess I thought I'd ask that just before we then got into like timelines and stuff. But yeah, I guess to start out, I am gonna go through the timeline just to make sure everybody knows everything. Just so this is like a one-stop shop for like information regarding your perspective on things or your testimony or yeah. So I guess how did
Do
you?
I sound nasally? Is chat right? Do I sound bad? I can change my mic
No, don't
settings.
read the chat. Don't read the chat. Okay, they're
Okay,
vicious,
okay,
retarded
sorry.
animals. Don't pay any attention to
Okay.
what they're saying. But I guess yeah. To start out, how did you first get in contact with Cam? You were kind of in contact with Yandere Dev. There was some kind of well, there was what would later come out to be grooming. But how did you start speaking to Cam?
Oh, Cameron started dick riding Yandere Dev in the comment section of every single video about it. And he was like, she lied about her age. And I think the initial response to that was, no, I didn't. Who are you? Because I had no idea who he was. He was completely irrelevant as far as the drama went. And I didn't know what he was up to. And then he was like, we can DM and I'll talk to you about it. So we did. We made a group chat with Alex, and then I started talking to both of them about it in the group chat.
So it was through you making your kind of coming out about the grooming. He decided to contact you and get you and Yan or Yandere Dev in contact to get a group chat to discuss things. To kind of, I guess, what was the purpose of the group chat?
He wanted to do all of Alex's work, and he wanted to be the one to handle all of the YouTuber interactions. Um, Alex was busy. He kept saying, like, I'm so busy with development, and no one will support me if I stop developing the game. I need you to handle this. And he said it exactly like that. So Cameron was trying to be his PR person, I guess.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so I guess moving on from that, obviously things move along with Yandere Dev. Let's fast forward to, I guess, when did you and Cam start talking personally?
Oh, God, I don't know. It wasn't too late after the group chat. He started DMing me with stuff. Honestly, I wasn't comfortable talking to him alone for, I think, like a month after.
Mm-hmm. Do you have an idea of, I guess, like month, like ballpark figure?
October.
Okay.
October.
Because okay,
Yeah.
so you guys met up in November, I believe.
Yeah, during Thanksgiving break.
Okay, so you guys had been speaking for a month or two. There'd been some kind of like flirting back and forth.
No, that was for an interview.
Ah, okay,
Like, that was strictly just for the Yandere Dev interview. He wanted to interview me and get my side so that he could make his own YouTube commentary video.
okay. And during this time, he was supportive of Yandere Dev still.
Yeah, they were best friends up until after Christmas break.
Yeah. So to be clear, you're saying that up until the interview, there hadn't been flirty comments kind of back and forth.
No.
Okay.
Most of our interactions were in the group chat. I was still talking to Alex for the most part.
Okay. So then after that, there's one meetup for the interview, and then I believe it's a month later you met up again.
There were 2 meetups, I think, in November. God, I sent you all the dates, actually. I'm not reliable with dates. I was like unbelievably high the entire time. So the whole timeline, it's wrong.
Okay. Okay. Because you're saying that it's fine if you get like specific dates wrong. You can just kind of say things to the best of your recollection, I guess. But just to clarify, I guess at this juncture, you've said that you met up 4 times, all in all.
Yep.
Okay. Whereas before, there seems to be some kind of discussion about meeting up 2 times. I don't know if you could clear that up.
That was the original 2 times. We met up for 2 interviews, or 2 things that he was claiming were interviews.
Okay. And then you met up 2 times subsequent to that.
Yeah, just to hang out.
Okay. So, was it during the second time that you met up, for the kind of second interview meetup that you guys ended up hooking up?
No. I think that was our Michael's trip.
Okay.
We go to Michael. I don't. There's a video on Kiwi Farms. I was looking at beads.
Oh, when you were in the shop.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that would have been later then. Would that have been a third time that you met?
So.
Oh, the Michael's visit.
Yeah, the third time.
Is it December 22nd?
I don't know. I've sent you the Google timeline with like all the trips on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so the Michael's trip would have been November 21st, 2023.
If that's what Google said my location data was, then yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so you met up twice for the interviews. You didn't have sex during them. There wasn't a hookup, and it was in the subsequent 2 times that you started to develop. I guess somewhat. What would you call it? Like a situationship, an emotional relationship?
I don't know why he keeps calling it that. Okay. We did not have a relationship. I was never at any point romantic with Cameron. Cameron was into me, and I was still at the time screenshotting stuff and sending it to Crexa, being like, ugh, look at this. Because we were making fun of him and I was still talking to Crexa. But no, we didn't have anything romantic. We were hanging out in a motel.
And was this in?
That was also
this was in November.
For an interview. No, that was later, I think.
December 22nd. Does that sound right?
I don't know the dates. One was Thanksgiving break, one was Christmas break. That's why I sent you the location data, because I do not remember the dates.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. So I guess the second trip that you sent.
Okay. Let me look at the timeline really quick, actually.
Yeah, sorry, you're on a live stream asking you about specific dates and specific times. Apologies.
No, I should have been more... Oh, damn it, where are they? Right, okay, so December 22nd. Was that... Okay, that's the day that he picked me up from school. We went to Michael's... Okay, so December 22nd, that's when we went to Mike. When was the last time that we met? Oh yeah, because I couldn't find that. I couldn't find the visit to my grandma's house. So I'm not sure when that date was.
Okay, so that was just at kind of some point later, after December 22nd.
Yeah, we had a couple places that we went to multiple times.
Okay, that's fair.
I live in a small area. There's not much to do.
Okay, so to be clear, the November 21st, where I believe you go to a church for a little bit.
Yeah, get high in the parking lot.
Is that the first time that you meet up, or is that the second time?
I think that's the first time.
Okay, so then December 22nd, that's the second time that you meet up?
Yeah, I think that was the one that we did an interview in. There were 2 motel trips, but I don't know which one I sent you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, so regular meet, for an interview, second interview, and we went to Michael's at some point. Third meet, he got handsy, told him to stop multiple times, told him I wasn't interested in oral, gave him a bunch of reasons why I didn't want to. He didn't listen. He tried to like forcibly put me on him, so I kicked him, and he was like, "Whoa, there's no need for that." And that was a whole thing.
Okay.
And then he started making like false reports and stuff and told me that the only way I could get it to stop was to meet up with him again so he could clear the air in person. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, okay, fine. Because I already explained to you like the whole thing. CPS reports have to be taken seriously no matter what.
Yeah. And I think
So
the thing that you've sent me, I believe part of that at least is already public. Or it's kind of widely known that there were kind of CPS calls happening. Who exactly they were coming from isn't necessarily proven, though.
yeah, it's not proven. I asked them, I asked the feds, I asked the cops, and pretty much all of them had the same response. Like, it's not our job to do that. We're just making sure you're safe. And then my dad pressed them about it because he was like, no, you're making false reports. Charge these people with making false reports. And they were like, well, it was from an anonymous website. We can't really prove it.
Okay.
So, whatever.
Okay. I did want to ask you, I guess in the lead up to this, there's been some kind of mention about trauma bonding. Cam tells you a particularly sensitive story about his. You tell him, apparently, a very similar thing that happened to you.
I've never been butt raped, like, ever. I don't know where he's getting that or why he's telling people that. I'm fine.
Okay.
He had whatever he had happen to him. I'm fine. There was no trauma bonding.
Okay. And so there's... sorry to press, but just to clarify, so you've never told Cam about any story about, like, indecent assault or sexual assault or anything like that?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. 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 So there was never any kind of pressing or kissing or anything like that when you had the 2 interviews. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. And then you meet up for the 3rd time that he starts to get handsy. Walk me through that day, I guess. Where were you? What happened? What was the process? Where did he pick you up? What were you gonna do? Just to the best of your recollection. I suppose.
Okay. No idea about the first of any of that. I remember texting him. I was super excited because I got new gummies. So I was blazed that morning. Sorry. Completely my fault. That's my bad.
So you were high during the day.
Yes.
Okay.
So around, I don't know, it was later in the day. It wasn't totally nighttime, but it was later. And he was
I guess I should probably say,
repeatedly was
just clarify
asking me
before we move on. Do you remember kind of roughly how strong the edibles were?
Okay.
It's fine if you don't. I'm just wondering if you have that detail.
2 orange 25s and 1 blueberry 50. So that's 100.
100 milligrams.
Yeah. Well, it's dispensary stuff. It's like I can take a 50 and be fine.
Okay.
Or well, I could at the time. I was high literally every day. My tolerance was great.
Okay. I guess how would 100 milligrams affect you? Like, would it be quite strong, the effect?
Like can't go up and down steps, but can effectively play Phasmophobia.
Okay. Okay. Fab. Brilliant. So I guess walk me through that that day as well as you can remember it.
Okay, I don't remember the first part. I don't remember like where we went before. I think we might have been to Dunkin' Donuts, but I don't know.
Mhm.
He was getting like weird about it. He was like, "So we're alone. We've been talking for a while, and I think I feel a connection with you because no one gets me like you do." And I was like, "I don't know, dude. You're kind of ugly." And he has said this before. I don't know where it is. It's probably somewhere on Kiwi Farms. They screenshot everything. But I directly told him multiple times, and he told other girls that I was being mean to him because I called him ugly. I had no interest in him. I made it very clear.
So there's screenshots on Kiwi Farms of him saying that you'd called him ugly. Is that
I'm pretty sure Eve posted them.
okay? Okay. Fair play. Fair play.
But yeah, so I was like, "No, I'm not interested." And he was like, "I really like eating girls out." And I was like, "Okay, I'm not interested." And I gave him a whole bunch of reasons why. Just like mostly I'm not into that. Um, especially not with someone who looks like him. So I just repeatedly was telling him, like, "No, I'm not really into that." And he was like, "No, you'll be fine." And I was like, "No, leave me alone. No, I'm not doing that." And he picked me up, like physically lifted me, and tried to move my pants and put me down on his face. And I was kicking him because, like, what the fuck? You can't just do that.
So you were
So
at
he
this
was
time you were in a hotel
unsuccessful.
room with him. Is that right?
Yeah, that was a motel.
Okay.
I don't know how many times we went there. I think we went there twice. Once because after the interview in the car, it was noisy because it was a car.
Okay.
So, yeah,
And
I
so
think.
he said, I guess this was the second time that you met up, and the first time that you second time you met up was the first time you went to the motel, and he said he wanted to go there because that would have better sound quality.
Yes.
Okay. And so I guess the third time you meet up, you're going around Dunkin' Donuts, hanging out. He's being pushy. Is that before you're in the hotel room? Or is that after you get in there and you're alone together?
Looking back, he was talking a lot about Crexa and that stuff, so I think he was hinting to it all day. But I am formally diagnosed with autism. I do not pick up on hints. So, in retrospect, I have no idea what kind of messages he was sending me subtly.
That's fair. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine. Listen, if you need to like take a breather when I ask you like a question to like record the details, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's yeah. Anyway, so you get into the motel room, and then he starts to be kind of a little bit pushy, or he starts trying to take things in a certain direction between the two of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I went home really quickly after. I think I had said something really bitchy to him, and he took me home because he was mad at me.
And this was after sex.
No. It was after he attempted to put me on his face.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean after the I guess the sexual encounter. Pardon me. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, because the way that I guess you'll be aware that the way that he's phrased this is that you were alone, but you were in a parking lot, and then he tried to pick you up to hug you, but it was non-sexual.
I don't know why he's telling people that. I think it's just because that's the only thing he can come up with that fits the context of the call.
Okay.
But that never happened.
Okay. Okay. So I guess just to lay it out in one kind of like thing, you walk into the motel room together. What's I guess what goes on from that point?
I'm sorry, can you repeat all of that?
Yeah, sure thing. Sorry if it feels
Sorry,
like I'm
looking at the
looping. I just
coughing
want to
as
make sure
gross
that I've
meme
got
in
like
chat. I'm sorry.
Don't read the chat. I'm telling you, okay?
No, in your Discord.
This is very,
it's
very important. You must not read the chat. I'll be honest with you, I don't either, okay? So don't feel bad. They can be ignored. But yeah. So walk me through. You get into the motel room. You walk through the door. I guess how long are you there? What happens while you're in there? Give me a little bit of like an insight into that.
It was dark the whole time I was there, so I don't remember how long it was. The Google timeline should show you when I got home.
Mhm.
I think that shows my whole visit. I just remember that he did that right before he took me home.
Okay. Let me have
I
a
said something
gander.
really mean to him, but I forget what it was.
So, are you okay with me giving these locations of the motel?
Do you have like the addresses blurred?
I'm not gonna show them on stream, but just to say that you
Oh,
do
yeah,
recognize
go,
that that
yeah,
is
go
what
for
we're
it.
talking about. Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just don't show any of my personal info on stream, please and thank you.
Don't worry. I'm not going to. Okay. So it's the Best Western Westgate Inn. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds right.
Okay. So you're there from 12 past 3 in the afternoon to 5:39 in the afternoon, and then you drive around for a bit, and then you return there, and you're there from
Oh my
6:37
god. Yeah, we
to
stopped there for the
8:48.
interview and then we didn't finish it because I got hungry and I wanted Dunkin'. I think. Did we go to Dunkin' or did we go to Sheets? You have this stuff right in front of you. I don't know. We got food somewhere.
Okay, and this is the first time when you were doing the interview, right? Second time you met up, first time in the motel.
Oh my god, I don't remember.
Mhm.
Yeah, sorry, I don't remember.
Yeah, that's okay. It's fine if you don't remember. Okay, so
That's why I sent you just the raw location data.
that's totally fine. Yeah. And so I guess the third time that you met up, talking about I guess the alleged kind of like sexual contact. What happened there? You walk in, it's dark, it's late.
Um, I don't know. I think that we were trying to do part 2 of the interview, and we were not on the couch because we discovered earlier that the couch was really bony, or well, the couch made my butt feel bony, so I didn't like it.
Mhm.
So I wanted to sit on the bed, and that totally gave him the wrong impression. But like, I repeatedly said no when he was asking if I wanted to do anything. So I feel like that should have corrected the impression,
Okay. So is
but I guess
this,
not.
to be clear, is this the second time that you've met up and you've gone into the motel? Or is this the third time when you're just hanging out?
I think that that was the third. God, I I don't know.
Okay. Um,
I know that we met twice over Thanksgiving and twice over Christmas break.
okay. So this was during the Christmas break, was it?
Okay, then yeah, then it was the third time.
Okay, cool. So during this time he's still trying to interview you?
Yeah, that was about. Oh, because I think that he finally was mad at Alex and they were having like a bad week or something. They were so on and off.
Okay.
But yeah, they must have been having a bad week. So he wanted to interview me about Alex.
Okay. So Brill, pardon me. So third time you met up, cool. And so you've moved to the bed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then he tried to get weird.
Okay, that's
So I
fine.
kicked him.
It-
And then I said something mean and he took me home.
Okay, and when he was trying to be weird, that was picking you up and trying to, I think you said in your Blue Sky post, put your vulva to his face.
Yeah, he was like trying to pull down my sweatpants and he was
Yeah, it's
he was just being freaky.
okay. Yeah, sorry if you feel like I'm asking a question that you don't want to answer, or if you're kind of want to say give less details, feel free to tell me, and I can rephrase it if you'd like. Because obviously it's uncomfortable to talk about some
No,
of this.
you're fine. I don't know. It's gonna be awkward no matter how you ask it.
Yeah, probably. Um, okay, so then he takes you home. When did the kiss happen?
That was the next time we met. One more time after all the reports, because he was telling the RO Sauna people a whole bunch of stuff, and he was getting them all to make multiple reports. He was doing it under the guise of like, I'm so worried about her, but he was just making shit up to harass me using the system instead of him, because I had blocked all of his stuff at that point. And so he was calling me on new numbers every
what led
night.
to you blocking him, by the way? What led to that breakdown in the I guess the association, the relationship,
He wouldn't leave me alone after he tried to get weird, and I was like, dude, fuck off, you're weird. And he wouldn't.
Okay. Okay. So then you meet up again over the Christmas break for the fourth time because he says he wants to speak to you about the CPS calls.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess walk me through that day.
We went to another church parking lot. He took me to Dunkin' because he was trying to warm me up to him, and he knows that I like Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah. So he took me there, and he was trying to get me to warm up to him again, and he was being weird the whole time. He was like, it's not that big of a deal. I didn't mean to, and it wasn't really my fault, and you were nonverbal. You're bad at communicating. And it was just like a whole thing. And I, all day, was being like, ugh, whatever. You're a jerk, leave me alone. So he tried, we were like 40 minutes away from my house. And I wanted to go home because I was just so done with him, and he would not take me home like all day. And I wasn't panicking until it was nighttime. I was like, oh my god, he's gonna kill me, which I doubt he would, but I was panicking because he wouldn't let me out of his car. And then he was like, well,
so
just
to be
give me
clear
a
on
kiss
that,
before you
just
And I
you
was
say
like,
that he
okay,
didn't let you
no.
out of his car.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you ask to be let out?
Yeah, multiple times. I've been telling him all day, take me home, let me out. And he wouldn't.
Okay. And at some point
I came up with like a curfew thing. I was like, my dad's texting me and he really wants me home. I need to go home now, which is not true. My dad did not care where I was as long as I let him know I would not be home that night.
Okay.
So that was, ugh.
Okay. So at some
So
point
I was coming up with every excuse in the book to go home. He would not let me go home. And then he was like, just kiss me before you go. And I was like, no, oh my god, I don't wanna. Can you just take me home? And he was like, no, I'm not letting you out until you kiss me. And I was like, what the fuck? That's immature. And he was like, well, I just really want to spend time with you. I feel like we have such a connection, and I feel bad. I don't want to burn any more bridges. And he went on this thing about how all of his friends leave him, and Alex betrayed him. And just, I don't know, like a sympathy thing. Tried to get me to kiss him. And I was like, oh my god, no. And then he grabbed me by my shoulder, and he pulled me over onto him, and he kissed me. And then he finally drove me home. And I was looking out the other direction, trying not to cry the entire ride. But he wasn't actually taking me home. He was taking me close to my grandma's house so that I could come into my grandma's house. And my mom was there. And I told my mom, like, I met with a guy and my dad doesn't know that I met with him and I just need you to take me home. So then my mom took me home.
So did he take you
I had to
did he
walk a
take you
little
to
bit
your
to my
grandma's
grandma's.
house? Did he take you to your grandma's house at your request? Or was that
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't want to be in the car with him for 40 more minutes. So I just went to the nearest relative's house.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I guess that makes sense. So to clarify, the conversation about the kiss and spending more time together, that was during the same conversation together, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. So it's some time after this, you, I believe, with Crexa, publish or talk about some kind of information about how kind of things happened. I guess how did it get out in the public? How does everyone else know?
So first I told these are two so unimportant side characters. Kiwi Farms has screenshots of them. It's Sam and Keith. They were two like huge Yandere Dev fans, and then they switched over to Arosana when the whole drama stuff came out.
Mhm.
So they were like, I don't know, the ultimate Cameron dick riders. And then they met me, and I don't know, they liked me more. So they were telling me like, oh my God, that's illegal. You have to go to someone about this. That's terrible. I can't believe he did that to you. So they started telling people about it first. And then I was talking to Crexa about it, and I was like, you have a story? I have a story. He kind of pissed me off. He really pissed you off. And she made a post somewhere. But I feel like that was not after the last time. I think that was after the motel thing, not after the kiss thing.
Okay.
I think.
So this was.
I don't know what
sometime
else she was
in-
up to. I wasn't fully involved.
Okay. So I guess how does the information get out there? You're talking to Crexa. You leak it to her privately. Who uses the word rape? I guess is my question.
I think that I did, just to simplify it.
Mhm.
But then I don't know, he got all weird about it, and he was like, it doesn't fit the definition. So I looked up the definition, and it didn't fit it. So then I made a Twitter post that's like, it doesn't fit the definition, and so did Keith.
Mhm.
So then I stopped calling it that, and instead started referring to it as unconsensual attempted oral, because that's the definition. Even it was an attempted assault. It's
Yeah, I mean that's totally fair.
not to be like a bitch, but same difference. Get over it.
Okay.
Everyone was being super sensitive about it.
Okay. So at some point, you and Cameron get into contact, and there's something about scripting calls together, or I guess before that, I should probably
Every
ask about
single
the call
call-
that you released, where Cameron is being recorded without his knowledge, and you're confronting him about these issues. I guess tell me a little bit about that.
I was just tired of people calling me a liar, so I was like, fine, I'll record it. And so I sent it to Diesel.
Okay. Okay. So where does that take us up to after you're recording calls with Cameron? Do you remember what month that happened?
No.
That's fair. Okay. So at some point there's a falling out between you and Cameron. And I guess before we go on to scripting calls, is this before? Okay. You allege that calls happened between you and Cameron, and he scripted them because he was messaging you in DMs, and that's
That was from
apparently
the very start. As soon as we had that group chat with Alex, Alex was telling us the narrative he wanted. Cameron was like, they were going back and forth. Like, Alex would say, I want you to paint me in this light. And Cameron would say, well, I can't do that because you already admitted to it, but I can do this instead. So they were like doing their whole PR thing. And I was just along for the ride, and I felt really guilty about what I did to Alex. So I was listening. I was like, damn, sorry, I kind of ruined your career. The least I can do is make you look better.
Okay.
So I started participating in their scripted calls, and it wasn't scripted like word for word. It was just like, respond positively to this and make sure they know that Alex didn't do this. And then
Okay.
that was happening the entire time. And Cameron started asking me to do it for him, and I was like, ugh, okay, whatever. Just leave me alone afterwards.
And I guess
And
there's
spoiler, he did not leave me alone afterwards.
at some point, you make a tweet where you say, from a Twitter account called Yandere Dev's Victim, I wanted to clear some things up. This game is very important to me. No one deserves to be lied about. I, the only victim, and making a statement, I chose to stay. Choose to stay. Fuck! Now I'm messing up my words. Choose to listen or stay ignorant. And this was you that posted this, right? I can share my screen if you'd like. Pardon me.
Yeah, just share this. I had a couple accounts at the time. Oh, that is my account, but that whole statement. Okay, so I wrote an original one, and the original one was really, really good, but it was super mean to Ally, and it was like hating on r/Osana because it was full of the queers, and I'm not a fan of them. And they were just, it was like a whole thing. So both of them made me fix it so that I didn't sound so mean. And then
Okay.
Alex was like, I'll just take it over. And then Cameron revised it to make it sound more teenagery after Alex did his edits.
So you wrote an initial statement, Alex made his edits, and then Cameron had a further editorial role in it, and then it was published.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I'd heard about this.
There are screenshots of all of that.
Okay. So at this time, why did you kind of go back on what you said about Yandere Dev? Is it because it kind of like ruined his career, or kind of a sympathy thing for him?
Yeah, dude, poor Alex. He's just like a socially inept autistic guy. He has other. Hold on a second.
No, it's okay.
Sorry, my little brother lost his backpack or something. Just hold on.
Okay, that's fine. What was I asking? Oh yeah, pardon me. So at this point, it was purely out of sympathy, and oh sorry, I didn't know if you were back. Sorry, you're still muted.
Yeah, it was out of sympathy because he has other disabilities. So he went to school in like the 90s, and I don't know how old you are, but my dad was alive in the 90s, and he said that getting accommodations for stuff like disabilities wasn't really a thing. They didn't really exist, but he had an assistant, like a teacher's aide who would help him with things day to day, and he had to be in social classes with the guidance counselor. So he, to have those accommodations back when he did, has to be some kind of hardcore special person.
Okay. Okay. Well, to clarify, I'm in my early 20s, so I don't know about that. But okay, that makes sense. Okay, so in this statement, it's probably you made it to defend him, and would you say that you lied during it? In the original statement that you wrote?
Yeah, for sure.
Or...
I lied nonstop trying to backtrack what I did to Alex. I felt so bad for him.
Okay.
Especially after he started donating to charity, and he was like, I never meant to hurt you if I did. And I was like, no, I baited you. I'm so sorry. It's fine. You're chill. So he actually felt super guilty. And then I felt guilty because it wasn't really his fault. I took advantage of a disabled guy.
Because then you carried on having a friendship with Yandere Dev for a little while, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, moving on to, I guess, the discussion about Cam, you're saying that in the same way that there would be calls, or this kind of was editorialized and changed by Yandere Dev and Cam, it would be the same for calls that you were in with Cam, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I guess, so there seems to be a concerted effort with you and Cam. You're talking back and forth. You're talking about the public narrative. There's claims that you're being abused. Cam seems very, very kind of concerned about narratives that he raped you. And you seem to be collaborating to try and dispel public narratives about each of you. Are you saying during those scripted calls you lied during that, or is they, because so far we don't have too much of those calls. Are they out of context? Are they, scripted, or what's going on?
So the two calls that were in the original document, I don't know what he edited, but I was watching a stream earlier that said he was editing this stuff. so I don't know if he took it out. But the two original calls that Kui, how do I pronounce that guy's name?
Queeman.
The red eyeball guy. Yeah. So him. The two calls that he listened to, and he was like, these are out of context. Those are out of context, and I'm so positive that they're spliced.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. His mic sounds different, and I can't describe the difference between his AirPod phone and computer mic, but they're all different.
Okay.
And I don't know.
Okay. That makes sense. So during this, was this these were calls that you alleged that there was kind of communications over DMs while they were being kind of while they were going on, is that right? During those two calls?
Yeah.
Okay. So you knew
Yep.
that you were being recorded.
Sometimes I knew I was being recorded.
Okay.
Sometimes we were just like playing Among Us or something, and he would record a statement that I made totally out of context playing Among Us and cut it up and send it to people and be like, see, she's manipulative. And I was playing Among Us. Like he's such a dick with that. He did so many of those things. That's why he won't send the full calls to anyone.
So you're saying that not the calls weren't just talking about this kind of stuff. He was also recording when you were just like playing video games together.
He recorded literally every single call that we had.
Okay.
And I know that because the like longer versions of calls that he's released are bits and pieces of multiple different calls.
Okay. Okay. Because there seems to be some parts of those calls where he says to you, "Did I ever sexually assault you? Did I ever rape you?
Oh my
Did
god.
I ever do
Yeah,
weird
okay.
stuff?"
So there was like one person in Osana. I don't know, but who claimed that something happened after our first interview, and Crexa was trying to ask me and ask leading questions. Okay, like granted, Crexa is psychotic.
Mhm.
She was really trying to take him down. She was totally trying to push a narrative. That's on me for not realizing. But that was after the first interview. Nothing had happened at that point.
Okay. Okay. So you were talking specifically about that rape allegation. When he was asking you, "Have I ever sexually assaulted you? Have I ever raped you?" On and on.
Yes.
Okay.
But the response where I said I was having a Spurg freakout and not a rational response is from a different call. I don't know which call it's from though. But those were not together.
Okay. Okay. And then in reference to I guess we can move on to the blackmail, okay? And the discussion of the blackmail. So, do you ever recall saying to Cameron that he had to do something, otherwise you would do some kind of negative action that he wouldn't like?
The only times I ever did that is when he was lying. He would go and lie about me to someone, and they would screenshot it and show it to me because a lot more people were on my side than he thought.
Mhm.
And I would be like, Cameron, I just got a screenshot. If you don't stop lying about me, I'm gonna tell them what really happened. And typically what really happened was like in a longer call, and I didn't actually have those recorded, I was bluffing, but it would be like him saying the hard R or something. And he would get so scared that I was gonna leak that stuff.
Okay.
So he would back.
No, sorry, go on.
But that was only if he was lying about me. I never did that for him to force him to lie about me. I only did that so he would stop lying about me.
Okay. Okay. So there was some conversation about I guess going back to these conversations you having back and forth where Cam asks you about a particular detail, a particular kind of moment, a thing that you said, and you said that you were manic and maybe you thought you were BPD. Do you recall that? Do you remember that? Do you have like an explanation for that? Or...
In real life boyfriend had just broken up with me and I went psychotic. I went to his house. I poured my perfume all over his room. The call that was about was totally unrelated. I was being a psycho ex-girlfriend at that moment, and then I was ranting to Cameron about it because I had no real life friends to talk to. So
Okay.
that was a totally separate thing. I don't know why he's including that in all this stuff.
Okay. 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 So you're saying there was no time that you were threatening to release public information, or sorry, private information that he told you in confidence as a threat to make him do something.
I didn't make him do anything other than, well, yeah, no, I didn't make him do anything. I was bluffing. I was acting like I was recording calls. So he would send someone something and I would be like, Cameron, I have the full thing recorded. If you don't take that back now, I'm going to send them the full thing. So that's not really blackmail. And it wasn't really a threat. And I don't know what he's claiming I have over him that he would kill himself over.
Mm-hmm.
That's dramatic. I don't have any information like that. Or at least nothing that I think is that bad.
Okay.
Like, the only thing I can think of that would actually make him so stressed to get out would
you
be
don't
the
need to
assault
reveal
thing.
that. That's okay. I don't. I guess you've already made your. Well, to be fair, I mean, you've already made your Blue Sky post. So yeah. So there was an allegation of I guess being anally violated, anally raped when he was young. Something about butt plugs, and there was something about suicide attempts. You thought it could be one of those three things. You said in your post.
Yeah, I think it's gotta be one of those three. But like, hey, they're public now. Oops.
Okay. Okay. But you're saying you never used any of those three pieces of information ever to blackmail him?
No.
Okay.
That's not blackmail worthy. Those make him seem way too sympathetic.
You
Other
say
than the
that
butt plug thing, but that's just embarrassing, not something to kill yourself over.
You say that, but isn't it understandable that somebody would feel perturbed, upset, if that were to be released about them? Whether that makes them seem sympathetic or not, that can still be a threat that could negatively affect somebody.
If you're a pussy.
Well, no, if somebody has like severe sexual trauma.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm so sure.
Okay. I guess I did want to question you about that. Okay. One piece of information that I've wanted to put together, that hasn't been answered, at least to my mind so far, is this screen recording here. Okay. Now I'm not sure exactly what the date is here, but this is regarding Cam having leaked some kind of screenshot to YouTubers about yourself. That's right?
I sent this screen recording to Callie Merca. She's an artist. She does art commentary. Yes. I have no idea what it was about. I don't know what it was about. Sorry.
Okay. Sends it to a YouTuber to make me look bad, and he says that's not what I did. You can't remember exactly what this is about.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
do you remember when?
Like, obviously, you don't. I agree with what I said. You don't accidentally send 3 screenshots. Okay. I had every right to be mad. I don't even know what he did, but I know he did it.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of exactly when this was?
When I was talking to Callie. No, but I think Diesel might. Would he?
If I were
he
to
has
say,
like a full timeline. I think if you ask him for a full timeline, he's got it.
Okay. If I were to say that these were after January, so in 2024, that sounds correct? Would that sound right?
Could be.
Okay.
When did Diesel post his video? If it was about sending stuff to YouTubers, then it was at a time that he was talking to YouTubers.
Okay. Wait, not Diesel IRL. Fuck. Give me one moment, sorry. Okay. Because the date
in August of 20
is a little bit important here, okay? Okay, so this would have been March 17th, 2024.
Yeah, that checks out.
Okay. Because the thing that I wanted to ask about this is that it does seem as though there is some kind of relationship or emotional
Oh my
attachment during
god,
this time.
because he called me babe. I was complaining so much to Allie about that. Not Allie, Callie. God, what are they? Ah.
Mhm.
No, I complained about that. I remember complaining about him saying that. Because so like first, that's my least favorite pet name. It feels ghetto. I'm not a fan of it.
Mhm.
But like there was nothing, I don't know. He just talks like that. He talks like his black roommate. It's weird.
Okay. Because not only does he call you babe here, he says, I beg of you on everything, you're my life.
Yeah, he was weirdly into me, and I don't know why.
Okay. And then later on, you do call him dude, but then he says that something about we can work this out. Let us work this out. This seems to imply, at least to me, when I read this, that this is a conversation had between two people in a relationship.
I'm fairly certain he thought that there was more going on than there was, based on him repeatedly trying to kiss me and do sexual stuff with me and always trying to talk to me. But I don't know what his problem is, because I told him on multiple occasions that he's ugly and weird.
Okay, so you're rejecting that there was ever an emotional relationship at any point.
It was not.
Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Then there was something about meeting up during spring break. He asked, you said no.
We did not. We never, yeah. Of course I did.
Mhm.
Ew.
Okay, but he asked, you said no, and then there's some conversation, there's a screenshot where he's saying, I don't think I will come over and see you during spring break, and you say, yeah, because I literally told you no.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. So is that the kind of tone that you would have normally, where he's trying to flirt with you?
That's the kind of tone I had all the time with him.
Okay. I only bring that up just to kind of like ask exactly the kind of tone that you're talking about with him trying to be kind of, yeah, forward or...
So
okay.
he was
Just
also
to make sure your
recording and
claim is...
screenshotting everything.
Mhm.
I think he was trying to talk to me as if we were in a relationship because he previously told people we were, and I corrected that very quickly because I had zero interest in him.
Mhm.
So I think because he was recording everything, he was like staging it to make it look like we were together because he's a desperate freak.
But you understand that by that same brush, you were recording this. And so when you take
course I
screenshots of
was.
things, it could very well be the other way, that you're trying to frame interactions as if you aren't together.
Oh. Yeah, it's double-edged. It can totally come across like that.
Yeah.
I didn't really think of it that okay. I wasn't, but like yeah, that's totally valid.
Okay.
Oh, but this was not like a staged preemptive thing. This was like he was spam calling me and I was texting Callie at that exact moment. So I just started screen recording this specific thing spur of the moment, and I think she can confirm that. But like for other things, I don't have more witnesses. So yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Up to you.
Yeah. So apparently, when did you stop speaking to Cameron?
I don't remember an exact time. He, up until 2-ish months ago, he was still making burner numbers to call me at like 4 in the morning.
You saying as of 2 months ago this happened?
Yeah, he wouldn't leave me alone for a while. He
if
called me and
if
he
they're
told
burner
me
numbers, how do you know that it's him?
because I would answer them. I would be like, "Hello," expecting it to be one of those people who's like, "You didn't pay a toll" or something, and then it would be like, "Hey, I miss you. And I would be like, ew, who is this? Because it could be one of two guys, and it was always him.
Okay. Do you have, I guess, screenshots of your kind of like phone records or your kind of call log on your phone? Do you have anything that you could, I guess, send to substantiate that?
I can go into my call logs right now. I did recently switch to T-Mobile. I don't know if that did anything different.
If
Like, can I see my...
Whether you've changed your provider, it should still be the same on your phone.
Okay. So would it be like in recent and then I just have to scroll down a whole bunch?
Yeah.
Because it'll just show up as a random number, but like I can highlight all the random numbers for you.
That might be useful, at least to kind of like substantiate the claim. But okay, so you're saying as of 2 months ago, he was still trying to get in contact with you.
Yeah.
And these conversations.
He called me about 2 months ago to say that. So the last one, he didn't tell me that he missed me. He was like, I thought I should just let you know that I have a girlfriend now. And I was like, sure you do. Don't call me.
Okay, and that was 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, and does he have a girlfriend? Yeah, because she was in the live yesterday. He actually might have one.
Okay. Okay. I think, at least of fleshing out a timeline, that is kind of up to the present.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess you kind of...
And then Diesel released his video.
Yeah, you kind of
I
address...
saw everything going on, and I was like, oh my god, he's still talking about me. So.
Okay. Let me go through, just because I want to take a look at the kind of statements you made and maybe see if there's anything else that I can ask you about. Apologies about this.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't been much help. I don't want to say something and then be wrong because I don't remember. So I just have to tell you that I don't know, because if I don't know, I don't want to accidentally screw myself.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I wouldn't want you to say something you're not aware of. So I think it was on one of these things. You say you're now married. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So one of your accounts isn't even gone. It's the one I give the login info to. Alex and Cam both had the login, so they can do whatever they had stuff to do, like high school finals and getting high. Okay. So what account is this? Because I know that you had a Twitter that was banned or suspended.
It was a Discord account. It's the one that I spoke to them the most on, so whenever Cameron claims that the account was termed, that's not true. The account is still active, I just don't have access to it anymore. But my friend contacted me a while ago, and they were like, I've been texting you on Discord and you're not responding. They DM'd me on Steam, and I was like, what do you mean? Isn't that account gone? I'm pretty sure I deleted it. And they were like, no, it's still up. And they sent me a screenshot, and it was still up.
What's the username?
So one of them restored it before it was deleted.
Okay, so it is now deleted.
It might be now. I haven't checked on it for a while.
What's
but
the username?
As far as I know, when I chose to delete it, you have like a 15-day window to not delete it. You can click like the recover or restore account thing, and then none of your stuff is deleted, and you just go back to using the account as normal.
Is this small adolescent?
Oh my god, is it? Does it still have the cute picture of the anime girl me?
Well, I was just asking you because of I guess what the does that sound correct? That is an account that I know that did exist. I'm gonna send you the
profile picture of it. I had a couple accounts named that because I actually was termed multiple times with that username. Is it this profile picture? I just sent you a picture of it. Because if it's that one, then yes, that's the one that both of them have.
Yes. That is At least
yes,
one.
it's still up.
Well,
He's such a liar.
It's not, unfortunately. So
It's
I
not
just
really.
sorry. I just tried to send a friend request to it. Okay. Okay. So do you have evidence anywhere of kind of turning that account over, or is that not something that you have?
No, that was an alt account that I made while I was still in the group chat. So the original account that I sent that stuff over on, Cameron still has access to that group chat. He's on the same account, but me and Alex both got termed like a week later. So neither of us have that group chat anymore.
And when was when was the last message sent to that group chat, I suppose?
I don't know.
Rough
Probably
kind of
like
ballpark.
October.
October. And that's of 2023.
Yeah, because that was when Cameron was doing his PR stuff. And then my Discord got termed.
Okay. Okay. Did you okay. So did you bait Yandere Dev or not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Because it seems at some point tell me if this is a fake screenshot or whatever. Here you seem to be saying I did not have to bait Alex for bad behavior. He did it unprovoked because he is a pedophile.
Oh, like I didn't have to bait him into asking me for stuff. He did that all on his own. But like in general, I would bait him into answering questions about cis-Fs or other dramas so that I could send that to Ally for her video. Like all of the sexual stuff between us, there was no effort that I had to put into that. He's desperate.
Okay. Because do you remember when exactly the date was that you sent this message on?
Nope.
Okay. I'll try and have a look at that. But it seems as though in this screenshot, you don't have sympathy for Yandere Dev. You're talking about bad behavior. You're saying unprovoked because he's a pedophile. I guess that seems like can you square that circle, or what's your response to that?
He can be a pedophile and mentally disabled. Two things can be true at once. I feel bad for him because he's socially inept and he really didn't deserve all this hate. But he's still attracted to kids. Like that's not my problem.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. Bomb. Okay. Sorry, I was going through these messages to ask you about stuff. Okay. So how did you first hear, actually, that this drama had been reignited?
Oh my god. My friend sent me, here, hold on. I have it on Telegram because I talk to people on Telegram. But my friend sent me a screenshot on May 16th at 3:45 a.m. of it was Kui, yeah, that guy.
The tweet.
The thing. And he was like, "Is that true?" Sent it, yeah.
So this is the screenshot that you received.
A screenshot of a tweet. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. That's good to know, I suppose. So that's when you made the okay. So that's when you became aware of it. Okay. And this okay. I mean, during a lot of this, okay, it seems as though you seem somewhat vindictive. You're saying yes, keep admitting to stuff. More ha 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 ha.
It was really funny. I was watching the Diesel stream of him reacting to Aiden, and it was, oh my god, it was so funny. Because I was watching him crash out, and it was, it feels really nice when people who bother you for months and months and lie about you constantly dig their own grave. Feels wonderful.
Okay. So Cameron wishes he had my foot over his head. I, for the life of me, could not understand what you meant here. Can you kind of elaborate?
I was live reacting to they timed me out in chat for stirring up drama, so I was pretty much using this as chat, and I was posting stuff live as I was watching it.
Okay.
Because a few people in chat were also looking at my blue sky.
Okay.
So that was a response to something that was it Op
Block or Falgi, yeah.
It was some
Falgi?
old guy. I probably there was some old guy in there.
Okay.
Yeah. And he was the one that I was laughing at.
Okay. So here's the thing about the about deleting evidence as well. I forgot to ask you about this. So there's allegations that you have been in calls with Cam, and he's been showing you his screen, and he's been told apparently by you to delete calls, to delete evidence. I guess, how do you respond to that?
Never happened. And anyone who would actually listen to someone over Discord telling them to delete stuff is a special person.
So you're saying there isn't a DM out there of you asking to see his computer screen, and to tell him to delete evidence and delete calls?
Yeah, no, that did not happen.
Okay. 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 I think that's probably everything. Would you mind, if people wanted to, having other people in here to maybe field some questions from people? Is that okay?
Oh, go for it.
You may even be able to speak to Kui Man, I believe.
Really?
Maybe. I'll see if he's interested. But yeah, there we are. If anyone, content creators, want to hop in, just because obviously my focus here has been kind of like laying out a timeline, whereas I mean Cam had other people call in to question him, so I feel like it's probably only fair if you're kind of happy with it.
Oh, totally.
Okay. I believe there's also slug. Okay. One moment, sorry. I don't know if anyone's watching. I know that people are spectating, okay? If there are creators that want to speak to Jelly, to put questions to her, to criticize her, to ask her questions, whatever, okay? Feel free to hop into the waiting room, okay? But yeah, there we are. Sorry about that. I don't know if we are. Okay. Otherwise, I may field questions from chat.
Oh, chat. The ones that I'm not supposed to read.
Those are the ones. Yeah, those are the ones. Fuck. One moment. My internet just shat the bed for a very, very brief moment. I apologize. Although, there is no better time for it to happen, actually, when I think about it. Okay. So, apparently, you seem really eager to support, you seem really eager to suggest that these guys were head over heels for you, but you also kept on engaging with them, despite the fact that you say that they're gross. So I guess, why did you carry on engaging with them?
Okay, I had to keep dealing with two of them. For one, I was in JROTC with the other guy who I referred to earlier that could have been calling me. I have a no contact order, or a PFA? I have a PFA against him. Like, we don't interact anymore. I could not get away. He was taking pictures of my house and hiding under my porch. He was a freak.
Wait, who is this? Sorry.
Okay. Oh god. His name is... I'll just send you the thing. I can just send you a picture of like the court order thingy that I got in the mail.
Okay.
But I don't want you to leak his name publicly because the other girl involved is 11 and I don't need people investigating that stuff.
Okay.
So he's like a hardcore freak. It's not just me bragging. He's an actual creep, not the kind of guy you want to get stalked by.
So,
That
is
one
this somebody that
is...
you met through Yandere Dev, or is this somebody
No,
completely
that's an
unrelated?
IRL guy. We were in school together. We had JROTC together.
Okay.
Oh, you're British. Do you know what JROTC is?
I don't know.
It's like high school military prep for us Americans.
Okay. Interesting. But I guess the question would be, why did you carry on engaging with Cam specifically? If you thought he was so disgusting, if you thought he was a freak, why did you carry on chatting to him?
Because every time I blocked him, he would call the cops to my house, and even though my dad asked if we could be put on some sort of list so that they stopped having to show up, because I was a minor, they had to take every claim seriously, so they couldn't not show up. So they were showing up at random times throughout the day, or showing up to school and bothering me. And I was really annoyed with it. So I would give in and talk to Cameron because that was the only way he would leave me alone.
So you're claiming that the only reason that you spoke to Cam was that he would carry on engaging with you, well, from afar, making these false CPS reports.
Yep.
Okay, just to clarify. We have got Kuiman, he's in the waiting room. Here he is.
Oh my god, hi.
Hi. So I haven't heard the whole conversation, so I might repeat stuff.
Okay.
So in the car incident, how many times would you say he asked you to kiss him before letting you out of the car?
I do not know how many times, but the conversation was going on for like 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. And most of the conversation was like, how did the conversation roughly go? Like, was it mostly about kissing? Or was it mostly about, oh, I want to spend more time with you? What was the...
He wanted to spend more time with me, and the only way that he would let me leave is if he got to kiss me. So that was his
Okay.
compromise for me not wanting to spend time with him.
So what, he was... Okay, I think... So he's like saying, can we spend more time together? And you're saying, no, I've got curfew or whatever. And then eventually he's like, okay, well I'll let you out if you give me a kiss.
Mhm.
Okay, got you. I'm trying to think. So you say there are 4 times you met. 2 were for interviews, apparently.
Yes, and then the last one was like a clearing the air type thing. Okay.
Right. So there's the first 2, which are explicitly interviews. Then there's this third one where you just hang out, and then the fourth one. This is the one where he says basically, "Oh, you're getting these CPS reports. We should clear the air by meeting."
Yeah.
Okay. So the first 2 interviews were specifically about Yandere Dev.
Yep.
Were these interviews made public, or did they happen on a live stream, or?
No, he was just recording them using his phone recorder thingy. I don't know if he posted them. I think he might have posted them in his first video. I know he made a video at some point about Alex, but I think he took it down. He privated and deleted a whole bunch of his videos. Actually, I think that Diesel was seeing that happen live.
Okay. And so did it seem like do you think the point of these interviews was actually the interviews, or was he just using this as a pretext to meet?
Pretty sure that's what he was doing, but I wasn't suspecting him of that. I don't know. I don't think the worst of people, so I didn't think that that's what he was doing. But obviously, looking back, that's what he was doing.
Okay.
And to be clear, leading up to that fourth time that you met, was it explicit that Cam said that he was the one, or he was involved with making these CPS reports?
Oh, sorry, what did you say?
Before you met up for that fourth time, was it explicit that Cam said that he was involved with, or was the one making those CPS reports?
Yes.
Okay. Was it him
So
himself,
wait,
or was he involved?
he was involved with making the CPS. It wasn't just people are making
That's
them.
what
It
he
was
claims. After watching Diesel's video, I'm fairly certain that Diesel made a couple reports, but I don't think that he was the one making nonstop calls.
okay.
I
So
think
why
Cameron
was he
is-
making the CPS reports? What was the basis for
He
that?
was trying to bother me because I blocked him, and he was like, "We need to talk about this. We need to talk. I have no other way to reach you. We need to talk."
Okay, he claims, and this is obviously sensitive, but he claims there's like some sexual trauma or something in your family that he was was that the basis he was using for it? What was he sort of like claiming with the CPS stuff?
Yeah, he claimed that my dad raped me, which is crazy.
And you've never said anything like that to him.
No, my dad and I have a great relationship, and it's not weird, and I don't know what his problem was.
I believe there was
Have
also
you-
a
have you
claim about
told-
your mother. Is there any truth to that? Did you ever complain about your mum kind of mistreating you, or I guess any part of that?
I'm sure that I've complained about my mom, but I was also a 16-year-old girl. I don't think any teenage girl gets along with their mom. But it was never enough for like a CPS report.
Okay, did you potentially ever say like, did you ever give maybe like a vague story that didn't have a specific perpetrator named or identified by you, but of some kind of like trauma or something that happened to you? Did you ever give like a vague story that
No.
maybe he could have?
I'm
Okay.
not a traumatized person. I'm fine. There's not like a thing.
But and you wouldn't have said that at any point, like, you know, just being like a teenager and sort of LARPing a bit or anything.
No.
Okay. Right.
Was it just CPS reports? Apparently, there was a claim that your dad's workplace was being harassed at some point.
Oh, so that wasn't, they weren't harassing his work, but he has clearances for work, and in order to have those clearances, you cannot be under investigation for child abuse. They're immediately revoked because he works in schools and hospitals.
Mhm.
So he has to not be under any sort of investigation. He's not allowed to work while that stuff is going on.
And did Cameron know about that?
Yes, he did.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
Sorry, I was muted on my stream. I just asked her if Cameron knew about that. So yeah, Cameron did know about that stuff. That was the question. Just for posterity.
Okay. I feel like it doesn't have very much to do with Cam, although it does relate somewhat to the claims of blackmail. Would you mind getting in and discussing the Honeypot allegations? Do you still deny them?
Yeah.
Was there any
So
truth to these?
I didn't honeypot. Oh my god.
Okay. There's just a little bit of a family incident that she's dealing with.
What?
Yeah, that was it was a thing earlier. I think her yeah, anyway.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I need to. I had questions, but I keep forgetting them. But I need to remember them. Did she say like anything about the context around the clip of her saying it wasn't sexual assault?
Apparently that was so
I
part
heard
of
her
this
say it
is
was, like, basically
scripting, and then
scripted in
part
most
of this
schools.
is apparently he was clip chipping, and there was no sexual assault on the first time they met up. Is apparently what she was discussing at that time, because apparently Crexa or Asana moderators or something was making a claim that during the first or second time that there was a sexual assault, but apparently that was taken out of context.
Wait, and so when did that call take place?
That was, I believe,
Okay,
after the fourth
I'm
time they
back.
met up.
Yeah, sorry, I was just asking. So the clip of you saying that he's never sexually assaulted you, like, what's the context around that? How's that?
We had not done, or well, yeah, nothing had happened yet. Crexa was trying to ask me leading questions, and
Sorry, when did this take
happened.
place in the timeline? That call?
That was after the very first time that we met. Nothing had happened.
Got you. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, so at that
And
time
so-
you hadn't
so
had
you-
any kind of sexual contact?
No.
Okay.
So of course I would say that in the call, because nothing happened.
And so when did he use that clip? Did he use that clip in a video after?
Yeah, he's using it to claim that that happened after the allegations, but it did not. That call was unrelated to those. He takes everything out of context. God, it's annoying. Okay, there was another thing, the honeypot stuff. Sorry, there was a freeze pop situation.
That's okay.
Yeah, so the honeypot thing. There's a screenshot. It's called the honeypot rules. I was in a Discord server full of pedophiles, and every time they would say something weird to me, I would screenshot it and post it in Gen Chat and be like, found another one. So they were giving me all of their pedophile logic and how underage girls are supposed to treat them because they're so innocent and they're just victims and they did nothing wrong, and it's all the evil 13-year-olds that are ruining their lives. So I made satire rules, basically parodying everything that I would commonly hear from them.
But what's
Like,
this about?
you shouldn't have done that to me.
What's this about getting, for
what?
example, I believe it was, something about, I believe it's like Sims 4 DLC, or getting kind of gifts paid for
Oh my god.
instead of direct cash.
Yeah. Oftentimes, in order to prevent something from happening, I never had to ask. It was always preemptive because I had a little bit of a reputation for exposing people. They would purchase me something preemptively in order to, like, buy me over, and it would make them feel like I owed them something so I wouldn't expose them, and I still would, obviously, but like, I don't know what went through their brains where they were like, if I buy her something, she's not going to screenshot this, because I was screenshotting everything anyways. Doesn't matter if you bought me something or not, but I would still accept all the gifts. I'm not going to turn down DLCs. I didn't have to threaten anyone for it, though. It was all given to me willingly.
Huh. Okay. But you still accepted them as, I guess,
Yeah.
gifts or offers. Okay.
Yeah, I don't feel guilty for accepting bribes from pedophiles.
Okay. Because there's here. Okay. So these are
Oh my
the...
god, yeah. So this was made when I was 13. I was in a server called Shitpost. It was, oh my god.
Okay.
I think that No Text to Speech made a video about it.
Okay. So I'll just kind of read through them. Don't dox him if you DM him first. He isn't in a place to resist if you seduce him on purpose. If you DM him first within reason, you are not a victim. No leaking. Don't ruin the trust. If you want to gather more evidence for an arrest, you need to keep him feeling secure in your DMs. Don't expose him to anyone other than the police. No romantic promises. Don't make any promise of marriage, love, or babies. As soon as you start acting like a girlfriend, you are not his groomie. Getting fedded by somebody who loves him will be traumatizing. Keep your clothes on. Make sure he's sober, one at a time. Don't dox him if he's loyal to you.
So each of these were based on a specific thing that someone had said to me. So, like, say I would DM someone first, and then they would start flirting with me, and I would be like, I'm 13, and they would say, I don't care. I would screenshot that, and so that's what the first one was about. And then the no leaking. I would leak their dick pics. If they would send me a dick pic right after I said my age, I would immediately post that in general chat, and they would freak out over it and try to act like I was morally as bad as them for leaking it after they sent it to me as a 13-year-old. There were no romantic promises. That was about my friend Applerin. She got into a thing with a streamer, and it was a whole ordeal, but she was trying to convince him that she was going to be in love with him forever and that they were going to get married. And then she posted all that stuff, and he freaked out, and he was like, she manipulated me. I thought we were in love. And she was younger than me, so she was 12. These are all based on specific things that a pedophile would say to try to defend themselves. And then I put it all into a Honeypot rules because it was funny.
Okay. Because the way that I've heard you describe this before, when I think it was in a call with FBS Diesel, is that you were in a group chat with a bunch of girls, and this was an FAQ, so that people would stop asking you how to do this, or how to kind of pedo bait.
I was never ever in a call with FPS.
No? Or
I'm
is
not
this
sure
call
what
with
you're
somebody
referring
else?
to. No.
Okay. So you never said that this was a list of kind of FAQs.
Oh my
that
god,
you would
that's the
list for
Cameron
people.
call. Oh, was that? I was super. There's a screenshot of me. I think it's in the Diesel video of me getting mad at Cameron because he sent a cut up call and it was really awful. And it was right after Applerin had died. I can like send you her obituary. But it was like right after my friend died. And he started sending it to people, and it pissed me off because he was making it seem like we were doing pedophile stuff together and she was no longer alive to dispute that. I was so mad at him.
Okay. So when Cameron got on a call with Diesel like a year ago on stream, he was claiming that this Google Drive called Yandere Dev Evidence had CP in it, and that he was specifically referring, when he said that, he was specifically referring to these videos of you on Discord calls with what looked like grown men, and he showed censored versions of those pictures, claiming it was actually CP behind it, and then also claimed that a specific file, which was actually a screenshot of, I believe, one of your Discords, that was also CP. What was going on there? Were you asking him to do that to hide stuff, or?
So no, those really were CP. I was drugged and assaulted over the summer, and there were a whole bunch of pictures of me unconscious, unclothed, that somehow Kiwi Farms found and compiled. The guy already got in trouble. I just I sent Dickers the screenshot of that.
Mm-hmm.
But that was like an unrelated thing. Cameron was not aware of that until the pictures were being posted, because no one would contact me. The Arosana people would ban anyone and like blacklist them and spread a whole bunch of shit about them if they contacted me. So I had no way of reaching people to say, hey, those are CP, please don't post those. And people, I guess, weren't checking the drive to see what was in it, and they weren't seeing like, oh, that's an underage person.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why.
Obviously, this is like a sensitive. These are sensitive kind of details. But when did this happen? When were these photographs taken? Kind of, what happened here?
The pictures were taken over the something. I sent you the thing, the York County Department of Probation Services. That's the thing. Oh my god, that's such a fuzzy picture. What?
Was that in 2023?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Over the summer of 2023?
Yeah.
Okay. Because this seems to correspond, because you said earlier that you're not a traumatized person. You said that
he was unaware of any of that stuff until the pictures were being posted. I didn't go telling anyone anything because the investigation was ongoing.
Okay. So when did Cam
and I was
become
being
aware of this?
responsible.
Brief
Cameron
timeline.
became aware of it once that drive was posted. That was the first time I had seen those pictures anywhere other than.
Okay, but
from the detective.
I'm pretty sure that in one of the things that Cameron seemed to have sent FPS Diesel, it was like a Discord call, and on one side is, I assume, you with your face blurred, and on the other side was like a man, and that half had been censored with a yellow bar, even though you can see it is a full grown man, and he was claiming that was CP. So you know about these screenshots, right? I assume that's you with your face blurred.
If you send it over, I can pull it up.
I remember what was in the drive. I don't remember any discourse surrounding the drive. I told Cameron which pictures were not okay, and Cameron told Ally which pictures were not okay. And then, as far as I know, that was the end of it, and they got rid of them.
One second.
Yeah, if you can show me, I'm sure I could. You can't. I'm
Yeah,
just not aware
so
of what you're
if you
talking about.
DM it to me, I can pull
just
up
found
the,
it. Yeah, I'm just sending it to you now, Dickers. I mean, I don't know if you want to pull this up on stream.
Is it explicit?
It's not explicit.
If there's child porn in it, then
it's not child. It's definitely not child porn. It's definitely not child porn.
Oh, was this included in Diesel's video?
This is in that Google Drive.
Okay. So I guess I'll describe it. I'll send it over to you, Chelly, just so you know what
it's a man with a full beard and a hairy chest.
Hairy belly as well.
And you seemingly with your face pixelated on the other side of the
Oh my god, that's Malice! He got arrested for sex trafficking.
Okay.
Yeah, oh my god, that's Malice. That's so funny. I didn't know that there was a screenshot available of that. But
that seemed to be what was censored as CP, and at least one of the.
Oh,
that seems to be what Cameron's claiming was CP.
That's not CP. Clearly, I'm not. Clearly, I'm not undressed.
So, do you know who produced the image that has, like, these pictures with one side cut off with a yellow square? Did you produce those, or did Cameron produce those?
No, I did not make those. Cameron did.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's
just
not
to clarify,
CP.
Which side is cut off with a yellow bar? The side of the man, or
the side with the side of the man?
Okay.
Well, why?
Yeah, I'm not. That's what I was sort of unsure. I was like, I don't understand how this is being claimed to be CP or why it's being claimed to be CP. My first instinct was you were like blackmailing or extorting this guy, and you didn't want this to get because this supported that or something. But you're claiming you weren't blackmailing and extorting. They preemptively were paying you off. So I don't. And you're seemingly just talking about that openly. So I don't know why you would then hide this. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I'm pretty sure that is one of the images that he was claiming was CP to Diesel. And the other one was also a screenshot of your Discord, I think.
Yeah, if there's not a naked girl in it, then it's not CP.
It's Jane's brothel Discord rules page.
Oh, Jelly's brothel. Oh, I had orbiters at the time, and they were making servers for me and getting them all set up, and then I would hop into VC for a little bit. Oh, that's so funny. You must be 10 to enter. Okay. Okay. Key religion out. No. Yes. I don't think that this is my. I don't think that's my account.
No.
No.
Was this your server?
No. People would make servers for me and I was in them, but they were not mine. My only server was the Tide Pool.
Okay. So in this FAQ bit over here, was it this image that was fuck?
What? You'll find it. I believe in you.
This image. Was it this image that was shown?
I don't know.
Were you a member of this Discord?
Probably. If it was Jelly's eBrothel, then I was probably like second mod. There's a thing, it's called Calm, but it's like a collection of degenerate servers, and in order to get people to join, they'll give someone an owner role that's above everything else and separate from it, and they almost always give that to an e-girl, and then the actual people running the server are like neo-Nazis who have a Telegram. It's kind of just a front to get people to join so that they can reunite because all of their accounts get termed so frequently. It's not actually a server belonging to any of the e-girls who have the owner role. It's a whole thing. No Text-to-Speech makes videos about it, but I was in there for a while.
Okay. I think the difficulty that I'm having with this particular point is it seems to be that you're associating with a lot of other girls who are being kind of taken advantage of, or at least speaking to pedophiles. And you seem to have habitually been in contact with voice calls with pedophiles, and you seem to have received gifts. You say it's because you had this reputation of exposing people.
I was whatever they're called. I was a wannabe Belle Delphine for like a few years, from like 13 to 15.
But I mean,
so okay,
Belle Delphine
this guy, this
isn't
is
in DM or video chats with pedophiles.
No, but she started somewhere. You have to know.
Okay.
Oh my god. I just wanted attention and I wasn't old enough to make an OnlyFans. It's embarrassing.
Okay. So was this made with what intention then? Because this seems to be targeted towards having some kind of reciprocity,
rules?
some
that was
kind
just
of
a meme. It was reposted every time a pedophile would get caught. It was like an inside joke within the server.
Okay. But you're saying this was just a joke, and this wasn't included in, for example, a server like this that was made by other people. This wasn't included in the FAQ
It probably
channel.
was. It was. I'm not sure. I wasn't always in those. Sometimes it wasn't even me. It was a guy named Bill, and he would pretend to be me because people would give him nitro. So,
Okay.
I don't know. There's a whole lot of stuff.
Okay.
I'm not sure the extent of it. I wasn't always around for it. I would take month breaks at a time, and somehow the jelly persona never went away.
Okay. Because the problem that I'm having is that it seems like, whether this was made as a joke or not, it seems as though this was posted and circulated amongst other people. There were servers made kind of with the intention of these girls getting together. You would be in conversations with pedophiles,
Well, I
and
hope
then
not.
Well, that seems to be the case, right? That's what you said. And they would speak to pedophiles, and then with the intent of exposing them or something.
Well, if they were exposing them, then that's like whatever. I don't know.
Were they also receiving gifts?
I don't know. The only other e-girl that I ever spoke to who was in a situation like that was Apple Rim.
Okay. So you were speaking to these pedophiles. Was it just once that you got kind of bought things, DLC, gifts, things like that?
No, people were consistently buying me stuff from 13 to, I think, like, I don't know, 16?
And
then I got a real life boyfriend, and I stopped talking to all those people.
Okay. Good. And then you said earlier that the reason why some of these people would send you these items would be because you had a reputation for exposing pedophiles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't entirely my fault. Two guys who I happened to be talking to coincidentally were arrested. One of them was arrested for something unrelated. His username was Leprosy, and he was arrested because he diddled an 8-year-old, and that was completely unrelated to me. It just happened to coincide with the time that we were talking.
Okay.
And then the other one went to jail for, I don't know. He did something stupid. I think it was like heroin. But it was unrelated things. It just happened at the same time. So people started joking that I was a honeypot and that I was working for the feds to get these people found. It was entirely a joke.
Okay.
I was 13. Like,
So you're saying
obviously.
it was a joke? There were people that were
wasn't.
arrested, but it was coincidental and nothing to do with you. But you did get gifts bought for you because you had this, I guess, reputation for
I had a
exposing
reputation, and if you weren't in the server when all that stuff happened, all you knew about me is that I was a Fed.
people. Okay. So, but you were habitually getting into these kind of conversations with these people, getting into kind of voice calls with random men. You saying you're doing it for attention, or for
Yeah,
other
entirely
things?
just attention.
It seems as though this is, all but indistinguishable from a honeypot. Would you not?
Well, I think that the difference is that I wasn't roping in other girls like people are claiming. If other girls were getting involved with stuff, I was unaware of it.
But you
I
personally,
don't
running a
doubt it.
honeypot operation, you just personally knew that these interactions were going to happen and were willing to benefit from them. Well,
Would you consider that a honeypot?
well, I mean, it's like kind of a honeypot. It's like you're not entrapping, but you're doing it intentionally, right? You are you're going through the motions.
I
that
wasn't
are gonna
actively
happen.
avoiding pedophiles, but if you're a 13-year-old girl, you're gonna come across a couple inevitably.
Yeah.
but I
For
feel like
sure.
a normal 13-year-old would try to avoid pedophiles. But you seemed happy to kind of facilitate the conversation, to either kind of have fun exposing them or to receive these gifts.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're denying the fact there was an operation, but under kind of
There
what I
was
laid
no
out
operation.
there, if I were to call that a honeypot,
I didn't avoid it.
if I were to
but
call
I
that a
wasn't
honeypot,
intentional.
you would agree that, under the definition that I'm using, you did honeypot.
Yeah,
people.
under the definition that you're using. Yes.
Okay.
Don't clip that out of context.
No.
Hold on.
Well, that's why I was careful to
careful with
preface that under the definition that I'm using.
Yeah.
But you never roped in other girls. This was never a kind of an organization.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. At least that's kind of
I'm sorry,
kind of
it's
hashed out.
embarrassing, but yeah, I was a massive attention whore. My bad.
No, it's good to finally get, I guess, details or confirmation of what happened. I appreciate you being honest about that. Okay. Okay. I guess I can't think of anything else that I'd want to ask you about or put to you. Okay. I guess what's your relationship with Crexa and Ally? I guess
Oh,
because at some point you said that there was a
Ally
conversation where they were
was-
saying message Cameron, see if you can get him to say that he wants to have sex, that kind of stuff. So what was going on there? What was your relationship with them?
Ally got contacted by Crexa, who used to be a voice actor for Yandere Dev.
Mhm.
And Crexa, after finding out that I was talking to Cameron, warned me about him, and she was like, he's crazy, blah, blah. She sent me a whole bunch of voice recordings, and all of that she posted publicly to Arosana.
And to clarify,
So
she
that
was
stuff
his
was all-
ex-roommate, right?
Yeah, so she moved in with him. He was doing the sound stuff, and she was voice acting the singing character. So they lived together for a little bit. and
Okay, wait. So they were working together while
Yeah.
living together, and so what?
Yep.
He found out that she was having trouble with housing, and then got her to move in.
Yep, because it was a good opportunity for both of them since they were still already collaborating on the game.
Got you. Okay, and so what happened in your view with the Crexa stuff? You think she was being
think that
legit,
she's
or did she?
Batshit crazy. I think that she is delusional and self-absorbed, and she's like 10% worse than me. But Cameron is also an asshole, and I think I too would be driven to insanity if I had to live with him. So she would get pissy over something small that he did, and want to be left alone. And Cameron would escalate the situation by cleaning off his gun with the door open, being an intimidating asshole. And the reason he told other people he did that is because he was scared that she was going to attack him. Which, like, okay, she's crazy, but she's not crazy. He was just being dramatic. And so she would be crying on the couch, hiding under the covers, freaking out because the guy who she lives with, and she was totally homeless, she had no way out, was being an intimidating creep.
This is hearsay. I'm muted right now.
So that's like...
Aiden, I'll pull you in. I just want to get this...
that whole thing.
I
don't know too much
before we
other
move on
than
to having
that,
you in as
because
well.
that's the stuff that I remember, because it was crazy.
Also,
but she has recordings of him
this is hearsay, but
not leaving the room.
If you want to have a conversation...
Please, leave me alone.
Okay, if you want to support the interview as it's ongoing, obviously getting everything on the record, I can't really shill, but I appreciate if you support me. Thank you.
That reason publicly or on a recording or anything? Or
I don't know if it's anywhere else. I don't know if Eve recorded him talking about it, but personally, he would laugh about that stuff to me. And I'm fairly certain he had a conversation with Diesel about it.
Okay. To be fair, this is
It was
a little bit difficult
video.
because this is Jelly testifying to stuff that's like already public, so it's kind of hearsay. But yeah, did you want to have Aiden in? I think he's got a couple of questions that he wants to ask him as well. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Just so long as I guess everyone's taken their turn, it's probably fine to have more people in the call. But there we are. Aiden Underground, how's it going?
Hello?
How's it going,
Hi.
Aiden?
What's up? It's going good, man. Why are we so focused on this person's past?
Have you just started listening 20 minutes ago?
No, I think I had it pulled up, but I wasn't listening. It was a bit boring.
Oh, my past is a little bit relevant because I was a pedo baiter, and then I baited Alex, and that's how all of this started.
Yeah, but it feels like people are trying to use that to discredit your honesty in regards to this situation with Cameron in particular. Do you have a history of ever accusing anyone besides Cameron of an act of sexual assault?
Nope.
Have you ever lied, making life-ruining allegations against somebody?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know. What is the because throughout this whole thing, I don't know if you saw I think you saw a conversation with Cameron. Seems like every
Aiden,
2 seconds
unprepared as
people need to
usual.
add, oh well, this jelly
Interesting.
person has lied. Oh, they're a liar. They're a liar. They're a liar. About previous things, and is it just in regards to this pedo bait stuff that they're referring to?
Yeah, because Cameron claimed that I had some organization thing. What did he say? That that I had an operation and was roping in other girls, and that wasn't true. I don't know what he said. It was in a 3-hour video. I'm not watching that again.
This guy has to get locked up, man.
Okay, Aiden. Is there anything that you wanted to put to? Because I know you were very, very interested in the calls.
I was interested in the calls. I think you might have answered this earlier, but the call where you're saying he didn't sexually assault you, what was the context of that?
After our first time meeting, he had not assaulted me at that point. All we did during that day was interview. That was after our first time meeting.
So that wasn't even so that wasn't even in relation.
Which is why he wouldn't send you the full call or any of the data about it. Yeah, because it was the creation date. It would have fucked him over.
Yeah, the date. So the creation date of the file. For those who didn't know yesterday, this Queenan's mod was able to extract the metadata from the file he sent me, and the creation date was the 24th of May, which was the day I conducted my interview with Cameron, which indicates he probably cut something and then exported it from Premiere. And I accidentally, because he was screen sharing, found out that the 1 minute 44 clip, 1 minute 44 second clip he sent me was not the only thing.
Crazy, just call him Queeman's mod and not say Bog Squander. Just saying, that's pretty crazy.
Especially when he helped you so
I want
much. He's the
Yeah.
only reason you have this clip, Aiden.
This guy's like a father figure to you, and you treat him like this.
You can't be too nice to people; they take it for granted. But he accidentally screen sharing reveals that there's a 5-minute 22-second clip, and I think, in my opinion, that he's now refusing to send me. In my opinion, the 1-minute 44-second clip was cut from the 5-minute 22-second clip. But that wasn't even when that call occurred. The meeting between the two of you, where he tries to kiss you for 5 minutes, allegedly, that occurred
Yeah.
after this call, right?
That was our very last time meeting because I refused to see him again after that.
So you think that's why he didn't show the full call, because it wasn't even about. That's actually insane. Okay.
Yeah, every single call that he has ever shown has been completely out of context. That's why it's like 10-second clips, because he edits everything, he splices everything, and I have no idea how he's gotten away with it for so long, because he's in college for music and audio editing. Like, that's literally what he's in college for. He has professional programs that are covered by his scholarship. He's able to doctor stuff really well if he wants to. I'm not sure why anyone is trusting his audio clips unless he sends them the full thing and shares the screen recording of all of their properties.
I think that's going to have to be the standard going forward, to be fair.
I had my in-house audio expert look at the spectrogram of the 1-minute 44-second recording he sent me and to us. And I'm no audio expert. It does look doctored. It does look like the moments of silence are not due to like noise suppression on his mic, but rather
Do you have
outright
that
cuts.
screenshot, Aiden?
Yes.
Okay.
He also, there's a difference in mic quality. His phone mic is shit, but in some things it sounds like he's recording me not with OBS, but from his phone, but for some reason his voice is very clear. That's because he's splicing things together. He's splicing audio from his computer with audio from his phone.
To be clear, here, there looks to be like a clean cut. Actually, no, I'm looking at it. This audio wave does not look normal. There's not an ordinary rise and fall. This is a hard cut.
Yep.
And also, like, I said this before, we now have verified that he lied to me, because while we were talking to each other, I explicitly clarified, you're finding the original file. It's not like you're exporting a new file. I think I outright asked him, are you editing the audio right now? And he said no. So he can't now turn around and say, oh, well, I just wanted to cut out private parts and then I sent you the clip, because I explicitly asked him about that. He sent me the 1-minute 44-second recording under the guise that this was his original recording, where he conveniently started and stopped the recording, as if I was going to fucking believe that. And it shows that it was created on May 24th. So he verifiably lied to me about that. And I don't know, like, I don't understand. This is not, just to clarify, this is not like definitive slam dunk proof of his guilt, or that like, oh, he totally definitely did anything. But I don't understand why he like feels the need to lie about every single like facet of like what happened here.
It seems
He's
like
trying to construct
every time the audio
perfect
starts
narrative
here,
because he wants to
there
give
seems
it
to be a hard
commentary.
cut.
Oh, it's just how his mic is, man. Well, also, he accidentally, at the start of one of the sound waves, he briefly leaves in, there's kind of like a thump sound, and typically, with like noise suppression, that
I was gonna say it could be that he's like recording it through an OBS mic and has like a noise gate on, but that wouldn't make sense when it starts so sharply. Sometimes,
I mean, if you take a look at this,
to see something with like,
yeah, you'd expect to see it very
background.
It would not be a hard cut. You'd expect to see a little bit of trail up, but here, this is not a very loud sound at all. This doesn't register very high on the decibel.
It's very obvious he just exported this from Premiere while we were talking. It was it was probably cut for his actual video, and the segment that he exported was just the already edited segment that was part of a larger recording that he had in Premiere, and that larger recording was the over 5-minute one that I wasn't supposed to see, that he refused to send me, saying, oh yeah, I'll send that to you, man. And then after, like he did with Diesel, sending me a DM saying,
I did that the entire time I've known him. He's been doing that for over a year. personal opinion, I think that he doctors everything so that there's nothing anyone can take out of context because he's been watching commentary for a while, and he's been planning since he first met Alex to eventually be a commentary YouTuber.
Yeah, I know he's been a fan. I know he knows a lot of details of this community dating back for years. Like I can tell you, he's been a long time fan. But the other thing too is the reason his justification for not releasing the 5-minute part that I believe I wasn't supposed to see, and he actually showed me in a screen share, is like out of concern for you because there's some sort of private information in there, and that's why he doesn't want to give it to me.
Well, that's
So-
bullshit. There's nothing private. I'm an open book, even if it's uncomfortable. I've said a
So
lot
you-
of stuff.
So you're giving him
On the
permission to
record,
release
you're
that full
okay.
thing.
You're giving information. Yeah.
Is
Don't feel pressured
just,
into saying yes if you don't want to.
Yeah.
If there's like an address or something, I would appreciate if you guys could blur an address, but I don't really care about the rest of the stuff. As long as
So
it's
just like
nothing
no personal identifying information, but any
Yeah.
like I wouldn't say personal info, but like private sort of like.
You're talking about your dad,
Yeah.
you're talking about your
Yeah.
sister, you're talking about,
But so he claims.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
We don't know
saying
if any of that's
those
true, by the way.
types of claims, you would be okay with those being released.
Yeah. I
Or
haven't said anything.
Okay.
I don't have like any deep, terrible things that I discuss that I wouldn't want to be shared.
Bearing in mind,
Publicly.
you can say no later, by the way. If you want to change your mind
Yeah,
later,
yeah.
just so you don't feel that you're pressured in this this live stream, okay? Feel free to say no later.
Well,
I'll
you've been
publicly say
asking
that
me
if you change your
pretty
mind.
weird stuff, and I've been answering just fine.
yeah, I have an even better idea. Is there anyone like you trust for him to send the full recording to? Because I don't want him to start cutting things under the justification that this was a part where, Jelly said something private. Is there anyone
You guys seem to have decent moral grounds. Like, I don't know. I'm certain that you guys would blur something if you thought
Yeah.
it was super fucked. And if there is anything crazy that I say, it probably is too crazy to be on YouTube. So you wouldn't be
Okay.
able to put that on there anyways.
Because I guess if
Okay,
it does
so-
go through us, we can always ask you if you're okay with
Yeah.
the recording
We can leave it.
being released.
We ain't getting that shit from Cameron anyway. Let's be serious. That
But
ain't happening.
yes.
Just
yes,
saying,
but-
the
but
offer
now
is
you know,
there,
but-
okay?
but
He
it
can if he
invalidates
wants
his
to.
excuse.
Yes.
But to have that on record, it totally invalidates his excuse, and he's gonna have to now come up with another reason for why he's not gonna give it.
Yeah. Yep, I don't care if there's anything personal, as long as it's not identifying information that you can use to stalk me.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, still not gonna give it. I wonder what excuse number 6 is gonna be.
Oh, he has it. He'll just send it to you later.
I honestly, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Someone needs to make a video about this. Somebody needs to make a video about this. The whole world needs to know. The whole world. It's just
Someone
been
did make a
swept
video.
under the rug.
Madeline Pinaldo did a video called CameronF305. Cameron failed as a child rapist.
Oh my Dude, I saw that shit.
To be clear, Jelly,
Dioria
even
needs to
today,
talk about
okay,
this.
before a clip gets made of that, okay, Jelly, even today, is saying it doesn't fit the definition for rape. You describe it as
legally,
a kind of
It's
sexual
obviously
assault.
not rape,
It doesn't.
but it's
at first because I don't know close enough, but it doesn't fit the legal definition, so you can't say that. He can get all pissy about it, and he
Obviously,
threatens
this
his
is-
lawyers
yeah.
all the time.
Like a long form
wait,
interview.
I have a
I'm just
question.
trying to be aware of clips that could be taken out by malicious
Wait,
bad
wait,
faith
I have-
actors.
Call it alleged non-consensual attempted oral.
Okay.
Before I forget, you claimed that he attempted to call you 2 months ago. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you guys already went over it. I missed it. Do you have your phone records? You don't have to leak his number. But
He uses burner numbers, but I can find it. Yeah, I might even be able to search in my recent.
how'd you know it was him?
Because when I answered it, I said, "Who is this?" And he said, "Cameron." So
Got it.
I don't Yeah, if it's from a burner number, then I'll answer saying who is it because I don't recognize it.
Well, yeah, because according to him, he hasn't spoken to you in a year.
Well, that's bullshit. Like, serious bullshit.
This guy sounds psycho Michael Myers, I gotta be honest.
Does he have mob
He
connections?
would. Oh my god, no. He would call me at like 4 in the morning. He's annoying. He calls at odd hours. He would bother me a lot.
When I heard the story of the curfew, right, with your online history, no offense, I found it very unlikely that you've like the type of parents that are setting curfews. You've already
I did
admitted
not
that
have a
wasn't true.
curfew. I just
Yeah,
wanted
even
to go
but
home.
what made you so uncomfortable? I guess that like
He was repeatedly asking me to kiss him, and he was like, "No, we can just spend another hour together." And I was like, "No, dude, you're pushy. You're weird. Leave me alone."
okay.
And he
So
wouldn't.
you said you wanted to go home
Multiple
after
times.
his first attempt to kiss you, and then he kept trying to push the issue after you said
Well,
no.
I had been telling him I wanted to go home for like a while. That was our last interaction. That was the one after he claimed he was the one making all of the false police reports and FBI reports and CPS reports. So he was basically telling me, I'm going to keep making these reports unless you come see me or unless I come see you in person and we can clear the air. So I was like, are you sure? Like, you're completely done? You're going to fuck off after this? And he was like, yeah, I just have to see you one last time to clear the air. So we did. And I had that conversation with him like as soon as I got in the car, and I was like, okay, I'm done, fuck off. And then he would not let me go home.
And to be clear, not to say even if it was in walking distance, it's not unreasonable if you felt uncomfortable walking home at night.
I sent the screenshot to Dickers. It was a 5-hour walk.
40-minute drive. 40-minute drive, 5-hour walk is allegedly where this took place.
Wait. He said it was like he worded it like it was basically down the road.
Aiden, this is alleged, okay? We don't have confirmation that this was
I
the
know.
place, okay? Just to caution you, okay?
I had to get dropped off near my old high school so that I could walk to my grandma's house.
I know it's alleged, but anything he says, I'm now just going to assume the opposite is true. So
Yeah.
for you commentary people's standards, it's alleged. For me, it's fact. He did it 50 minutes away. But I mean, yeah, that's just fucking insane. I don't know. The like huge discrepancies in the story, the fact that he is like a complete pathological liar. Case closed in my books. Lock him up.
Did you ever file a police report about this?
No.
Do you feel like
so
you
as you can
want
see
to?
from that picture that I sent you, I had already filed a report for an actual assault that was on camera, and they did nothing. You can see at the bottom, it's substantiated and that he is not facing charges.
Yeah, but if
Wait,
you're
an
saying
assault
that your
against-
motivation for coming out about this is somebody else later not having to kind of
It's
have the
warning
same
other
kind of...
girls. It's not to do anything to him or his life. It's just so that when another girl eventually does her background check, when they start talking, she'll be able to find this, and I won't feel bad if something happens because I'll know that I made it public. And a police report wouldn't do anything.
Obviously, you know, not to kind of try and pressure you into anything, but the benefit of filing a police report sometimes is that if somebody else, you know, does face something similar again, that allegedly happened, then if they file a report, then it has an extra level of credibility because there have been reports filed against him for this behavior before.
Even though I did not file a report, someone else had reported it to the police, and I did talk to a social worker about it. Nothing ever happened from it because I wasn't filing charges, but it is on record somewhere. Some social worker has it that this happened.
Wait, who filed that police report?
I'm not sure. There were a bunch of anonymous ones. I'm hoping it was Diesel. I feel like he's the only person sane enough to report that stuff.
But you had an interview with a social worker where you discussed the incident that happened with Cam.
Yep.
Okay. That's good at least. But you have no idea where that was filed. Sorry, go on. Go on, Aiden.
Oh, me? I was just making an offhanded comment. I was saying maybe we could try to get an interview with the social worker.
Oh, okay.
Interview number 3.
But you have no idea personally where that interview would be kind of logged. Presumably, it wouldn't even be public if
Yeah,
it's a victim
I'm not
against
sure.
a child. To be fair.
Yeah, well, like I'm 18 now, so things should be public, but I never got like a case number. They never sent me a whole like case closed sort of thing.
Okay.
So
And
I don't know whatever happened in that specific interview.
the social worker that you were talking to, is this the same social worker from CYS that you had kind of text correspondence
No,
back and forth with?
she also interviewed me about Yandere Dev. We went to an FBI building for that. So yeah, I don't know what all that was about. There were multiple different reports. I don't know how many of them got combined into like a mega report because they were all saying the same thing. I don't know how they handle their paperwork. I have no idea where stuff is. I've
Okay.
never been an FBI agent. So
Did you send me do you have the paperwork relating to being interviewed by the FBI?
no, we didn't get paperwork for that. I sent you the recording of the email because they did get into my email, and that was its own thing, and I think that has a case number attached to it, but I don't know if that's like the Google case number or the FBI case number.
So I'm okay reading it. I'm not going to read any personal information, just to confirm that this is the one. Okay. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So hello, Google received and responded to a legal process issued by the FBI compelling the release of information relating to your Google account. A court order previously prohibited Google from notifying you of legal processes. You are now permitted to disclose the receipt of the legal process to you. The agency reference number or case number on the legal process is blah 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 blah. Okay.
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
So if you can like look into that stuff, feel free. I don't care that much, but go ahead.
Are you actually married, by the way?
Yeah.
Congratulations, I guess. Can I just ask, how old
Yeah.
is your husband?
Oh, he's 19 and we met over 4chan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Classic love story.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Why are you insulting
I
this
hope
girl,
everything
Aiden?
works out. No, I'm sorry. And people were just like skeptical of the story, and I honestly, I
Well,
hope everything works
Yeah,
out.
I keep seeing that in chat. That's why I also specified where we met.
Okay.
Someone was asking that earlier. Green.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. All right. Well,
Okay.
I guess. Anything else?
Oh, just to be clear, what do you mean anything else, Aiden? You've jumped on here, you retard.
We're about to kick you off. We're about to kick you off.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're in my server. Okay, anyway. Would you be okay if I were to share that case number with somebody else? They're a lawyer
With
I know. They've said that they've done these kind of collections
commentary
before.
people. As long as it's like a commentary person and not Cameron,
Yes.
then go for it.
Okay. Just making sure that I had your permission for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh god, you guys are gonna find so much stuff about me. It's fine.
It's
I was a weird teenager.
Yeah. I mean, so long as it's, kind of doxable or anything like that, that's, not going to be released. But just Yeah, I mean, Aiden said it, and I don't think, so far as I can tell, there's anybody else who wants to hop in.
Okay.
And so I think that might be all we have for you. To be fair, we've been going for 2.5 hours, so
all I have
best
to say.
stint. Yeah. But yeah, there we are. I appreciate you coming on. The Discord account that you're currently using, is that a permanent account?
Yeah, this is my personal account.
Fab. And you said you wanted to kind of move on from a lot of this stuff on Blue Sky, but if there were any more questions that any of us had for you, would you be able to be contacted on this account just to... Or would you prefer not to be?
For questions and stuff, like, if you can just text me things, then yes, but, my My schedule is a little bit iffy.
Yeah. That's that's totally fair.
So I probably won't be able to get into a stream again. You guys can text me whatever questions you have, though.
Okay, fantastic.
Sounds good.
I appreciate it. Well, I might not chat to you soon, but thank you for coming on. I appreciate you giving a little bit more insight into this. So there we are.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Thanks. Yep.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. So
I'm thinking we should roll an ad. We should like all pool our money together and roll an ad on YouTube. Like, have you or any
In
women
front of
you
his
know
videos.
spoken
Yeah,
to this man?
on Cameron's channel, specifically targets
Yeah.
Cameron's channel.
A
and-
class action.
There either is more or there will be more. I'm convinced.
Have you looked into the
I'm
Crexa
convinced.
stuff?
I haven't, but Diesel said the other night that after my discussion with Quitman on stream, he realizes. I think he said I might be misquoting him, but he might have been too quick to dismiss, or he agrees with like the criticisms, and he's now himself going back and looking into the Crexa stuff.
He said that in a public. Yeah, I.
Yeah, he's live. He's live now, so he's about to go over some stuff. I think.
Yeah, but I mean,
okay, try that.
yeah. So I mean, yeah, that definitely seems like something someone needs to go and look back on. There's like 6 hours worth of content on that, and just to be clear, she definitely seems like she might have been a scammer of some kind, running away with money, but that doesn't necessarily mean her initial claims didn't happen.
Yeah.
Especially if she was somebody that was like already financially desperate, which is I think not the reason she had initially moved to account.
To be clear, I mean, Cameron has tried to make claims about my association with Diesel. Today, I had my first ever VC with Diesel to discuss a bit.
You're
of
malicious.
Stuff. And then but we had a conversation about that. And he said again, yeah, he's kind of looking into the Crexa stuff again. He put this tweet out because I asked him if he was going to make a public statement earlier. So he said, "So my position on Cameron and the events with the women has changed. Something occurred over the last 2 hours that was absolutely insane, and I know Cameron knows and is about to play defense. This malicious cretin is going to try and slip out from it. See you tonight." So he's live now.
So there's a new revelation about to drop?
Yes. So I'm probably going to... Listen, people have been stream sniping me, okay? I know. People have been stream sniping me during this interview. I feel like, I should be able to stream snipe literally everyone else during this, alright?
Very true, very true.
Okay.
Of course, with your lovely co-host that you're going to kick out, but...
I love you,
okay.
Aiden. By the way, thank you very much for the interview that you did. A lot of that kind of uncovering has been kind of indispensable. I appreciate it, especially the audio thing. I think for a lot of people, and certainly for certainly for me and Diesel, at least, it's kind of showing that has been extremely important. At least for assessing Cameron's credibility, because that's one thing provably we can say he's lied in real time, and yeah, maliciously. But anyway, there we are. I appreciate it, mate. Just wanted to glaze you a second. See you later.
Thanks.
There we are. 2.5 hours. That's the interview. I think we've exhaustively kind of like gone through everything. This Cameron guy unfollowed me on Twitter after all the drama. I didn't say shit. He blocked me. I wanted to give you a little look at that. I wasn't actually going to go through this, but he's being a pussy, so I feel like I should at least have a look at this. By the way, I want to say I never commented under any of his posts. I never commented under any of his posts. I never reposted. I never retweeted. And yes, there we are. I'm blocked. While I was on the Aiden stream, after he left, I was immediately banned from his Discord. And so, currently, there is no way for me to contact him, to even reach out for a comment about any of this stuff. There we go. But, yeah, if you've been watching, if you've been enjoying the content, if you've been enjoying the interview, I would much appreciate it if, you'd like the stream, okay? We're going to move on to other stuff, but it's all going to be camera related, okay? This is going to be a CameronF305 stream, I suppose. If you want to take it one step further, a super chat, a super sticker, join the membership, okay? think it was just yesterday, I had a similar interview with Futuristic Hub about his ongoing bankruptcy trial, okay? I really like content like this, even though it doesn't make much money, okay? Because it's very, very hard to shill in between. And it's very hard to have alerts play while it's going. But yeah, so I appreciate it. Buying a membership, gifting a membership, you know all the ways, okay? You know all the ways. Anyway, let's have a look at what Diesel is saying. Because I will read the past donos, actually. I'll turn the alerts back on. Apologies. Okay. Bum. Here we are. Draftle, you look comfortable, except you're missing something. Starts with a B and ends with 3. I wonder what it could be. Okay, thank you. Dude Nugget tipped $3 through Streamlabs. Thanks for Kino. I appreciate it. Major Windies became a member. Aiden kicked Dickers to let Cam lie. Don't let him join. It's okay. It's okay. He had to do it, right? He had to do it. Sapient Pearwood, you're knocking out the park lately. Happy for you, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I genuinely do. That's really, really kind. Your local cryptid donated $5, says AGP4L. Thank you very much for that. Nate, $10. I'm poor. Take my money. Where? How? Who? First started these claims of dishonesty. Night's work, Dickers. Claims of dishonesty, I think a lot of them came from Cam, to be fair. But Abayu donated 2 through Super Chat. Let my Jew in. Aiden Underground, AGP4L, now do it. Okay. Thank you very much. There we are. Figured I'd go back and read through all these. Let's take a look. Now, the Diesel stream that we're about to get into, I did get forewarned about this, actually. But I got forewarned. I got a heads up that something was dropping. Just to say, okay, if you get, like, pings, if you get something, don't let it distract you while you're doing the interview, okay? Something else is dropping tonight. Can't tell you exactly what now, but we'll be live later. So I wanted to take a look and see what's all this fuss about.
You got dicked. Okay,
Whoa, Ryan Thomas joined the Dick Rider Plus. Thank you very much. I'll go in and set you to VIP. If you didn't know, exactly like a bio right now, Dick Rider Plus, you get your messages highlighted, shown on stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's see what Diesel's got for us. Here we are.
Not even gonna lie. 48 hours for me. I'm not even gonna lie.
Actually, I want to, before we go into this, wait, Mama Occo is sending super chats. Okay, we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. Dude, okay. What I did want to get to before that is I got sent a clip. Apparently, Cameron called in to Diesel's live stream. I believe it was yesterday. It's a little bit... I didn't even understand exactly what the motivation was for him to call in. But since he called into the Momarco live stream, and then after he called into... after he called into Aiden, obviously, this is the last time he's called in anywhere, so far as I'm aware. 1 second. Where is he? Where is he? I got sent this clip. Here we are. Here's the timestamp. Boom. Okay. Here we are.
I don't think he's gonna answer, guys. Okay, don't get your... Okay. Cameron, before you say
The man himself!
anything, just know that I'm live. I also can't hear you.
The fuck? What's it doing?
I think he'll be back.
Okay. He is back.
Hello?
Hey,
Hi.
I'm with my girlfriend. Is there something you need?
You're with your girlfriend right now?
Yeah. Say hi.
Hi.
Why
Hi,
would you get your girlfriend to say hi? Okay, so here's the guy who's trying to Expose the fact that I lied about raping a 16-year-old. Honey, say hi. What is he doing? Say hi, sweetheart. What?
Cameron's girlfriend. Yeah. Okay. All right. Then it's a bad time. I'll let you go. I should say, interesting that you're with your girlfriend. I saw you updating your Google Doc.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. I completely... Dude, so much has happened in the last 24 hours. I completely forgot, but I did make a tweet about this, okay? So let me pull that up real quick. If you're not aware, okay? If you're not on Twitter, because I think that's where most of this discussion happened, okay? The moderation team of r/Osana went ahead and added this comment to the statement that they released a little while ago defending Cam, okay? So it's been marked as misinformation, and they've said there have been statements made by Cam as of May 2025, which were not said to us. Given the more recent statements that have been made regarding this instance, we are no longer confident in the post above. This sub is about Yansim and Alex. We're not going to tolerate it being turned into anything about this. This post is staying up for historical purposes and just updated via this comment, okay? So, while he got kind of disavowed, I guess, by, if you don't remember, this post was incredibly important to his defense, okay? Referenced again and again and again. He said, even Diesel doesn't think I assaulted the girl. Even the mods at r/Osana didn't think I assaulted this girl, okay? They looked into this. Well, r/Osana, not anymore. And then Diesel is also looking into it again, okay? So everybody that he used to turn to say, see, everybody who knows anything about this is not anymore. And he updated his Google document in real time to remove the link to this. But that's what they're talking in reference to, okay?
Huh?
It used to be to the r/Osana post, and now it's to a clip of me from a prior stream.
Yeah, I changed it because they were being retarded. But
they changed it tonight in the last 30 minutes. So you changed it tonight?
They changed it about an hour or two ago. They
give or take an hour or two ago. Yeah, I saw the update post on
the owner messaged me, so I was just like, all right, I'm not dealing with this bullshit. So I just...
And to be clear, okay, not only did r/Osana update and change, okay, they also got in contact with people that might be private. Never mind. Did I just leak? Never mind.
Just changed it.
Mm.
Yeah. Is there something important?
I need to stop talking so off the cuff.
No, but I don't appreciate you deliberately, maliciously misreading the situation or rewording it, but I'm not going to do it while you're driving.
Wait, Nazo, we have... Okay, Nazo, we have an r/Osana mod in chat, okay? We have an r/Osana mod in chat. If I've leaked, then I apologize. If you're fine with that being public, I mean, feel free to say now, no pressure, I guess.
With your girlfriend, because that's just outrageously cruel.
I mean, I don't
so.
really want to talk to you. I sent you that message, and that's all.
That's like, you have deliberately, maliciously misrepresented my argument. Okay, for the sake of trying to get away with this.
I think you get away with what? I wasn't honest with you.
You lied to me, and that is what I reported on. Oh, and he hung up.
He's fine. He's fine with criticism, though, guys. He loves criticism, all right? He's fine. He's fine with harsh criticism. He welcomes it, you know, so long as you're not bad faith and malicious.
Oh my God, there's no way. Why would he even entertain it, right? I was gonna let him leave, but then he wanted to litigate it even further. But just to be clear, he was out with his girlfriend and he updated the Google Doc. Okay, that is the level that we're at here now. So my DM to you on Twitter was my last message to you.
Oh, and he pulls up the messages.
DMs,
okay,
I'll pull these up on stream right now.
I do need to reset my donut goal.
There we go. That's what he says.
Dude, all of it's public, it's fine. Okay, the mods of r/Osana got in contact with Falgi and with Diesel. And this has led to the new
You
developments,
got
which
dibs.
have
Okay, bro, you're getting too big
which
for
are being
boots.
dropped tonight. Currently, we're going to get to them in
I
a moment.
respect
Okay.
Diesel through all this. Seems legit and fun.
No, Diesel is legit. And in fact, okay. I'm not going to leak any more, but I will say I respect Diesel, okay? And I will say, on my reputation, all right, Diesel is thinking about this, is kind of trying to process, okay, what's fact, what's fiction, can I trust Cam anymore? I feel like a lot of my stuff maybe has been like tainted by him. Maybe I need to take another look at this. Hence putting out the public statement. Diesel has been pretty excellent during this, I think.
Google Docky. He is typing. Very rude of...
This guy is not made for commentary. This guy is not made for commentary. My DM to you on Twitter was my last message to you. Very rude of you to pull something like that. God, oh my, this Diesel guy, very rude, very rude. He's such a pussy.
You to pull something like that. I haven't been on Twitter. I've been streaming.
He wants to be a commentator, by the way.
I was gonna let you leave.
Whoa, you scared me. How's it going?
Hello. You should probably leave the gloves live. I just have one question for you.
Mm-hmm.
How does it feel to be the one who raped the new content cop?
Listen, okay, it was a group effort. It was a group effort. Dude. It was
Yeah,
it's good.
it might have been
like,
a group effort, but you should definitely take the credit for it.
I mean, I did spend 2 streams like digging into all this information, DMing him, trying to get the information. Did an entire like what was it? How long was the segment? Like 5 hours. Just
3
going
hours,
through the entire
3 or 4
video
hours.
again and then cross-checking it with the calls, cross-checking it with the DMs with me. It feels good. It feels like it's paid off. And yeah, I was more right than I even realized that the blackmail may in fact turn out to be totally fake.
Yeah.
Interesting
I mean,
stuff.
I feel like me personally, my theory is that Cameron was probably the one to have started the narrative that she's an unreliable narrator, which led to a lot of people not really believing her at face value. But given her testimony, which in my opinion I'm willing to believe more than Cameron's, we can see now that Cameron was the one to initiate the idea that she's a unreliable narrator. Which flips this entire story.
To be clear as well, I was quite interested. It seemed tangential to the story, so I didn't want to dive into it. But in the conversation we had today, she seems quite forthright about the facts of the quote-unquote honeypotting.
Yeah, she's
and
not,
when I
she's
put
not
it to her and said, okay, blah, 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 under that, if I'm going to call that honeypotting, would you accept that you did? Yes. If you're calling that honeypotting, yes, I did. And so... Okay.
I think when we put that in contrast with Cameron, right?
Yeah.
I think that she has Cameron, and you can see this with liars. People who have a tendency of lying are always fumbling to come up with details. However, people that are typically, like you said, forthright and willing to accept truths aren't going to really stumble and think, oh, well, what was this detail? What was that? Right? She was just like on the dot with everything. So either she's an extremely good liar, which I don't think anybody's that good of a liar, or there are a lot of truths to what she's saying.
To be clear,
that's my conclusion. All of this.
Before I give a conclusion like that, I'm going to have to listen to the interview back again. Okay. I'm not comfortable right now giving such a definitive claim.
Absolutely. Right.
I want to give room for a little bit of grace.
Obviously, since I'm, working on something behind the scenes, that's not my definitive final conclusion. It's just, my take from this whole conversation.
Yeah.
I'll probably have something more, concise in the following days. But anyways, good job, buddy. Take it easy.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. There we are. Look, one sec. This is just...
Please don't communicate with me again. Okay, but you can lie about me? You can lie about me? I think I win. If there is a winning. He's a simulacrum of a commentary guy. That's a really great way to explain him. But Yeah, man. Fucking great stream, guys. Thank you all for coming out. Make sure to subscribe on your way out. I'm going to send you guys over to Aiden as a...
Okay, I'm not sure what I've just been sent that for, but okay. Anyway, please don't communicate with me again. He's so fucking bitch made. It's actually insane. He's such a fucking pussy. I will be honest, okay? I was holding it in during that entire interview. I was holding it in so fucking hard, okay? I do dislike this guy. I do dislike this guy. I was trying to challenge her. I was just trying to get her answers on the... like, out there in the public documented. But I can finally let it out, okay? I really, quite seriously dislike this guy. One sec. I want to pull up something. Now that I can kind of, you know, pull the release valve and just be honest. I found this earlier, okay? I sent this to Gamma. And now, I want to show all of you, okay? I want to show all of you. Hold on.
This one is for my one and only true love, Princess Peach.
Cinema. Okay, forget the... You need to run back to me, okay? Forget that. This is the new song.
Peach.
Okay, anyway. There we are. Little bit of Kino. I've stopped. You don't have to listen to that anymore. Oh my god, dude. I found that. This has 169 views. I'm guessing nobody's found this. But anyway, one sec. Let me let Windy in. This better be good, because he's spamming, okay? He's been spamming. What's this? If you guys aren't familiar, by the way, Major Windy, he's trained in the ways of the law. He usually gives good insights, good criticisms. What's going on, Major Windy?
There's a major scoop that we are all sleeping on. Aiden wasn't prepared. I think this actually was premiered on his stream, but he was not very prepared. He wasn't really listening, so he didn't really bring it forward. Do you remember, as we were listening on Aiden's stream, there was a recording that he played for Aiden, where the recording was her crying, saying they're talking. She was saying, "Oh, they were saying there was some sort of abuse. They weren't being specific. It could have just been grabbing a titty or rape." You remember that recording?
Yeah.
So we didn't really know what to really make of that at the time. He said, "Oh, this is what Reddit was saying. Reddit. There was some Reddit thread on Asana or whatever saying, this is." She was upset about them saying that.
Yeah.
What if this was actually in relation to one of the reports he was making about her father to the CPS? Is this with this new piece of context that he was making all of these reports? Maybe she's actually complaining about his conduct, not some Redditor conduct.
Possibly.
Is this something? He said, "What if he's completely fucked over the context there? She's complaining about his conduct." And he's trying to now make it look like it was Redditors doing it.
It's possible.
What a crazy.
It's possible, but unless she's saying it, I wouldn't want to ask her to put words in her mouth. I should have probably asked that though. You're right.
But it didn't occur to me until I don't think anyone. To be fair, I didn't realize this until literally when I was just saying now. Fuck, this is just it was such an offhand little thing. He said, "Oh yeah, Redditors," and it didn't really capture anyone's attention at the time. But I wonder now if it's worth following up later. Maybe this was really because no one knew that detail, But anyway,
I'll write that down. Actually, there's something to think about. I I'll have to think about that a little bit more. But I appreciate that. That is a possibility.
Because that would just be more proof of his deception. That he's presenting evidence that's meant to exonerate him, and it's actually like evidence.
He's kind of involved in creating it.
Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah.
Okay. But I appreciate it. I'll chat to you later, mate.
Yeah, we'll chat later about this Google thing or whatever if you want later. Bye bye.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you. Love you. Bye. Okay, there we are. I do want to track that down. It's difficult as a citizen of the UK to try and track that down, that information. But we'll look into it. Okay, I'll get my team on it pronto. Anyway, let's get back. Okay, because if you don't remember, what I was originally going through, okay, was the Diesel live stream. What's just dropped? What's just happened? Let's have a look. I'm going to give my thoughts on it as well, obviously.
That thumbnail is not a joke, and we will get to that.
Wait, what's the thumbnail? Content cop collusion. Okay.
Falgi's involved. That's why he's here. I'll unmute him in a second. But yeah. Yeah, I just let me just be clear. My position on this drama has changed. In my original coverage, and this is the problem with covering a story where everybody lies, is like when I initially covered this, I went under, and by the way, this is over the course of 5 months, right? I went into this under the predisposition that Cameron was an idiot. And now, given everything that's happened, the guy is just a malicious actor, right?
Okay. Diesel is a smart guy. In no way do I want to take credit for this, in any way. But I will say, I'm very, very glad he's changed his mind. Within 24 hours, the Osana mods and now Diesel have both flipped on this. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I'm so glad that the truth is now coming out.
I reported everything on him under the pretense of him being
you
dumb.
You legitimately love
right?
Futanari. Cringe.
Let me just mute the donos for a second because I want to get this out there. Right. And I reported on it as him being like this dumb idiot. But given the recent context of events now, that characterization of which I gave to Cameron has not only been used to his personal advantage, he is using it to try and skirt past addressing things that should be addressed. I didn't give the women in this the same charitability I gave to Cameron.
Okay. Huge Diesel W, okay? Making mistakes is one thing. To be able to look on mistakes that you made close to 2 years ago, okay? I guess like a year and change ago, reflecting on them, and then taking accountability for them publicly. So far as I'm aware, I don't think Diesel has really got any criticism. He has from people saying that, why are you bringing this up now? These are unsubstantiated, right? But on this line of attack or whatever, nobody's making this criticism. This is his own self-reflection. So, whatever people might want to say, this is a huge W.
There's still things that I feel like, the people are mentally unwell. Jelly seems to have a lot of hang-ups and problems. I still do think Crexa has a lot of problems, and we'll go over a lot of her stuff in detail as I have it up, and I was planning on going over it. But if it's going to be relitigated, I want to be the one to do it. And, I was kind of wavering at first, and I was just going to relitigate the Crexa stuff. But something happened over the last 4 or 5 hours that changed this significantly. And not only do I have zero charitability for Cameron anymore, he is malicious and looking, in my opinion, looking to try and ruin my career. So we'll go over how Cameron is involved in this sane gay op and how he's associated with a feeder pedophile. So there's that. Yeah, this is the return of the greats.
I have no idea about this. This is brand new information for me. I've not heard about this at all. Okay, I feel like I am relatively involved in this story as it's progressed. I've heard nothing about this. Okay.
So yeah, I just wanted to get that out there and apologize for how I covered that. It wasn't appropriate to the information at hand. But if some of you are unfamiliar with this, I think this is gonna be good. We'll give you a whole rundown. All right. Hello, Falgi.
Hi, bud. Today has been...
Fuck! Okay, I'm back. Okay, let me just go back a little bit. Fuck, apologies for that.
I think this is gonna be good. We'll give you a whole rundown. All right. Hello, Falgi.
Hi, bud. Today has been maybe one of those days that I have... Chat, the last 5 to 6 hours has been maybe the most insane thing that has ever happened. This is I'm gonna say this off the bat, and I'm gonna be very honest when I say this. The ops are the best fucking research team on the goddamn internet, and if you say...
I will say, okay, as much as it's a glaze, the information that I've got from Falgi and the op log has been indispensable. They seem to find stuff as it appears, okay? As it appears. Sure, I've fed a little bit of stuff back to them, which, I mean, whatever. What I've given them compared to what they have found on their own is I'm a drop in the ocean, okay? These guys are really, really good.
Fucking otherwise, I will literally fight you.
Yeah, which as we explore this gay op and the timeline of it, again, I wouldn't have been able to do that without them. I just want to, I know Falgi's the one that comes on, but there's a whole little group of people who put in a lot of work in their free time to help me, and I appreciate it greatly. I and again with everything that has gone on, I've talked with them a lot, and they've kept me sane, but also been so great in helping. So I just want to give that to them, all of them.
Yeah, it's everybody on the team, even to those who don't necessarily do the research side, has been extremely helpful in this. There's been live video editing during this process that we'll get to. There's been information gathering. There's just been people who keep my fucking head off a swivel, because there was a point where I almost just TOS'd everybody. And we will get there. There are some returning characters. We will talk about them.
Okay.
Diesel, what if I told you a story?
Do tell.
What if I told you the story that CameronF305 is a malicious actor?
I know that.
Clearly, if you're watching Dicker's stream right now, he is talking with Jelly, aka Anne, the minor of the story, while also actively discussing the potential assault that she suffered at the hands of Cameron.
Wait, that's
as
not
well as
okay. I'm not spawning at
his
that. Okay.
live editing of audio clips, because again, he lies. Mama Akko, thank you so much. I don't feel comfortable covering this. I heard Jelly was talking. Let's see, I can't hear them, so I feel like I'm...
I know. I'm sorry. I apologize for not playing.
Okay, nobody could hear them. So let me give you the rundown, okay, about what they said just then, alright? Is this op block? Yeah, this is, Falgi is kind of the face of op block, okay? So, my lawyer friend summed it well, and I concur. I don't feel comfortable covering this. I heard Jelly was talking, but I'm just washing my hands. I will clarify my timeline if needed, but otherwise, bye. And then there seems to be a little bit of a tussle, okay? There seems to be a little bit of a disagreement that happens between her or him, them, and Queeman, okay? So Queeman says, so you just get the story wrong, smear me, and never correct. Backing out like a coward the moment tides turn. Ahahahaha. Morocco responds and says, at Queeman, sir, if you want an apology from one friend of Lolly's to another, I apologize for calling you sensational. You are a dysgenic rat. And I believe that's where the interaction ends.
I had my in-house audio expert look at the spectrogram of the woman at 44.
What? Okay, whoops. Played a soundbite. Okay, but back to the live stream.
Playing those to you. I need to stream my desktop, but I'll read it out to you. My lawyer friend summed it up well, and I concur. I don't feel comfortable covering this. I heard Jelly was talking, but I'm just washing my hands. I will clarify my timeline if needed, but otherwise, and then yeah, I mean, I can't even fault you for that. I totally get it. You know, it is. I heard you made false CPS reports. No, they were real.
So, and it's really important to know that, like Diesel
Also,
said,
I don't know if this is relating to this, okay? I'm trying to preempt. I want to make sure that you guys know that I know information, okay? So, what I think this may be about is there has been some kind of weird collusion, okay, between Cameron and what seems to be people who are on throwaway accounts responding to posts about Jelly habitually. Okay? Now, these are brand new accounts that are spamming stuff about honeypotting, stuff that, to be honest, is completely irrelevant, which is very clearly just trying to distract the story from the meat of it, okay? The honeypotting stuff is totally irrelevant to the discourse going on, all right? But if you have a look here, on this Twitter post by Yeet, all right? And then go all the way to the bottom. Wait. He runs from interviews. He blocks people who are critical of his answers. He's caught editing evidence live. Something stinks here, and it's not just Cam's pantyhose. She types like a 14-year-old. What the fuck is this? Does he know? Anyway, just a pit stop there to appreciate my jokes. All right. Show probable spam, because it is spam, okay? And then go to additional replies. Huh. I wouldn't trust her with a grain of salt, even when she posted this. Throwaway 18062 okay? So it seems to be following Occo, Cameron, and then somebody was trying to get this account was also trying to get Asmongold, if you can believe it, okay, to react to these allegations. Also following XQC and then another throwaway account. But yeah. A post was shared without the consent of the individuals involved. In response to multiple requests, I've compiled and deleted the posts. To those viewing the tweets, I apologize for sharing them, as the content may have been distressing. The tweets are from some time ago. No idea what this is talking about, okay? R/Osana is a bunch of snakes. And then we need Asmongold to react to the situation ASAP. That is Cameron. How do you know, okay? I don't know if this is Cameron or if this is somebody else, okay? I don't know if this is Cameron or if this is somebody else. Let me have a look at the timing on this tweets. 12:53. Because this is made 9 hours later. So I'm not sure who this is. Okay? But it was posted inside the Asmongold Twitter community. Oh my god. So they're also advertising that they're now on Blue Sky. How nice, okay? So then we go over to Jelly's post and oh! Interesting. They're also posting this here as well. Fascinating stuff. So there's clearly some kind of collusion for somebody who made a brand new account, okay, to follow people around who were mentioning Cameron. Never replied to me, interestingly enough, but, you know, went around speaking to Jelly and commenting that again and again and again. Could be his girlfriend, could be one of his obsessive mods, who's been trying to dox Diesel. Yep, that's happened. The Renade woman is fucking insane, okay? Let's just be clear about that. They're an absolute freak. One sec, what is this? Oh, okay. And the content that they are apologizing for having posted, okay, it was never posted, so far as I'm aware, from the original account, okay, that's still up. A post was shared without the consent of the individuals involved. No idea what that's about. But the other throwaway account that they were following is temporarily restricted. So, what's that in reference to? No clue. I wonder if what they're talking about here could be in relation to that, but let's see, okay? Just a little side tangent, just from my kind of, like, examination of the situation. Let's have a gander.
Said he made a mea culpa in the beginning of this stream. The biggest reason being is Cameron thinks he's the child of commentary. And only Aiden can have that title. So
only Aiden projects. I was there when the blunt was handed. when Aiden Underground was born, it opened up his third eye.
So
yeah.
You want
let's just get into the fucking timeline, okay?
Okay.
For reference, early today, we became myself and my team became aware of a throwaway Twitter account while investigating someone constantly spamming Jelly's blue sky posts.
This is what they're talking about. This is what they're talking about. Oh my god, I was trying to look into this account as well. Also on Twitter, by the way. Also on Twitter.
Constantly spamming the consistent and constant the Honeypot outline. Every post, if you click it, Dickers, you're probably watching, and people like that. If you go to Jelly's Blue Sky post,
I did.
Account, and every reply is the Honeypot flyer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now that account has now deleted specific tweets.
Dude, I'm kicking my feet right now. I'm so excited for this. What is this?
However, we have those tweets as well as an archive of them.
Yes, yes, yes.
But you know, Diesel.
I would love to pull up the post.
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay, so here they are on Ghost Archive.
Should we 2x this to get to live? Well, to be fair, okay, I want to have my own commentary stand as it is, okay? But I'm 1.1xing it. There we are.
Right. There's man, I fired my mod and lead investigator and manipulated my friends into hating her. Surely it won't come to bite me in the ass because of these emails. This is a pretty recent thing on the timeline, so we do need to go back. But this was the spark that led us down. Hold on, I'm still listed as a fruit. But this was the spark that led us down a little bit of a rabbit hole today, right? So, you know, we see this, and it leads. And by the way, it links the stream and also Beckett's stream that covers the call. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, this all starts a long time ago, right? When these emails are exchanged, and I'll pull up the emails again in a second. But on October 4th, 2024, a person named Connor. October 4th, the 24th? The 24th. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. So October 24th, 2024, a person named Connor and Nani corresponded via email about her falling out with us. Right. I'll read these emails for us to understand the context here.
How is Beckett involved? How is Beckett always involved? Why has he got a live stream about this?
Looks like I'm gonna need to pull him up.
If this doesn't work, I have. Yeah.
Okay, you wanna forward those things?
Give me 20 to 25 seconds. Hold up.
Hold on, I might actually beat you to it.
You probably will.
Yep.
I have so many things open on my fucking right now. Where is it? Come on.
Yeah, there's so much. We literally just pulled this together.
Bro.
So we were like hauling ass to be like, okay, well, we're gonna do this tonight.
I might have saved it on my phone. Give me a second. I can't even see these. 1, 2, 3, sent.
All right. Thank you.
That me or them?
These are in order. Oh, I already had them up. Oh my god.
Yes. It's okay.
All right. So, all right. Hi, I just saw your message. Email has been flooded. Please keep this private. TLDR, I got gay opt. And, you know, I wasn't making this public. I'm still not making this public. They don't want to be involved in this. But it is what it is, and it was released publicly. So I'm just not.
Balji, how's it going, man?
Not even going to redact it. TLDR, I got gay opt. Me and Tozi's manager had a disagreement about payment when I was having a medical episode which affected my rationale. This is called a hemiplegic migraine. It's literally a stroke without the ischemia or hemorrhage. Confusion starts in the prodrome and gets worse. The actual migraine, that is a hangover as it heats. Okay, so just to be clear, Nani was let go for some incredible
Never trust
lies.
someone.
I'm in for a bumpy ride. Dude, I'm fucking strapped in.
Who samples the
to
honeypot?
me. And she...
Dude, did I know that you were looking into this account? Dude, I was looking into this account at the same time. Did we talk about this? I don't think we spoke about this at all. Dude, that account was not only on Blue Sky. No, I don't think we talked about this. That account was not only on Blue Sky. That account was also, posting to Twitter about this. But that account was also posting to Twitter about this, atting Asmongold in his Twitter community, trying to get him to pay attention to this.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big.
You may already know. Maybe you already know, okay?
When I looked into it, because she had asked me to like have a conversation to try and save her position.
We really got the shitter Avengers on the case. Shut the fuck up, Windy, okay? The shitter Avengers are no shitter than the Cabal Avengers, okay? But Twitter and Instagram, yes, okay. You do know about this.
With this YouTuber, I looked at the information, and it was basically like, and these are private correspondence with the behind the scenes staff of this YouTuber. But basically, she wasn't following through on work, or like was double dipping on work. And Nani would provide a lot of legal documents for us, right? And a lot of that was on the bankroll of this YouTuber, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it... Okay, it was October 5th. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, and just for reference, I have the undoctored version of this. Well, it's doctored to hide emails. But if, Diesel, you pull it up on screen, this shows the date. So everyone knows this email was sent on October 5th. This is in response to an email. So I know the date is hidden on the screenshot that I'm presenting. This is here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this email was sent to an individual named Connor, okay? And it was a private email correspondence, right? So a individual by the name of Connor and Nani corresponded via email about the falling out.
Okay.
Now, Nani has her version of the falling out. I'm sorry, but it is just not a correct telling of events. I don't want to do the drama YouTuber thing of referencing other drama, but like, you've seen the thing where like it's a lady who's like, or not even just a lady, but somebody who's just like, I am disabled and I cannot work and I am new in town and blah 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 blah.
What the fuck?
Right. And oh yes, that one as well. Okay. So this email says, "Hey Nani, it's Connor again. Unfortunately, I had to nuke my Discord account due to some BS that happened to me. And I don't want to be in Discord anymore. If you have any questions, you can reach out to my friend, Lunarine. Thank you." So, you guys might be wondering who the fuck Lunarine is. Okay? We will get there. Just stick with me for a second, right? Lunarine is mentioned, okay, as an alternative outside contact to Connor. All right? That was in 2024. 2025 rolls around, okay? I have a call with Cameron. That's my first call. 5/6/2025, the content cop drops. 5/9, a second Cameron call happens, okay? The day after my call with Cameron, another account is created. And this will explain to you who Lunarine is, Okay. That account, as funny as the name is called Gus Fring. Okay. This Gus Fring Discord account is created, and we believe that this is another sock account of an individual by the name of Scarlet Reaper, or a known associate of his, of which he does have. The account, this Gus Fring account, mentions how his other friend is dead by my hand, of which Scarlet Reaper said he killed himself after I covered him on my streams. Okay? Now, Lunarine is mentioned as the alternative contact to Nani. Okay? And Lunarine is Scarlet Reaper, who we've been keeping tabs on for the last few months. Lunarine is a VTuber, but this is how we know it's Scarlet.
Sweet.
And then he'll put on the voice changer.
Now,
You hear that?
I have to use it for a fucking reason.
Diesel, will you play that for me one more time so I can hear his entire voice again?
No way.
So.
No way.
Yes. That
me,
is
man.
Scarlet Reaper. Okay.
Diesel, who is Scarlet Reaper?
Okay, so that's a really great question, Valji. Okay. All right.
God, everyone reacting to this is gonna hate us.
So, to plug a video that was done, British Runner did a video. It is 2 hours long about this guy, Scarlet Reaper. And his lore is very interesting, right? To give you a TLDR, Scarlet believes that minors can predate on adults. And Scarlet Reaper admitted himself that he is a victim of such a predacious minor.
I've heard about this guy. I've heard people talk about this guy. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm piecing it together. Okay, I'm not gonna spoil anything. I don't want to spoil anything. Okay, I'm actually on the edge of my seat right now.
And when questioned on this, he explains that he was raped by a minor in VR chat. Okay?
And it's important to note, he has coined the term reverse predators, which, this is a weird side tangent. Weirdly enough, if people remember the Mr. T. Lexify drama, Mr. T. Lexify sources Scarlet Reaper. It's really fucking confusing. And we confront him, and we make fun of him. But it all culminates into a weird moment where Scarlet Reaper, and the chat knows this, called Diesel a groomer because he thought 07 in chat meant everybody in chat was born in 2007. Diesel, you have that debate. Can we just hear a side-by-side comparison?
I do have that debate, so let me pull it up.
Oh my god.
Yes, Hellbent, I did mention this during that time. Ironically, it's strange.
What do you mean? I called it a sexual type of groomer. Have you forgotten? Oh wait, actually no. You were halfway watching.
No, I just said you called me a groomer.
But...
I watched the video last night, but you did call me a groomer.
Okay. Here's your definition of groomer right here. Now we're not talking.
If you have not seen this debate, I recommend it. It is a good time. I dog walk him.
Oh, it's hilarious.
It is as bad as you would think. So he got so incredibly owned that many people in his life disowned him. His own friends, because he was streaming as well, he goes back to his own friends, and they were like, "You shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have done that." And they own him. Shortly after that, he tweets that he killed himself.
But
why is
you
that
have to remember, he does ARG murder-suicide. He did.
That's an inopportune laugh, dude.
I killed myself.
Yeah, so there's old videos where Scarlet hunted minor predators. And again, that's all covered in British Runner's video. But that is who Scarlet Reaper is. And yes, Scarlet Reaper is now a VTuber. Okay? And so that is the alternative contact that Nani was given. And I can pull up the car.co of our lovely Scarlet in a second. Hold on. He used to have a OnlyFans.
And it's to be noted, there's a couple different reasons why we know this is Scarlet Reaper aside from his voice. The Lunarine account, if Diesel clicks on it and it links back to his YouTube page, his Twitter. My bad.
Oh, it's Twitter. It's Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, I'm stupid. If Diesel clicks on the Twitter, this is a locked account. Interestingly enough, some of us on this team are blocked from this account, myself included, as well as some of our researchers.
As well as me.
we are pre-blocked from this account. This account that has always been locked.
There's a lot of very circumstantial stuff that also denotes that it's Scarlet. Scarlet is very into racing, so is this person, yada yada. But I think the voice changer thing is more than enough for you all to understand that this VTuber is Scarlet Reaper, who rebranded after dying and being born again. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Now Diesel,
it's like lolly VTuber pedophile Jesus. One second. Falgi and Diesel are like the Jews trying to get Jesus killed. One sec. Fuck you. I'm gonna reference a fucking musical, okay? I'm gonna reference a fucking musical. This is Falgi. This is Falgi. This is Falgi in the op block. And Diesel plotting against the guy, okay?
We've not much time. He is dead.
What's that? Oh, come on.
A rabble.
Come on, man.
What then to do about
This is
Jesus
it.
of Nazareth, miracle wonder man, hero of fool.
No riots, no army, no fighting,
They're plotting
no
to kill him, man.
One thing I'll say for him, Jesus is cool.
We dare not leave him to his own devices.
Those are the children. Those are the children. He's pipering them off. No! It's the reverse. The reverse pedophiles.
How can we stop him? His glamour increases by leaps every minute.
He's top of the pole.
Okay, bit over. Fucking hell. Okay, back to pedo Jesus.
why does this tie into Cameron?
Well, that's a very great question, Falchi. And I am happy to oblige you with an answer. So,
dude, every time I do a retarded little musical bit, okay, I drop viewers, all right? I drop viewers. I don't give a fuck. It's me, okay? It's me. I am gay. I am a queer. Okay, there we go. Whatever you want to say.
This Gus Fring account, that again, we believe to be either Scarlet Reaper or a known associate of his, and we have their message correspondence, which I do believe one of you just sent to me.
It is that zip file is everything that you will need.
Okay, all right. I will download that right now.
I will send you their specific message correspondence. But yeah, chat. When I tell you this is maybe the stupidest thing I've ever had to deal with, I cannot explain to you guys how fucking obnoxious this was to search down. I sent it to you via.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's the one that's in the folder, right?
Yep. It's in the folder. I sent it to you via DMs.
Yeah,
yes,
okay. I just wanted to make sure that it was that one. Yeah. All right. So, Gus Fring, I told your mod about some of the info they might want to hear, but I'll forward you the message the Gus Fring account says. The Gus Fring account then sends these emails about Nani to Cameron. Okay? These emails were sent to me, Connor, from Nani. Nani was a girl that was riddled with medical conditions to living hell. Damn good investigator. She was not that good. But Diesel fired her. If you ever saw Cope and Seed and those guys make a video on Nani, then you know what happened. Nani, as in his investigator,
So I want to just go up for a second. If you go up, just for a second, this takes place on 5/16/25. The first message is sent at 7:04 EST. Cameron's response at 7:06 EST. And if you look right there, the top message is telling the mod that Diesel fired his editor. Yeah, it's very hard to see, but it's essentially Diesel said, like, it's saying
So
Diesel fired his editor. I can't believe he did that.
There's a screenshotted message here that I think is important to read out. See, Diesel made a video about one person that exposed the whole Mr. T Lexify situation to pass, which led to that person to commit suicide after as well. He leaked DMs from that person's former love interest. He also happened to fire one of his former investigators who was named Nani. Okay.
And it's important to note something, and I do want to say this. I don't have them on hand, but I will say they're there. There are multiple times since Diesel's video drop, and I notice a PWZR11 whatever. I see you all the time. They keep referencing that Diesel forced someone to kill themselves.
Yeah.
It is Cameron's defenders constantly saying Diesel did this. You guys don't know how bad he is.
Yes, I didn't even realize that there was a prior stream where they mention, or somebody mentions how I like destroyed 3 people's lives, and then the third one is left like serendipitously empty. That third one is Scarlet, because they are still purporting that I killed him. For a dead man, he speaks a lot.
Dead men tell no tales. Dead men diddle no kids, okay? Even if he did. Even if that was true. Can I shed a tear? I don't know.
Okay. Right, so this individual reaches out to Cameron, okay, at 7:04 p.m. EST with the Nani emails. At 7:14 p.m. EST, Cameron reaches out to Nani unprompted, following up on this lead from Gus Frank, putting Nani and Cameron into contact with each other. Okay? So I have the message correspondence between Gus Fring. I can't believe, I mean, you say Gus Fring. All I think of is the fucking chicken guy, dude.
Yeah, that's...
So you have that one that happens, and then, so at 7:04, 7:06, Cameron responds. Now, we only have those messages, and I will explain to you why. When this came to our attention, Nani reached out to us because I told her, straight the fuck up. You look like you're colluding. What the fuck is going on? Nani knows I'm doing this. She is asked to be left out as much as possible. I will try to do that the best I can. Unfortunately, Nani fucked around and found out. This was an attempt at collusion, whether she likes to admit it or not. But I do want to say this, and I want to make it very clear. She offered all of these screenshots while under duress, still offered everything, and that is the grace I want to give her. When asked, though I had to probe and essentially tell her this shit's gonna happen, she obliged. The reason I say that, and it's very important to do so, Cameron messages Nani at 7:14 EST on the 16th with full knowledge, and now Nani has changed her Discord name. You will see that change. With full knowledge and understanding of who she is, and he is playing Boo Boo the Fool on it. I have it up if you can't find it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm like looking at it as a shitload here.
Yeah, there's a bunch of images. Let me go grab it.
Yeah, she's changed her name to Ahuva on
which is
on Discord.
It's a Jewish thing.
Yes, she's been getting more into her faith. It's something she's mentioned freely. So.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it real quick under the assumption. Yada yada blah 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 blah. I had it before. Where did I put it? 26th. And they've been talking a lot, chat. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, they talk a lot. To the point where it's kind of insane. Afterwards, we'll kind of go through that. Why can't I no longer find you? Forward.
Yeah, there's a lot here of Cameron and Nani talking. I'm trying to find one where they just start.
This is it right here. I sent it to you.
All right.
Twitter DMs. So again, I wanted to be very clear what Diesel's about to pull up. If you look, they talked 7/26. They talked in August, so July and August. I don't know why she did that. That's on her. Apparently, he messaged her twice. But if you look, May 16th, after Cameron is informed by the Gus Fring account, that information about her medical information, that's in that email, as well as the falling out with us, he immediately goes to her and starts probing for information.
Oh my god, man.
I'm all safe now, but thank God your antivirus sniped it. The dude in the group chat was a hacker. I'm seeing it now. Higher ups are taking care of it. He tried holding my accounts ransom.
Yeah, so he starts to probe for information, and let's see. Making sure
you're
that
doing well, blah 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 blah.
Yeah. So are these that are forwarded in the thread? Are these are yeah? They're like kind of. I'll pull this up. I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing well. Thanks, I appreciate it. You as well. Sup, dude? Everything going okay? Dude, this is a bad idea. Why? I understand. I see. I'll try to rap. Good idea. Thank you. So this is on 520.
Mute my notifications while I'm streaming. I have, okay? This is Diesel.
4.
What happened on 524? Who was he on stream with at 524?
I do believe he was 524 was with Aiden Project. I'm sorry, Aiden Underground.
Yes. 524. She is unprompted messaging him saying, and this is her credit, she released these, even though I'm on the wait. It's like, hey, what's going on? You really should stop talking to Aiden. You're screwing the pooch. This is someone who says, by her own admission, no, I don't want to be in commentary anymore.
Huh.
And she's actively getting gay opt while this is happening, and she's getting pushed for information. Again, Cameron already understands that Nani was fired. So this whole like, oh, Cameron didn't know that he would try to do. He absolutely knew, and so did his mod team.
Huh.
Oh, Diesel.
5:24:25. There was a call between Cameron and Nani. Now, Nani told you that this wasn't recorded, that she didn't record it?
He says she didn't record it. But
Okay.
We know that Cameron records every call.
Yeah.
And we get to a very special message about that. Now, I want to be very clear because Nani told me this, and I Cameron, I'm going to tell you right now, release that call, and it's not going to end well, because Nani proceeds to tell private information about non-online individuals in my life and other people's lives to Cameron to build rapport so he can have dirt on people. It is I'm being very honest with this. My personal life that I have kept private and off the internet is there. So Cameron has potentially doxable information on me for no reason.
What time zone was this? Just curious. Both Nani and Cameron are EST.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm locking in.
All right. Let's see. They have this long conversation. All right. They're building rapport. Dude, she does the same thing with him, where it's like,
yep.
I'm sick. I'm sick. I'm sick. Da, da, da. All right, let's go to the 26th. All right, so there's a few things. The 26th is today, chat, right? So today is when we circle back around to that Blue Sky and Twitter post, of which it was posted on both platforms simultaneously, right? Posting that email correspondence with this Connor individual, right? So Nani, based off of just preliminary what we've gathered, right, was unaware until like some third party told her, right? And that it was posted online without her consent, right? So it happened without her permission, right? She would contact the Gus Fring account and Cameron asking for it to be taken down. I do believe you have that message as well, where Cameron blames his former mod for the leak.
He does blame Renard, who we have been informed privately that has been let go. We were informed that Renard is Renard, the same person who argued with Diesel on Cameron's behalf, has been let go of the mod team. Now, something really interesting to note is,
by her admission, Nani leaked private information about my life that I keep off the internet, things that could identify people close to me. At Cameron's request, or did she offer up that kind of without Cameron asking, like unsolicited?
Is Cameron weirdly is like, well,
Queenman already destroyed your reputation, buddy. You should take a 2-week internet break. QQ, what are you talking about?
I didn't know about this, but you did. Because why did you contact Nani about this? Why did you contact her knowing this information
Offered it up. Okay.
And that's something that I find very curious and very interesting, that when push comes to shove, Cameron finds another mentally ill woman to blame over and over and over. I'm bringing it up.
Apparently, he'd had issues with his mods. I presumed at the time that he was talking about Renard. He alleged that his crazy mods that he'd been having issues with were the ones who banned me when I first tried to join the Discord. God, that was a few days ago now.
Up right now, I'm looking for it.
Okay.
Because she has sent me so many things.
Renard woke up.
This right, okay. Copy image. This right here is not it, but this is the Gus Fring account talking today, saying, "Hey, they killed my friend. My friend is dead." Here is Cameron saying that Renard, the former r/Osana mod, is the one running this account. Now, I want to bring attention to this for one specific reason. If you go to the throwaway account on Twitter, and Diesel, I'm going to send you the link. None of us are privy to the screenshot I am now about to show Diesel, because there's no way any of us could.
What do you mean? How did he fuck up the story? QQ, I think you're being a little bit too harsh now, okay?
Know it, because this is very clearly, in my opinion, as someone who works for somebody behind a mod wall specific screenshots from the r/Osana Discord being shared somewhere. I know that's just assumption. Believe me, I understand. You can believe me or not.
I saw this.
But the only way that this could ever have been talked about, because this is directly from r/Osana's Discord, would be if mods were involved. Because like he just said, Renard is involved in that.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
Oh boy.
And
Now, I want to make it clear, right? It's undetermined if Cameron knows who Scarlet Reaper is, because we don't have definitive proof.
That's
right? Obviously, Gus Fring. I'm sorry, that's so fucking stupid in this.
It's fucking insane.
Gus Fring mentions in their exchange the streams, right, that are related to Scarlet Reaper. They mention in detail, right? And in the post about Nani, he links the stream and all that, right? So this person is fully aware of the context of these situations and is deliberately, or either way, Cameron is taking advantage of the information provided to him, and that is very clear. And he had been talking with Nani, and they had been exchanging information to paint a disparaging picture of me, Falgi, and the rest of my team. Okay? When it is an incorrect picture, and she just needs to get help and get a job. That is really the reality of it. Let's see.
You need to chill out, okay? Fuck
There are
me.
more correspondence, more conversations. So at this point, Nani freaks out, goes to Cameron and to the Gus for Ring account,
Okay,
and says, "You need to take this down now. They're finding out it's me. You need to take it down now. You need to private it. They know it's me. They know it. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad." And it's just like, what is happening? And I want to, make something very clear when I say this. Cameron, I think, knows what he's doing with Nani. And I will tell you why. So when I confronted Nani, here's a fun fact for you. She was still talking to him as we were messaging him and saying, I need to reveal all my cards. I can't do this anymore. I don't know. What could I do? Now, this is a message from Nani. And this is Cameron messaging Nani about the account.
Like I said before, I don't even think I'll need to go after Diesel. I think it's going to happen on its own soon here.
Who the fuck? Dude, I said again and again and again, okay? Cameron has a ridiculous fucking ego, dude. What the fuck do you mean? I don't think I need to go after Diesel. I don't even think I'll need to go after Diesel. I think it's gonna happen on its own pretty soon. Fucking retard. Oh my god. Malicious little piece of shit.
Again, Cameron is playing gay ops behind the scenes, doing everything that he can do possible to do whatever he wants with it. And what are your feelings, Diesel? I know I presented a lot of information.
Listen, Cameron is looking for a way to put my head on a spike.
Kind of.
Okay? He is doing that. I originally thought of Cameron as a moron idiot who could not tie his shoes. Okay? But he is clearly a super malicious actor. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And trying to use the Nani connection, and maybe Nani is just too almost gullible, right? Because it's just too.
It's not confirmed that Diesel called CPS. It's not confirmed that Diesel called CPS. Okay.
Listen, Nani helped put together the original document and script on Cameron. Okay, it does not make any sense for her to run to him. All right, she knows exactly who he is. All right, so I'd want to say naive, but she's a fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm.
But both of them knew of each other's history. Both of them knew. Okay, Cameron had interactions with Nani prior, so they knew exactly who each other were.
Yeah, and I think what's really, really interesting is she knows exactly. Want to know why she knows exactly? Because Nani was the head researcher at the time. And because Nani was the head researcher at the time, she knows exactly how Cameron is. And in a private conversation with me that I ream her over, I am not nice to her. I will be very honest. I'm not nice. I don't fucking care. Nani, if you feel some kind of way about it, I'm sorry. I'm glad you came forward.
I'm not sure that I
shouldn't
either,
have had to
to be
fucking pry it from you, and you try to make fucking demands. She says, oh, I just didn't know better. I forgot who Connor was. She didn't even know if this was truly a person that she knew, that she emailed. And then when emailing Cameron, a person that she knows has been malicious, she just couldn't stop when Discord messaging him, when he would press her for information. And this is how Cameron is behind the scenes. I know other people have gone over the audio edits that he's been attempting to do.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of other things. And it's just like very interesting that Cameron is hiding behind other people when he's playing gay ops behind the scenes, which reportedly he never does. And he would never record calls. Interesting.
What? Okay, Shelby, Ellie, retards in chat, okay? We're going over this, okay? Because I looked into this thread myself, okay? This little thread of a story, okay? I started picking this back. I got fucking nowhere with it, okay? These guys have seemingly picked at it and found something interesting. That's why we're saying it. That's why we're watching it, okay? Because it's content. Also, it's another reason why Cameron's going to be absolutely fucking raped.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear how blatantly just malicious this guy is. Okay. Obviously it's appreciated that Nani ended up leaking this to us. But this guy was looking for an excuse to go after me. And either Scarlet just saw it as an opportunity, or it was just like an even more deliberate gay op. But the information that he was getting from Nani, make no mistakes about it, he would use that. There was no way that call is not recorded. It definitely is. Cameron has definitely recorded it. And Nani had posted personal and disparaging things in it that are not accurate to the situation at hand.
It's definitely an interesting time. There's probably going to be more information out there. There is a lot more information that we just didn't show because it would bog down the stream.
Yes.
Cameron, I'm going to tell you this right now. When you let go of mods and throw them under the bus, they start leaking shit. I'm going to be honest with you. You need to be very careful because you've just pissed off people that you used to trust. And I know you're watching this because you watch every fucking stream because you're a little faggot. And
Disavow!
Like, it's hilarious.
Oh
I
my
don't give a fuck.
god, directed slurs! Balji! I disavow.
But, brother, it's not looking good.
He does watch a lot of coverage about him, though, to be fair.
Oh, boy. I don't know if Renard will leak anything, but it's very clear that he was going to use Renard's portrayal on my stream or other people's streams as a reason for why she was let go, and to say that she was like some mastermind behind this. All right? Cameron is actually Mama Maxing. Yeah, that's the broad strokes of this. Wanted to obviously get this information out in a short manner. All right. But yeah, that's that. Is there anything I may have missed, Valji?
If there's other stuff that I get during the course of this stream, I will forward it to you. It is what it is, and that's all I will say to it. I'll leave you for now. I'll call you back if I find anything new.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Falchi. All right. Goodbye.
Bye.
Will Cameron be
Lumpy Willie? If that's true, okay, send me a link.
Be driving in Oregon? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Yeah. All right. With that being said, I do want to go over the Crexa stuff specifically, but this guy's a fucking deliciously terrible piece of shit. Okay.
Okay, you do forward something.
Does anybody
a little bit,
have
okay.
any questions before I move on to the next part of it? Okay. Yes, as a funny aside, Scarlet Reaper he's got a BBW feeding fetish, and his former Discord kitten, okay, ended up leaking the feeding messages.
Wait,
so that's
Lumpy,
that's some of the lovely things about Scarlet. How old are these logs? How old are the ones that I'm showing now? This is today. That's today.
Don't cuck me.
Yes. So, unironically, some of the most petulant piece of shit freaks have all aligned themselves together. All right. Listen, man. Before this happened, I was joking. Wouldn't it be funny if everyone I've had beef with got together to try and take me down? And unironically, that is what was attempted here. Okay, I think it's absolutely
very weird. Very weird that Cameron would do this when he's so clearly innocent. I mean, he doesn't want anything
How
to
did
do with
Scarlet
this
fit into
drama.
it? So, how does Scarlet fit into it, or is he just a side note? So, Scarlet.
Wait, what? Yeah, it seems like Uplock doesn't know about the CPS stuff. Diesel may have, but he made it in good faith.
Is either so Scarlet could either be this Connor person under a pseudonym. I do believe, in my personal opinion, I believe that Gus Fring is Scarlet Reaper or a close associate of him. There has been a constant repeat saying that I killed him, and he is trying to shop it around to people who don't like me to present a story that I made this guy kill himself. Why did Cameron not scrub his socials and YouTube before posting to Content Cop? So he did do some of it, but not.
He's still got 2.5 thousand tweets.
All of it. And he also didn't do a good job, which is how I've been able.
I mean, for example, okay, I have been trying to collate some of the stuff. Not a lot of it, to be honest, is actually relevant, but a lot of it is quite funny. So, I mean, there's this one. Happy New Year, I'ma make 2025 my bitch. Last year, he said, my crash out will be televised. I don't date because I'm not emotionally mature. But if I do go to the girl I like, and if I really like her, I say, hey yo, you're my favorite, and I let you, but I don't date. If she sticks, she sticks, and it goes from there, easy. Like, I technically have a girlfriend. We do all the stuff, we do all that stuff, but just on a non-regular basis. Life is easier that way. We're too busy. We can't cheat, and nothing is official. And what else? Okay, this one was kind of... This one was... I can't even retweet this either. I can't even retweet this because I'm blocked by him. Anyway. Fucking hell. Wait, Falgi sends something here in a second.
To pull up videos that he privated. I love how people break Discord community guidelines and then spite you for enforcing them. Happen to be awful people. I mean, this is quite literally the definition of a Discord Glupshido Olympics, right? So, and again, I just want to restate for the fucking last time, as this is going to be the last time I'm speaking about this, unless Cameron tries to fucking smear me with the Nani stuff, which I would gladly stand 10 toes down on, okay? All right, I'd stand 10 toes down on that, okay? But Jesus Christ, Diesel, I have something new. Which, by the way, over the course of this, I understand, like, you know, okay, I'll let you back in. Either way, as annoyed as I am with Nani, I appreciate her doing the right thing and actually saying.
Okay, so why did she actually turn around? One sec. Falgi said that he'd call in, actually. Falgi said he was here. I'll give him a bell.
Hello.
How's it going, big boy?
Hey, bud.
I was wondering about this Nani situation. So initially, she goes to Cam, gives a bunch of information, which he's happy to receive, but apparently doesn't seem as though he's actually kind of, you know, tried to reach out and ask for it and blah, 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 blah. Why did she then turn on Cam again?
So very simply, when we found out, we pressed the fuck out of her. Let's I'll call a spade a spade. Nani knows that she's lying about what she did. She took a lot of money from a lot of creators. She will deny this to Kingdom Come. She knows that she's lying. Those creators can prove it. I'm not going to say anything more on it. They have asked to not do it. Becca did a stream on her, so if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But when she found out that she was pressed, she immediately came to me and was like, "I'm not negotiating with you. I'm not giving anything to you. I'm just telling them that I didn't know." And I said, "No, you're giving me everything. No, you're actually giving me everything, or I run with the story that you colluded with Cameron because." That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Because I'm finding out that Cameron I'm finding out that Cameron and his mod team, or let me rephrase that Cameron's mods that apparently no longer work there or no longer doing the volunteering there, colluded with this individual known as Scarlet Reaper.
Yeah.
And so I press her on it, and at first she tries to give me redacted emails that she could try, but it's not working. And then I press on her again, and then she finally gives me everything. It then comes that I get everything. You just have to push her. I will give her this. I will give her the grace and credit of this is, she at least gave it to me. I'll be very honest. It's a fucked up thing to do. Because she shared private details about my life that the internet doesn't know with Cameron.
Yeah.
And I know Cameron records calls, and I know Cameron doesn't like me.
Do you think he would actually try and release that to get back at you?
I have no idea. But I don't trust Cameron. Cameron lies all the time. Why would I trust someone who lied to you live, lied to Aiden live, lied to everybody live? Why would I give him the grace of not doing that?
That's a good point.
I just don't know.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Like, he constantly lies and backed into a corner, which he clearly is. I don't know what he will do. And that may be gay. And like, I don't really care if it's gay. I don't really care if, quote, I'm making the story about me or I'm a character. Unfortunately, I am. Because our former friend is a character in the story.
Okay. Listen, I will say, okay, I don't know if you know this. I don't know if Diesel knows this, okay? I have looked into this. I've asked around. I've asked a few people about this now. Not trying to get this information, but I've found this information. I know exactly the specifics of the story which Cameron was allegedly being blackmailed over, okay? If he releases any personal information about you, I'm 100% going to go into all the information that I know about that story. That's giga-fucked. Doxing information versus private information that's already circulating behind the scenes, okay? It's not just what happened, it's who it happened with, okay? I know a lot more than I think Cameron realizes, okay? Now, I tried to skirt Jelly away from saying certain things. I don't know if she would have. I don't know. I don't know what she knows, okay? But anyway, I tried to skirt her away from talking about exactly the details of this, potential blackmail information earlier, because I didn't know what she was about to say on live stream, okay? I do not want to leak this information, but I fucking will. Yeah. If he reveals that call or starts leaking information about you.
I'll say this straight up. I had some people very kindly being like, so what the fuck's he gonna do? We ride at dawn, kind of shit. And I was like, no. Don't do it, please. Like, I don't believe in doxing. I really don't like it. I could fucking hate Cameron. This is not even the first fucking time I've been threatened to be doxed. It's not. I'm not saying Cameron is threatening me. I'm just saying that Cameron is privy to information that I didn't tell him. And it's very, very interesting that, again, Cameron bitches and moans about everybody attacking him and lying and making up stories, but when presented with information, he freaks out. And all he had to do was just be honest. I know he throws away his mod and things like that. It is kind of fucked. I'll send this to you just because I'm here. It's in the stream.
Yeah.
Hold up. Let me grab it from Diesel.
Wait, hold on. Why keep the info private? Asks Joe. Okay. The info, I don't want to reveal it, because that would be my choice then, okay? To reveal this stuff. And there's no reason for it. It's completely malicious, and he's already said that he'd be very, very upset if this information were to get out, okay? So as much that I find him annoying, or I think that he lies, okay, I don't want to, leak something that might actually try and, hurt, severely hurt his feelings, okay? I'm not malicious, despite what he might say about me. I am empathy cucked. Don't forget that about me. So I am empathy cucked.
So I am going to send you two things. One, I cannot reveal the source, but this is Cameron's mod wall.
Oh.
And if you look, and I sent you the tweet attached to it, look what's there at the bottom of that mod wall. This was shown on Diesel's stream, so I don't.
Okay,
this was shown. Yeah. If you look at the post from the throwaway account and you look at the bottommost screenshot from this text, it's the same screenshot. So if Cameron wants to go, oh, my mods went rogue, okay, but you're completely privy to this information. Like 100%, you are privy to the information.
So this Poozers person, they are heavily involved in his Discord. This isn't just somebody who happens to be a moderator. I think, at least from I'm aware, especially after Renade, or whatever the fuck her name is.
You're Renard, yeah, fucking retard, I don't fucking know.
This seems to be kind of his head mod currently. I could be wrong about that.
So from what I was informed, he has let go of two mods. Or two mods are stepping down, but Renard specifically was removed of mod privileges after that Twitter account started posting things.
Huh. When did the Twitter account stop posting things?
It posted that May 25th, and then started to be taken down. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And then it started being taken down because they made the post with Nani's information. They took it down, and then 17 hours ago, they posted the r/Osana Discord. And that screenshot is from some time. I don't have a specific date. It was just forwarded to me by a third party. I'm not going to reveal the source. But
Wait, do you still not know the date this was taken on?
Unfortunately, I don't have a specific date for that.
Well, if
I can
it's
reach out
showing
to my contact.
If it's not showing the date yet, it's not saying yesterday at. That'll be on the same day.
I will say it is one of the things I find very interesting is that also those messages and stuff from Diesel's chat is also forwarded there. That was stuff the r/Osana mods sent us when Cameron live changed it. Again, my whole thing is Cameron is telling people that he has a renegade mod doing this. And now I'm getting stuff from his mod wall showing that he has access to the same screenshots that supposedly this renegade mod is posting. Again,
so these screenshots were taken, I believe, yesterday.
I believe so, but I'm going to double check.
Because the message here, Diesel wants them to, but I don't know, man. That was posted yesterday for me at 5:03 a.m. For them, 12:03 a.m. So it's EST, which is Cameron's time zone. And they've been posted in there. If this is his mod wall, this has been sitting there for, I don't know, over 24 hours.
Yeah. Again, I'm being very clear when I say this. I've reached out to the person that sent them to me. We'll find out what the date of those specific screenshots were posted, if they're still in the Discord. Because I imagine he would have attempted to delete them or purge his mods. The big thing is I can't conclusively say that Cameron is not aware of the gay opping going around. His context, his connection with Nani, he is acutely aware of when that email is being sent because it's sent to him first and then he messages her out of the blue. There was no prompting needed. There was no reason to message her because in Diesel's own video, he mistakenly calls her his head researcher, which she no longer was. She hasn't been for a long period of time.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for Cameron to reach out. Literally just no reason. Again, it's just like it is a consistent thing of Cameron lying and allowing other people to take the blame. He allowed it with Jelly, using her reputation, which again, it's hard. I watched some of your interview. Very like there are things back and forth. I know you challenged her on some things, tried to get dates on other things. But again, Cameron is banking on people just not speaking out against them, or if they do, they're completely unreliable narrators.
Does he have like? I don't understand why his mods are so loyal to him. Where are they from?
So for what I remember correctly, I don't know about Poogers, but the Renard is from r/Osana, from what I know. So I can't really speak to it, like where Poogers is from. I don't know that much.
Is it likely to be the Yandere Dev A-log community?
I can't say for certain. I'm not going to make that. I can't say it with absolute certainty, so I don't want to say it. So that's pretty much it. Is what it is.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can answer about it.
I guess to put the question to you about the CPS thing. I don't know if you wanted to answer that now. There's been a little bit of hubbub, a little bit of rumbling.
So, full disclosure, when Diesel did work on just as a point of order, those were produced today. Those mod wall screenshots, by the way. So that would have been 2:39 a.m. From the person's time zone. I can't reveal that person's time zone, but things like that. When it comes to CPS stuff, I wasn't there when Diesel was first investigating Cameron and Jelly and all of this. I can't speak to it. What I can say is just talk to Diesel about it. If that's a mea culpa that he has, that's his mea culpa. I'm not speaking for somebody else that I wasn't around.
I think speaking to Diesel, I mean, he said it in the live stream. He thinks that Cameron, he thought that Cameron was like a retarded idiot.
Yes.
But he didn't necessarily think he was a malicious liar. And I can't imagine that Diesel would have any reason to believe that Cameron would lie about situations with Jelly that Cameron was allegedly worried about. So I could very well assume that he's made a call to CPS in good faith.
Again, if he did, I can't ask him. QQ, I know you're constantly like adding me. If you love the taste of my cock so much, you can suck it at this point. But no. In all seriousness, I'm playing around with you. I think you're totally fine. Just ask him. I don't know why I am not the arbiter of somebody else's content. I wasn't there.
I think they want to ask you, partially because of something about you continuing to work with Diesel. I mean, at least for me, I don't work with Diesel, but personally, I just feel like he makes it in good faith. It was a mistake, but is it reprehensible? I'm not sure.
If he did, now this is only my conjecture. If he did, which again I'm not privy to, I've never been told this, so this is my thing. I wasn't around. If he did, it's under the pretense that he thought that it was a concern. You also have to remember part of this story, because I know you watched the video. Part of the story is also that Anne/Jelly, however she wants to go by now, is being egged on by another party, an adult woman, to constantly kind of get info out of Dev. So if he did, I don't know what it was called over, but I would have believed it being in good faith. Again, I'm not Diesel. I can't speak to it.
Yeah. That's fair. I mean, I don't know if you were told this on stream today and had no questions for Diesel. I mean, the only question that I would really have is like, okay, that feels bad in retrospect. That's like, oh man, Cameron lied to you and made you complicit if he indeed was trying to spread this information to get CPS called. To be clear, QQ, okay, that's an allegation. The jelly is made that, so far as we're aware, hasn't been substantiated yet. Okay? So to be clear, you might believe that to be the case, but that's not proven to be true. Okay? It's not proven to be true. At least so far as I'm taking it. I'm trying to remain kind of like centered and grounded and see both sides and just remember what is exactly proven and what is kind of alleged by either party. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, people can say I'm biased. I legitimately didn't hear the question, if I'm being honest, which I know is a terrible excuse, but I didn't hear it. Like I'm sifting through over 60 images. I am setting things up in the background. Like that was my job for today. I'm not not gonna answer for the dude. You can call me sweeping. I don't really care.
No, QQ serves an important purpose, okay? QQ is one of the people who has a critique, usually pretty well thought out, that other people might not actually, think of. And then they hammer it. It's got them into beefs with President Sunday. It's got them into beefs with Rezi. It's got them into beef. Well, I think just about everybody. But I appreciate QQ.
I will say this, QQ. I have no problem with you. Like straight up. Like actually, like straight up. I already do know of your reputation. I actually do. I know about the Sunday stuff before I even knew who you were. All I'll say is that I got no problem with you. If you think that it crowds my research, unfortunately, the channels I work with don't feel the same. I don't know what to tell you.
Man, it's a good weekend for the op block. I've got to say, it's or a good week rather. It's Monday.
Don't say that out loud. I don't fucking. Today was supposed to be a chill day. I was gonna cover a birdie call because it's fucking hilarious, and now I gotta fucking deal with all this bullshit.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, 6 hours ago, I think I sent a message to my Discord saying, "Guys, I'm not gonna stream today. Okay, I'm looking through a lot of stuff. I've got my detective cap on. Okay, no stream tonight." And then all of a sudden, the jelly interview lands in my lap, and pretty good stream.
It was a good interview. It was a great interview. I think Aiden Queenman asked like really interesting questions. I was paying attention while I was like doing active research.
Yeah.
And like trying to get all this information. Again, I know some people are gonna feel weird about Jelly, whether she is lying about certain things or not. I don't particularly care at this point. At this juncture, what I could tell is Cameron really was banking on her never coming back, ever.
I think
and
so.
He lost that gambit.
Yeah.
He lost it.
Because that's the bit that never made sense to me, and that's why I put to him that, well, this blackmail doesn't exist at all, does it? He's like openly shit-talking her. Obviously, if she has blackmail information on him, what fucking reason would she have to withhold that at this point? He's going complete scorched earth on her.
Yeah, it's so fucking weird. Like I've never seen. Like if she has already said so much as it is. That if Cameron is so concerned at this point, just say the blackmail for the love of Christ. At this fucking point, just say the blackmail.
What, you mean Cameron or you mean Jelly?
Yes. No, Cameron.
Okay.
She's listen. She provided like a fucking J.J. Abrams mystery box of what 3-choice allegation it could be.
Well, I don't think
that-
it's the butt plug collection, and I don't think it's the.
Oh, come
I don't
on,
think
that
it's
one's
a
the best
suicide.
one. Come on, the butt plug one is the actual best one.
It's the funniest one. Okay, the other two are a little bit horrific. Fuck me.
The other, yeah.
Oh my god.
The other one's fucking insane.
Do we know if Cameron has tried to actually release any of this information yet that he's got from fuck, what's her name? Not Rianne.
Nani.
That's the one.
Nani, Renard,
Yeah.
Scarlet Reaper, they're all fucking there. From what I understand, no. Again, the only reason that, like, honest speaking, full disclosure, Diesel was just gonna go over everything with his mea culpa in the beginning, saying that he wished that he gave the women in the story a lot more credit because he believed a little bit more of Cameron than he probably should have. He says that in the beginning of his stream.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking for him on that. And then this just fucking happened, and it has been nonstop.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Diesel would mind me saying. Again, Cameron seems to think that everyone is in cahoots with Diesel. Okay, I'm not. It's my first call that I've ever had with Diesel today. We called and spoke earlier, and he echoed the exact same things to me in private before he kind of launched up the stream. But yeah, he is starting to reconsider a lot of stuff. And he feels as though, to be fair, he said in the stream that he feels like he gave Cameron charity that he didn't give the women in this situation. Which, I mean, I think props to him for taking accountability for, and even considering and admitting. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I think he's reconsidering right now, just because he put a lot more weight into what Cameron said than he maybe should have. And who the fuck is even considering access journalism ethics like complications when you've got a retarded 19-year-old who is friends with a potential pedophile who is making music for his anime dating sim video game? Who the fuck is considering, well, I'm getting a source from this information. What interest could this person have in trying to get me up with these details? Yeah.
I think the best way to describe this, kind of like revisiting it, this is just a story about everybody lying, and then lying about lying, and then lying about lying about lying. And it's very difficult to parse at the end of the day, at that time, who was telling the truth. Because after the release of the video, everyone is then starting to lie on each other, lying on Cameron. Cameron's pointing fingers at Crexa. Crexa's pointing at fingers at Cameron. Jelly's pointing at both of them at one time, and then like picks a side. It's very weird. It's a very convoluted story. It's like one of those that's just weird.
Yeah. I mean, Jelly's kind of. I mean, she admitted. I don't know if you heard this bit because I was asking her and pressing her a little bit about the honeypot situation, and she finally kind of accepted some part of it, or at least we kind of like got in a call, fully laid out all the details, said, okay, did this happen, did this happen, did this happen, did this happen, so I feel like at this point she's been completely contrite about that, and then said, well, no, I don't consider that honeypotting. So okay, well, if I put this to you, is it honeypotting? And she said yes, according to my definition, to be clear. And so I feel like a lot of the time when people have said that Jelly has lied, well, I don't know if she has, because the actual factual matter, I don't know if that's actually been reversed on, except when she was being manipulated by Yandere Dev and Cameron.
It's
at least
it's a weird
insofar
thing.
as she is to be believed.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like 100% weird. It's been weird how the story has shooken up. People have criticisms of myself. I can't speak for Diesel, so I'm going to say people have criticisms of myself. They can find me on Discord. I'm there.
Yeah.
You can fucking at me. I don't really give a shit. We can talk about it. We can call about it. I don't really care.
Yeah.
But yeah. Thanks for having me on. I guess. Fucking did this like 3 for 3, I think now. So one of these days I gotta have you on.
Yeah, it's just difficult with the time zone stuff, but I appreciate. Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be cool. Anyway, But yeah, it's been nice speaking to you. And as much as you might catch flack, okay, I said earlier, the amount of information that I've sent you compared to the information that you've shared with me, yeah, completely, it's almost incomparable, okay? I hugely appreciate how open you've been with like sharing information amongst creators. It's made a lot of this a lot easier. So yeah, huge props.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
I'll chat to you later,
buddy.
Oh, there we are. Dude, I'll be honest, QQ, okay? I like Falgi. I like the op block. I'm sorry to say. I know that you had a bit of a bee in your bonnet about the FBI contact and flouting the FBI contact. And I do think there is a potential difficulty there. Kind of, I say, what does he do? I'm still not sure. He's a researcher. Okay, you know, when you were traveling, where I saw Babka come into chat earlier and say, "Guys, I don't know what's going on. Is Cameron guilty or innocent?" I guess it makes sense that you were traveling. Opblock is just an annoying clout goblin, but I escalated because he lied about the CPS thing. I could very well believe that he was probably off, kind of not really listening to any of this and just kind of, you know, getting the evidence. You can say what you want about Falgi, but at the end of the day, you know, out of the loop, ban her. Okay, I'll see it. Okay. Let me look at the clip.
I can't even fault you for that. I totally get it. You know, it is
CPS reports, all caps. Okay.
I heard you made false CPS reports. No, they were real. And I can't even fault you for that.
Wait, does he say anywhere that the information came from Cameron?
That I totally get it. You know, it is. I heard you made false CPS reports. No, they were real.
So, and it's really important to know that, like Diesel said, he made a mea culpa in the beginning of this stream. The biggest reason being is Cameron thinks he's the child of commentary.
Huh. No, Opblock should have asked a follow-up instead of giggling. I mean, to be fair, especially if you've kind of, like, spent the last few hours preparing all of this evidence. It's just, you know, that's what you're there to kind of present. Stopping the conversation to then ask about that. Somebody says, Hellbent is in the chat saying, I heard you made false CPS reports. Lamau. He says, no, they were real. Right? Was it made even on Cameron's information? I could understand, to be fair. Okay. Even after speaking to Jelly, okay? Feel bad for a dad. If he works in schools, hospitals, stuff like that, he needs a background check, whatever. I don't want to speak out of turn here, but Jelly is spending an awful lot of time getting high constantly, baiting pedophiles, and just, what? Not coming home at like 11 o'clock at night? As a 16-year-old driving around with like a 19-year-old guy that she's met off the internet. She's literally talking to pedophiles, okay? One of her friends allegedly died or something, and, you know, she knows people who've got, like, arrested for, like, abusing an 8-year-old, and one of them for abusing an 11-year-old, okay? I could very well understand why he might lodge a legitimate CPS complaint. Anyway, if he wants to say his research is the best, research is. Okay. You don't know her class situation. Okay. Anyway. What is, okay. I don't have a look. To be fair, when I was 15, 17, I would do that with older people. Even now, I'm a 33-year-old woman. I'm with a 33-year-old woman who found me when I was 17. I talked to hypnotist Sappho. You talk to... Okay. I don't know if I'm getting trolled, but... Interesting. I did want to have a look at the rest of this Diesel stream, though, while we're here, okay? Because he's going back into the Crexa stuff. We didn't really get to touch on this too much when we spoke earlier. And so I'm interested to hear what he said about this.
This piece of shit. Okay? So I think part of me might be looking at it with a bit of recency bias. And I'll walk you through my mentality on this Crexa stuff. But I used the Wayback Machine to pull out her drive with everything. But we'll just go through and read it, right? And again, and another thing with the whole thing, I keep telling people to please watch my 3-hour, 30-minute video, and I know it's a lot, but it's like one of the things where it's like I keep re-explaining myself, so this is it. Right?
To be fair, okay, I will say, Diesel probably should have made it some kind of like multi-part series, okay? Making a 3-hour-long YouTube commentary video is just... You're begging for people not to remember the information you presented. So I understand why it's frustrating for him. And I understand that it's frustrating. But it's difficult.
Anyway, this was posted to r/Osana with the mods, right? And all of that. Hold on. Let me actually read the donos. You bring up... There you go. Enemies to lovers win. You plus Cameron. Never. I would...
Also, I feel like it's pertinent now to take a quick stop, because it's been a while since I did this, okay? To say... There are 94 of you, okay? And I'm sure the majority of you haven't liked the stream, which I would greatly appreciate if you did. It's currently 4:30 in the morning, okay? I'm going through this for the love of the game, okay? For the love of the game. But, yeah, as I'm going over the content today, I'd appreciate if you leave a like, if you subscribe, if you haven't already. If you want to, take it one step further. You can send a super chat, you can send a super sticker, you can buy a membership for yourself. You'll get access to all the emojis. How cool. If you could buy a membership for somebody else so they can enjoy the channel membership perks as well. Hugely appreciate all the support I get. Thank you very much. Let's get back to what Diesel was saying.
I would eat his face like I was a hungry lion, okay?
I need a bit of context to that.
You bring up... There you go. Enemies to lovers win. You plus Cameron. Never.
Dickers never reads my DMs, or he already would have done the curly hair listicle. I have taken a look at it, okay? I have taken a look at it. I just can't... Okay. I'm getting one-guyed by my own fucking mouth.
I would eat his face like I was a hungry lion, okay? All right. Let me read some of these. Slaw with the 5 gifted and being a big dog for 23 months.
Okay, actually, to be clear, okay, this is the annoying thing, okay? Because I'm keeping tabs on Cameron just to... Hold on. Has he deleted tweets? Anyway, I'm keeping tabs on Cameron just to see kind of like what's going on over here, okay? But unfortunately, I am blocked, and I'm also banned at his Discord, and so I'm going to invoke the ABC, okay? What's the ABC I hear you cry? Always be clipping, okay? Now, this doesn't just extend to live streams, okay? If you see tweets that people post, if you see things that people post in Discords, okay? Anything that could be content-worthy, you can push the dial. You can be the change you want to see, okay? Get more content out there. Get more content sent to me. I'm calling for a rape creek on this motherfucker. Anyway. I'm calling a holy jihad on CameronF305. Whoops, wrong one.
Bug says for $2, chat. You legitimately love Fudanari. Cringe. This is the only joke he knows, chat. Okay. Let's see. Let my favorite starving Victorian child speak. I'm guessing you're referring to Falgi. Man, this is the rerun is crazy. We're getting an old cast back for this season. Man, I know it's gonna get good or bad. Who knows? From a Meadow for the five.
Not an Queeman Orbiter at all? Okay, to be clear, alright? To be clear, I only steal that bit because it is incredibly useful, okay? It's incredibly useful to remind people that they too, yes, even the chatters, can have a huge impact, okay? A lot of the reason why drama gets spurred on is because information is shared and made available, okay? That's why people like Beckett, people like Diesel, people like Felgi in particular, and the rest of the op block, and Jenny Matrix are so useful in drama, okay? Because they clip everything. They save everything, alright? That's not how the ABC thing works, you fucking retard. Always be clipping. Yes, it is. What are you talking about? It's people on live streams, clipping live streams, okay? If people say stuff that's discussion worthy, it's the same basic ethos. Fucking hell.
My lawyer friend summed it up well, and I concur. I don't feel comfortable covering this. I heard Jelly was talking, but I'm just washing my hands. Mama Oko was very charitable, and I also think a lot of it comes from him not... I feel like no...
It's to clip me. It's to clip me. Okay. Never mind. Love you.
Nobody watched what I had to say. Or nobody...
Either or, okay? Either or. Post clips of me. Post clips of other people, okay? I love you a lot. Just be active. Be engaged. Be stirring the pot. I've completely misunderstood what the clipping thing's about then. I'm retarded.
Listened. So I think there's a lot of that there, but I appreciate
I need to come up with my own thing, okay? I need to come up with my own thing then, if ABC means for clipping the person, alright? ABBA? Always be A-logging? I don't know.
And thank you very much. Never trust someone who samples the honeypot from Rocky. For 2, thank you. Shelly May with the new member. Already 1 month. Wowee, time flies. I'm sorry that you're here. I keep thinking I hear my name. Gosh damn, says Lunar for the 150.
ADL? Always doing logs?
Shout out to the adult miners in the chat, Q says for the 2. Thank you, Q. You invoked VTuber. I'm interested again. JK, do you have a Discord? I mean, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna... It's
Codex! No, I don't want to... Okay. Touching the poo is a very broad term, okay? Touching the poo is a very, very broad term. I don't want to encourage people to touch the poo.
Discord's dead, okay? Let's not even beat around the bush there.
Touching the poo is such a... Okay. Touching the poo is a phrase that retards use. I will say this, okay? Touching the poo is a phrase that retards use because they don't want to make their own arguments. They can just harp on this very commonly understood and very commonly used phrase as a complete thought-stopping technique, okay? Touching the poo is always assumed to be bad. I will say, having an interview with Cameron is touching the poo. Having an interview with Jelly is touching the poo. Everyone's line is unique, okay? Everyone's line is unique. Gay-opping is also considered touching the poo. It's a useless term. Fuck you with your little fucking laughing emoji.
Man, rest in peace, Scarlet. I still know he's still looking up at us. URR VR edition. Yeah, man, if you guys haven't heard the streams with Scarlet, it is one of my favorite times on stream. The guy's a fucking moron. All right. Surprised he's not actually dead. Let's see. Wasn't Scarlet part of the Hellcast Predator Hunting Discord? So Scarlet's old content was him chasing after minors that he felt were predators, which is obviously ridiculous. And then he would dox them in his videos. It's really funny if you
I
talk
am
to
evil.
Scarlet, you can hear the cookies in the background because of where he is. Brother, giving our people a bad name. Yeah, he was trying to be a Birdman orbiter. He's a commentary COD guy.
Who the fuck is
so we can destroy
Birdman?
Cameron now. I mean, I think that's already happening. Slug says. Slug for the 2. If he dies,
Always thought of touching the poo as encouraging / pushing lolcows to do even more things. Well, it's usually you're prompting them to try and get them to like crash out more. Yeah. But very broad definitions. Interestingly enough, very broad. Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting how comments like sweeping, touching the poo, skinwalking. Initially, it describes a very, very apt thing, okay? Something that's very worthy of criticism. And then eventually, retards get a hold of it. And then it becomes fucking useless. Interesting.
Ox's fallacy. I'm going to go back to my evil ways. Please don't do that.
Tusky celebrates
I don't
7 months
disavow.
of membership. I would tell a joke about paper, but it's terrible.
Thank you, Tusky. Is that Falgi's voice I hear? Says Leia for the 2. I love how people break Discord community guidelines and then despite you for enforcing them. Dude, it fucking... This trauma is so fucking autistic. For my favorite starving Victorian child, Leia. Oh yeah, and also Falgi. Okay, I guess Leia's
Still reading donos.
Diesel. We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. Leia's his dog, Diesel. Yeah, I know. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Leia yet. Man, this off-brand Sinister 6 is crazy. It broke down before it even hit the road. Yeah, Scarlet tried to get into the wrestling community for a brief moment, and I reached out to some individuals who were being like harassed by him, and he immediately ran once I gave them the TLDR. Enemies to lovers, yeah. And yeah, that's everything. Anyway. Yeah. Diesel, take a vacation after this and read a book. Specifically the book you haven't opened yet. It's on my bookshelf and I haven't opened it. And you know that my ass can't, cat. Alright?
Who the hell is Scarlet? Jesus Christ. Babka really has been on break. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Okay. I can't get into it again.
Anyway, let's read the Crexa doc. I'll walk you through my timeline of thinking.
Bell comment is in food shops live fucking with her. Wait, right now? Hold on. Brief intermission.
I guess you're still doing that shit. I mean, I guess it's fine, but it's like them count. I mean,
chat, and they would.
You appearing in chat does not help. Okay. I genuinely don't think being a minor should make you completely blameless for a lot of shitty fucking things. Like, you shouldn't go like, oh, this person's underage. They aren't culpable for fucking anything. Like,
what did food shops mean by that?
clearly, like, there's probably some innocent people that's been scared half to death because of this girl, right? Or there's probably some person who's not even guilty.
Innocent? They're pedophiles, food shops! They're pedophiles! She was doing pedophile baiting. Food shops, what are you talking about? Innocent people! Innocent people! Dude! She would only leak it. She would leak people's dick pics that they sent her, knowing that she was fucking 16! Or like 13 to 16! I mean, it's literally in the screenshot you are looking at, okay? The whole thing is, you have to be upfront about your age, otherwise the blackmail doesn't work.
Whatsoever in any case, that is 100% going to be like, yeah. Bell comment, you appearing in chat does not help, okay? You're in the same realm as this girl, and you know it. Okay.
So, like, say I would DM someone first, and then they would start flirting with me, and I would be like, I'm 13, and they would say, I don't care.
Hello,
I
I'm
would
Marcel. I
screenshot
know.
that, and so that's what the first one was about. And then the no leaking. I would leak, their dick pics. If they would send me a dick pic right after I said my age, I would immediately post that in general chat, and they would.
She's outraged! She's outraged! She's indignant. She's indignant. She's indignant. She can't believe what she's hearing. She's disgusted at this behavior. How dare she?
Oh, ha ha ha! I'm a pedo hunter, so that gives me credence to post revenge porn.
If somebody sends you pictures of their genitals, okay, without your consent, and then you post it somewhere else, is that really revenge porn? Okay, if you're saying, look at what this weird freak just like sent me. I'm a child. I'm a child. Look at this, what this weird freak just sent me in my fucking DMs. Huh? Huh?
Ha ha ha! If I'm a pedo hunter, that gives me the right to post revenge porn. Does this sound right to you guys?
Freak out.
This is not revenge porn. This is not revenge porn. Revenge porn, usually, when we're talking about revenge porn, okay, it's when two people have consented to share intimate images with one another, okay, and then, after a breakup, or after a relationship goes sour, that intimate material is then posted elsewhere to get revenge on the person. It's not revenge porn if it's sent without your consent, and you are also a child.
Out over it and try to act like I was morally as bad as them for leaking it after they sent it to me as a 13-year-old. There were no romantic promises.
13-year-old.
That was about my friend Applerin. She got into a thing with a streamer.
A 13-year-old.
And it was a whole...
Belkama, I just want to let you know, if you're still doing this kind of stuff, I don't want you in my community, okay?
But I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder why.
That was about my friend Applerin. She got into a thing with a streamer, and it was a whole...
Belkama, I just want to let you know, if you're still doing this kind of stuff, I don't want you in my community, okay?
Pedo baiters are not welcome in my community, okay? I do not want pedo baiters in my community. I will not elaborate about why.
Okay, alright, genuinely. Alright. The only reason you're here is because I'm assuming you're no longer doing stuff like this, alright? Like,
no, she's coming for you next, okay? She's coming for you next. Oh my god. Food Chops doesn't know if she's going to be able to resist the honey in that pot. Oh my god.
Jesus, if I hear about anything like this, you're out, okay? I'm 18, I can't. Well, no, I'm saying any kind of sexual blackmailing, okay? Like sexual blackmailing, right?
Yeah, if you're an adult, okay, I don't think sexploitation is good to do, okay?
It doesn't matter. Like for me, the age is less of a mattering thing than
We know, Food Shops. That's where you've got your reputation from. What is she talking about? For me, the age is less of a thing.
Than the fact that it's like sexual blackmail shit. It's weird.
Deal, but she was
it's unacceptable. It's immoral.
That she was going to be in love with him forever and that they were going to get married. And then she posted
the whole like, oh yeah, haha, I have your nudes. Buy me shit now. What? Does fandom count? I mean, is it consensual?
Like, all that stuff, and he freaked out and he was like, "She manipulated."
Is it consensual? I mean, like the thing is, if it's consensual, you can do whatever you want. Okay, if it's not consensual, then you can't. Is it consensual if they revoke consent and exit the relationship? What do you mean? Or don't reaffirm consent days later? Okay, after they consent, I would assume, okay, see, this is the thing, I'm not familiar with this kind of sex work, okay? If
it's not sex work! Okay.
If it is the case, compared to everything else, I don't fucking know anymore, okay? Like, listen, just you know what the morals are. You know what the morals are, and, you know, I've explained it to you at some point. So, like, I don't know, dude. And you also recognize that you have some friends who do, like, genuine, twisted, evil shit, you know? I'm not an evil bitch. Yeah, okay, that's my natural assumption. But, like, the thing is that if somebody comes forward and they're like, oh, did you know that Belle, this person in your chat, Belle, comment, like, she just kept on going, even though, like, it's very clear it's no longer sexual, and they wanted to stop it. Yeah, like, yeah, I'm sorry. It doesn't really matter how close-knit you are to this.
I'm DMing her.
This chat, you're gone, you know, like... I don't want something like that here.
Manipulated me. I thought we were in love, and she was younger than me, so she was 12. These are all based on specific things that a pedophile would say to try to defend themselves. And then I put it all into a Honeypot rules because it was funny.
Okay. Because the way that I've heard...
Like, I don't, like, you have to understand, this stuff is really disgusting to me. Like...
I'm getting
okay,
called!
wait, turn on for you, okay, it's fucking weird. Okay.
Somehow Kiwi Farms found and...
Hello, Miss Shops.
Hi, what's up, Dickers?
I had a few questions, okay, about your comments relating to pedo honeypotting. I guess.
Oh, really? Oh my god. Okay.
That's what I said in your. That's what I said in my comment.
No, I know, but like, how did you know what I was saying so fast? Like, were you just watching my stream covering you?
Well, somebody made comments that you were being fucked with by somebody in your chat, so I decided to give it a look. Okay, I'm always watching.
Yeah, Bell comment is a former honeypotter turned 18. So
my
it's like,
eyes.
Okay.
I have eyes everywhere.
I know.
Okay, I have eyes everywhere. You need to understand
you
this.
You just have spicy chat until spicy chat disposes you. Okay?
What? I don't even spicy chat. I'm not a spicy chatter.
Okay,
anyway.
whatever. What do you want to talk about? I don't care. What do you want to talk about? Go.
Can you lay out your case for why? Okay. I'm gonna lay out a hypothetical. Okay. Let's say that a 13-year-old
innocent
girl
people get crossed.
is...
No. Let's skip the whole thing, because innocent people will get caught up. Like the thing is that if you don't involve law enforcement, or if you aren't involving law enforcement in the process, then obviously any kind of actual justice coming to them will be sabotaged. Because if there's any kind of ongoing investigation, and you know what you're catching is a genuine pedophile, you might actually be sabotaging the investigation because you're tainting the evidence. However, if you are,
but we're talking about what is immoral for a 13-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay, so to lay it out, if a 13-year-old tells somebody, "Hi, I'm 13," and then that person sends them a picture of their genitals, and then they decide to post that in the general chat of a Discord, that's not revenge porn. That person, they don't have a relationship. That's non-consensual transmission of sexual imagery. There's no pre-established agreement there. There's no privacy that you're breaching.
Then I'll say it's like morally like revenge porn. No.
No, there's no agreement to privacy. They're sending it to a stranger who they've just learned is 13.
Oh, wait, hold on. Are you talking about the act of like sharing a dick pic with a minor? Like that act only? That would not be revenge porn, no.
No. I'm saying the 13-year-old, if they then post it elsewhere...
Oh, the 13-year-old sharing their dick pic
making
elsewhere.
it public.
Yeah,
this adult has just sent me a picture of their cock.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Dickers, listen. Sure. Then in that case, it would not be legally revenge porn, right?
I'd say it's not morally revenge porn
I would
either.
still argue. Okay, fine. I don't care. Would you say that's morally good, or morally neutral?
I'd say it's morally neutral. There's not a pre-established agreement there, and you're sending it to them non-consensually. What that person does with that image after that, you've got no assumption to privacy. Why do they have an obligation to keep that secure?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
You don't have a... You're sending it to a stranger. Non-consensually.
Okay, think about it. Okay, if a 13-year-old receives a dick pic from a stranger and then leaks that dick pic onto the general chat of a Discord server, that's still putting someone else's nudes in public, regardless of how heinous the person who's sending you the dick pic is. You probably shouldn't be doing that because there's no actual moral good, and you're just spreading someone else's.
There's no moral good. I said it was morally neutral. I'm saying there's no understanding that that's going to be private. You're sending it to a stranger.
Okay.
You may as well be sending it in public. You have no expectation to privacy.
I mean, if you're saying that it's inherently morally neutral, I'm not even sure if I agree with that, because like you said, there's an expectation of privacy when you are DMing each other, right? Even DM messages are considered to be. So if we consider sorry, oh my god, voice crack. Sorry, I just sound like Queeman there, squeaking like a rat. Okay, sorry. So like the thing is that obviously when you are when you're just like spreading around DM messages, like most of the time we would consider that to be immoral because there is an expectation of privacy, like an internal expectation of privacy, regardless of the situation. However, the only reason that we reveal these DMs is when we consider it to be justified, a justified action, right?
Yeah, but that's
Would it
usually
not
because
be
you're
the
in a
case?
conversation. At that point, you're reciprocating. Okay, if somebody sends you a message,
Wait,
you
what
don't
are you
respond
talking
back.
about in terms of the message?
I'm talking about
Yeah.
conversations. We usually consider that to have a level of privacy because there's some kind of correspondence
sure.
there. There's some kind of reciprocation. If somebody sends me a message
Okay.
and then I screenshot it, I never reply, and then I post that, there's no agreement to privacy.
Mhm.
They've just sent me a message. And in a similar way, if somebody sends me a picture of their cock randomly without my consent, I'm not reciprocating. There's no agreement that we're kind of having an interchange there.
Okay. I don't have the best answer. I don't have the best moral answer in the world for you right now. However, I will say this, okay? If it is the case that somebody sent you a random ass message and you're just going around sharing that with all of your friends, I think that's fine, okay? However, if it's like nudes, something about that does not feel right at the very least, but I have to figure out why it doesn't feel right. Because the thing is that I just don't think it's right. Like the fact that you're like okay, do you take into account magnitude? Like, do you care about magnitude at all? Like, you don't have to care about magnitude.
Well,
it's fine.
it's going to depend because I think it's morally neutral, and so magnitude isn't going to count
Sure,
because it's like what's 100
Right.
times what's 100 times 0? It's still 0, right?
Right. So I guess what I would say is, if the magnitude is like so high to the point where I don't know, maybe it's so private to the point where, like, for example, okay, let's just say this for example, okay, let's just say out of nowhere somebody DM'd you and said, I just got raped by my dad. Oh my god. Oh, oops, wrong chat, and then forgot to delete their chat.
Well, that's a mistake.
Are you okay with sharing that around?
Well, no, because
No,
the
no, it
person
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's in
Wait,
private.
what?
It's in DMs. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a mistake. What if somebody
No,
sent you a dick
if
pic
they've
by mistake?
communicated that it's a mistake and they wouldn't have liked to send me that, right?
Yeah.
There's an understanding ethically.
Oh, would a dick pic
if
not
you're
be a mistake?
one second,
Maybe
if you're saying,
no, okay,
come
okay,
on,
just think
food
about it.
shops.
Just think about
We're
it.
talking about in the context of somebody saying, "Hi, I'm 13. I'm a 13-year-old girl. You want to see my fucking cock?" And then you fucking send it, okay? That's the context in which we're talking.
Cockers. Listen, cockers. Okay, listen. Let's just say, there's this random ass male, okay? A person in spicy chat, okay? Because I can't keep spicy chat off my mind. I hate women so much. Sorry, my bad. So let's just say somebody saw your profile picture and they're like, that's my beautiful girlfriend. God, I love it when dickers. I'm sorry. I love it when my girlfriend, Jessica, looks like dickers. Okay, and then they thought that you were Jessica, and then they sent you a big fat like dick pic, like fucking 12 inches, 13 inches. They sent it by mistake. They forgot to delete it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just say by some miracle, by some 1% of a 1% miracle, they forgot to delete it. Okay, would you go around spreading that shit?
Well, if you were taking advantage of a mistake that somebody's made and you were aware that it was a mistake, then yeah, that would be unethical.
Only when you're aware that it's a mistake?
Yeah, of course. If somebody's sending you non-consensual pornography and you just think they're trying to fuck with you or trying to show you their cock,
Nah, that's stupid. Let's just say, okay, here's also a really great example.
because the understanding is it's going to be intentional. What they've taken a picture of their cock. I've got no other context to say that this is an accident. They take a picture of their cock. They go to their gallery. They click on it. They click send. They click dickers. I receive it.
No,
what the fuck?
Hey, dickers, cockers, listen to me. I have another hypothetical. Okay, listen.
Give me another one.
Listen, you already sound. Listen. You okay? I don't care how I
keep on telling me how much I'm losing, food shops.
It's
making you look really confident right now.
No, that's not true. I'm not even looking at your stupid fucking chat, okay?
What?
Full of, like, degen retards, okay? Monica Lewinsky's would suck your cock, dickers. Okay, listen, sorry. My bad, okay? I love you, dickers. Dickers, I fucking love you, okay? Hold on. Dickers. Dickers.
Okay.
All right. Let's just say somebody accidentally sent you a picture of their credit card. Okay, front and back credit card. Let's not even talk about nudes. Let's not even talk about that.
Yeah.
Would you go on Twitter and then post their credit card information and go like,
no, because the assumption would be
card. Oh!
You would have reasonable grounds to assume that that would be a mistake.
The fuck would you not assume that for a dick pic sometimes? Okay, maybe. Okay, most of the time
Okay,
I would assume
how
a dick pic is
often
not
have you
by
heard of
mistake.
people
Listen,
non-consensually
I
sending someone their
understand. I
credit
get it.
card information?
Okay.
And how many times have you
No.
heard somebody non-consensually sending a picture of a penis?
Okay, listen, I've done both before, so I'm just gonna say that now, okay?
You
Anyway, the point
non-consensually
is...
sent a picture of your cock?
No, I'm kidding. That was a joke. Okay. Anyway, you can believe what you want to believe. The point is that like, dude, it's just like, hold on. I'm going through the XCOM intro right now. Hold on. Fuck. I'm trying to like get through this. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Anyway. The point is that you're gay and retarded, and possibly gay retarded at the same time. And you know, I don't even know like what to even say in the first place.
I think it's because you've realized that your moral axioms are not grounded.
Okay, what if somebody sent you a pic of their vagina?
I guess that is a curveball, because I don't think women tend to do that. And so the assumption would be there it's a mistake.
Why do you make a difference between penises and vaginas then?
Okay, if you were to say all the people who'd sent non-consensually pictures of their genitals, how many of them are going to be men trying to get sick kicks out of sending people pictures of their cock? And how many do you think are going to be women sharing their fucking fanny flaps? Because what? For what interest?
Well, Dickers, you know, here's the
Food
thing,
shops.
okay? I believe in equal
Have you
rights,
ever
and equal
heard
rights
of
mean
people
equal
sending
fights.
non-consensual or non-solicited vag pics? What are you talking about?
Okay, clearly you have never dealt with crazy 15-year-olds before like I did.
You
okay?
got sent pictures of a
I don't know,
15-year-old's vagina.
dude. No, I'm kidding. Okay, all right.
You've got to be careful with these jokes, okay? Because, I mean, you can only give a fuck me.
Dude, I don't give a flying fuck, okay? Like it's like, oh, what do I? Oh, I'm so scared of being canceled. Canceled by who, motherfucker?
The police.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I have dealt with the police before, and they love me. Okay, so you know, get on my level.
I don't even want to step on the ladder of getting on your level, okay? That's okay. Can you concede that you lost this debate?
Yeah. No, I do not, because you're a fucking moron. On every single hypothetical, you sound fucking insane.
You realize food shops, once again, everyone that I debate, that I absolutely fucking body, okay? They want to call me a retard, they want to resort to insults, okay? I've not even called you a paedophile, okay? Let's be real.
Oh, you haven't?
In this conversation, I don't think so. Have I?
Okay, have you called me a pedophile before?
What? I'm saying that you're resorting to insults, and I'm not. Therefore, you lose. QED. End of debate.
I asked you a fucking question, cockers. Yeah, you sound like stupid. You sound so stupid. God, just look at your stupid curly hair. Like, what are you trying to do? Fucking look like the average Jew in Baltimore? Is that what you're trying to look like?
Okay.
God, look at your stupid fucking curly hair. God damn it! I want to throw pennies at you. That's how Jewish you look.
Okay, I disavow those comments. Anyway, I'll let you get back to your stream. Okay.
Okay.
Good chat.
Okay.
I enjoyed
All right.
it.
I love you, Dicker.
Bye.
I love you.
Bye-bye.
Mwah. Okay. I love you.
See ya.
Bye.
I won. But at what cost? Anyhow. Anyway. What was that conversation? Listen, okay, food shops is whoa, Lumpy Willy, where's the button to skip alerts? Fucking hell. Okay, let's go back to this. Fuck me, man. Food shops doesn't help themselves, do they? They got dicked, but you caught an STD. Fucking hell. Thank you, Lumpy Willie, for the $2.
Hey, my name is Crexa, singer / VA for Doruyasui, and I will shock you. I've been involved in Yandere Simulator since about 2019, and I've been staying off the internet for reasons due to reasons I'm finally ready to come out about.
1 second, Jelly just messaged me. Wait, Jelly just sent a message in my Discord. Fanny flaps? Fanny flaps? Food Shop's just admitted she got 15-year-old Cuddy. What's that? Oh my god. Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh my god. Jelly's rubbing her fucking hands right now. She's seeing a payday. There's a whole new expansion pack for Sims 4 that's just been announced. And she's just realized how she can get it. Fucking hell. Okay. Okay.
To be honest, I did hear your second video on it after my first interview because it was focused on the essay stuff. Not that he was a liar. I think I even saw that he struggled with the truth. Yeah, I think it was really frustrating, and I've repeated this on many a stream, where the main point of my video is that he's like kind of a sleazy little liar, which is my main point. And I knew the story would go to the essay and age gap stuff because that's just what commentary is, right? But I knew I didn't want to make that argument specifically, and I think that was a good decision for what it was. I think that given everything that's happened, that again, I fucking hate this guy.
Jelly's sitting there smoking a cigarette. Just when I try to get out, they pull me back in for one last DLC. Okay.
Let's see. I want to make my public statement.
Ali Khan, yes, my latency's crazy, okay? I had to set it up to the maximum thing, just for if my network went a little bit kind of like, you know, that I could still, you know, keep the interview live. That was the intention behind it. The latency's going to be back to what it was last yeah, what it normally is.
I do not support Yandere Dev or CameronF305. I do not give consent for my work to be in the game anymore, and I haven't given permission for the money Cameron has stolen from me for my song to work.
Stickers, are you still alive, dude?
Yeah, I'm still
alive. Or are
alive.
you dead now? Oh, why are you? What are you doing in mod chat, dude? I joined because I thought there was like nothing going on.
No. I accidentally joined mod chat as I was trying to post a DM that Jelly sent to the server. Apologies.
Oh, dude, I was about to like start calling you fucking slurs and shit. Holy fuck!
Fucking hell, man. Okay.
Me for my work on the song. As soon as I can, I'll be taking action and retrieving everything I've lost. Also, I'm not going to be very professional here. I'm just going to lay it all out. So I think this is important to note. By the time that I had saw this post was made on r/Osana, I had already been privy to a call that we'll see in Cameron's response video, where and I play this in my second video where I confront Ally. So the reason that all these extraneous characters are important, and they really are, is because this entire thing starts with that YouTuber Ally. The short and skinny of it is that Ally sets up a call between Crexa and Jelly, where Crexa is telling Jelly, if you gotta get this, get this. If you gotta do this, get this. Which is...
To be clear, this Ally MC person, right? This Ally MC person is a complete retard. Arguably, the kind of difficulty that we have with the story today, laying it out and discussing it, and the weird confluence of these people all talking together, is because of Ally MC. She's a totally wretched fucking moron. To be clear, okay? This person is fucking atrocious. The way that they've gone in and, like, muddled up the story so fucking hard. People like that deserve to be, like, raped metaphorically out of commentary. It genuinely ruins things for, like, everyone who actually wants to get to the bottom of the story. They touch the poo, okay? They touch the poo and do weird behind-the-scenes ops, okay? Ultimately, if you're doing something to procure information, you should probably be able to be open with exactly how you get that information. You shouldn't be doing weird behind-the-scenes ops to be able to, like, procure information from people. I think usually is a rule of thumb. That might come back to bite me. I don't know. I'm thinking in generalities, okay? I feel that, as a general principle, without some kind of, like, overriding consideration. I think that's probably true.
That is coaching. That is coaching. That is what Crexa was doing. And it paints Crexa in a very bad light. Now, it is a clip, and given the current context of Cameron, maybe that is a clip, Chip, okay? But I don't think it is. I think Crexa was trying to girl boss and Ally was trying to make a good video. Yeah, I do feel that Crexa really wanted an own on Cameron, right? These allegations against Cameron had already surfaced and were already out. And then serendipitously, while Jelly's allegations have gone to the public, Crexa appears, okay, and says, I also had something happen. It is an opportunistic time that Crexa enters the story, okay? And that's my train.
I don't think she ever did anything on purpose. She was trying to protect my privacy as a minor. What, Ally MC? The information that I've heard about her, okay? Not good. Not good. Trying to collaborate and essentially kind of like prop up a minor to go and speak to somebody who is like, ostensibly, so far as she believes it, being groomed by them. No, no. You should not be engaging with minors, okay? While they're like trying to pedo bait people. Because ultimately, what's going to happen is they're passing you information, they're giving you advice and commentary on exactly what kind of questions you should be asking, what kind of things you should be doing. And what does that do? It validates, it helps, it, you know, it kind of perpetuates, it encourages implicitly, okay? Even if you say, no, don't talk to that pedophile. Yeah, but okay, so if you're going to, you should do this, you should do that, you should, right? There we are. And also, Ally MC, totally retarded, getting victims of somebody, referencing CameronF305, okay? Getting victims of somebody to all talk together in a group chat. Totally retarded, ruins the story, poisons the well.
Train of thought at the time, okay? And at that time,
she was helicopter momming me. Yet she was helicopter momming you into baiting a pedophile. And yet claiming that she cares about children. Okay, you can't say that what is happening is so awful. Oh my god, this is so awful. I can't believe Yandere Dev is doing this while you're also facilitating it from the other side, okay?
Right? Cameron was in my ear being like, listen, I had this thing, it's going to come out, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, I'll pay attention to it, whatever. Right? And another thing that post hoc, after this was out, there was a GoFundMe. I've mentioned a GoFundMe. Renard was the other member that would have been the recipient of this GoFundMe. So
wait, hold on. Just to pause, okay? They're talking about the GoFundMe. We're gonna go back to this. We're gonna come back to the GoFundMe. What the fuck have I just been tagged in on Twitter? Food shops lets the hard R slip while debating commentary giant dickers. No, they didn't. Did they? Do I watch this on stream? Context of somebody saying, "Hi, I'm." Text of somebody saying, "Hi, I'm 13. I'm a 13-year-old girl." In the context of somebody saying, "Hi, I'm." Whoa! Okay, I heard it that time. I disavow. Obviously. I disavow.
So the GoFundMe money is going to go to Crexa and then be split between Crexa and Renard. Crexa ran off with the money. Okay? How big is this doc? And are you going to read it all? It is like 8 pages. I will read it all. Yeah, I'm not particularly charitable to Renard. You know, she is being thrown under the bus.
Okay.
Given,
so going
given
back
recent...
to the GoFundMe, I believe that Crexa kind of did a GoFundMe, raised money ostensibly for the both of them, and then Crexa ran off and took the money on her own, okay?
Events, she makes a fall guy, okay? Let's see, I'm gonna let it all out. Seeing the speculation about Cameron has been making me sick. I need everyone to know that Cameron is a predator, narcissist. He seems normal at all times because he's great at manipulation and portraying a very normal-looking image of himself at times. But you need to trust your gut when you see him slip up and make dumb mistakes in his lies. He's a predator inside and out.
Wait.
So the predation stuff...
Bro. Wait, people were talking about this. This is the... Dude. This was the Reddit post made all those years ago. What did they say?
Image of himself at times. But you need to trust your gut when you see him slip up and make dumb mistakes in his lies.
Fully avow. I didn't give a fuck if this person stole money from somebody, okay? Even if it's like completely the most awful, like they're about to go homeless. They're like Fontaine in Les Miserables, okay? They've got a child that is like desperately sick. That if they don't get this money, they and their child are probably gonna die, okay? Don't care anymore, okay? At this point, totally avow, because she pointed it out when no one else did.
He's a predator inside and out. So the predation stuff is related to Jelly specifically, a lot of this, right? Crexa is a grown adult, and it is things like that that also the language made me uncharitable too.
That's fair.
Stuff like he was a predator. He was John Diddy, inventor of the Diddy oil, right? It was fuck.
To be fair, when people go overwrought with how they describe things, I can understand it becoming I can understand becoming uncharitable. In fact, I sometimes do. It's like it just changes it a little bit, okay? It just changes the calculus a little bit. Because you start thinking like, is this person really trying to get the truth out of there? Or is this just like a malicious like attempt at character assassination? Whoa! Okay, thank you, Jelly. No slurs in chat though, please. Fucking hell.
Fucking sus. Cameron and I were very good friends.
I have moderators in this
more
chat, don't I?
Over the internet for about 1.5 years. After we collaborated for I Will Shock You. I know he's going to make weird lies up about me to try and make everyone think I'm crazy when I expose this. So the honest truth is that when we were online, I was into him as his persona he plays online. But once we met in person, everything changed, and I played the role I felt I needed to play. I trusted him a ton because he played this very convincing role of being my best friend and caring deeply about me. I had no idea all the lies he was telling, so maybe I probably won't even remember all of them for this post. I was homeless last winter when Cameron caught wind. He invited me to come stay with him in Orlando, which is also a plan we had discussed the summer before, but due to my financial burdens, I ended up canceling. I couldn't afford my half of that rent. This time, though, he told me I could come stay for free. He'd signed me to his record label, given me promotion, videos, merch, the whole deal. We were going to be friends, co-workers. Maybe a little spice on the side, you know?
How the fuck is this? Okay. Maybe a little spice on the side. Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, again, even with the hindsight of a year and a complete change in my opinion on the character of Cameron, that is a really weird way to word that, and I don't think it's appropriate. But overall, he framed it as we were going to have a great time, and he was going to save me from my awful situation. I was very upfront and communicative to know what he honestly wanted. Did he know I couldn't constantly hold a job due to my illnesses? Which, by the way, this also reads even worse now. in hindsight, because listen, guys, it's been like 3 times now that I've come across a person in my drama who's like, I'm gay, I'm disabled, I'm new in town.
Bro, that's gotta be a voice line. Somebody's gotta clip that. Somebody's gotta fucking clip that. I want that as an alert. Dude, if somebody could clip this, I want this as an alert. Please send this to me.
Who's like, I'm gay, I'm disabled, I'm new in town.
That's so fucking good. Oh my god, that's perfect. Fuck me. Oh my god. Wait, there was one from Diesel yesterday that I thought was really funny. Wait, did I hold on. Did I get it? Did I save it?
Your ass is mine, Dickers, but like in a good way.
That's the one. Oh. Good times. Good times.
Okay. This is John Mulaney who said that, and I'm saying it like I'm fucking Governor Cuomo. But every time someone's like,
Also a contender. Unfortunately, I'm worried about alerts that mention my name, because I'm worried that that's gonna get me automatically like restricted ads, because it keeps on reading it as the word dick, which is obviously a swear word. And so I'm saying, if the alerts are going off, I'm almost certainly gonna get ad suitability like raped from me. But this was another contender. This was me talking about in Chudlogic's chat about how Aiden should have just let me cook with Cameron.
Dickers, Dickers has got to calm down, man. The dick was cocked and ready. He should have let the dick do what the dick does. Dude, you are literally fucking grotesque, dude.
Oh my god, okay. You chose the name, dummy. I know, okay? And I've regretted the choice ever since.
Disabled, I think of fucking Spencer from Mama Max. Or Nani, of course, right? But I'll give her some grace today because of that. She just was dumb. What if I didn't ever want to have sex and just be friends? Do you actually want to do this? Great. You know, I have this long abuse... Okay. You know, I have this long abuse history, and I'm very easily triggered. Here's what triggers me. Can you handle this? Great. You guys understand why this is not a good Google Docie, okay? It's things like this, and I don't want to, like, poo-poo over somebody's trauma and stuff.
It's not relevant, though, and it just sounds like you're, like, sympathy baiting, yeah.
To be really clear and state it plainly, but talking about my trigger this, trigger that, long abuse makes it makes me less charitable, okay?
Because it makes you sound like you're trying to invoke sympathy for yourself. Like, the sympathy should be evoked by your story, but taking extra measures to try and add this, like, rhetorical flourish is, you know? It makes it raises the question about, it raises the question about exactly your motivations for writing the Google document in the first place. Who's saying that? Oh, the one before. Chudlogic. Yeah. Have you? You sound like you enjoy making jokes about your name. I'm regretting my... Okay. Yeah, well, you know. It's funny to make jokes, but I do regret it in some capacities, right? My name is forever, entangled with Review Tech USA. It's also a swear word. And then it's also, it's very, very hard to search for my name in transcripts.
It all seems like a dream come true, so of course I said yes. When I got there, everything changed. I literally mean the second I got there, the moment I got out of the car, we hugged. I was so excited to see him, and he tried to kiss me. And I was like, no, I wasn't trying to do that. Which, by the way, based on the way that this is worded, sounds like... Diesel, I'm disabled and I haven't worked since 2014. We exist outside these crazy fuckers. I know, but Rocky, you know what you do is you're like, one, nice, and two, don't constantly say, I am disabled, please give me money.
Oh, you meant whose trauma? Oh, pardon me. No, so this is Crexa, who was, for a period of time, they were a roommate of Cameron's, they were a sexual partner, they were a friend, yeah, and they lived with Cam for a while, and then they came out with domestic abuse, or domestic violence allegations, and I think violence of non-consensual sexual activity as well. If you follow me on Twitter, okay, this is Crexa, the girl in this video.
What the fuck? What? What the fuck?
I'm sure that was just a playful joke, though, guys, okay? I'm sure that was just a playful joke. She looks... Wow, she's laughing. Is she gonna laugh yet? Is she gonna laugh yet? No? No? Okay. Anyway, that's Crexa. She's scared. I mean, yeah. From what I understand, Cameron is like 6 foot tall. For a woman, having somebody's hands around your neck at all, it's pretty fucking rough. She looks pissed. I mean, yeah, I don't understand. I bet she is. Fuck type of joke is this? Well, before, he had his, like, arm around her neck. And so, you know, clearly this is a joke that, like, I don't know, he was trying to, like, roughhouse with her and, like, muck about with her, I guess, is the best way to describe it. But then he goes like that, he kind of, like, squeezes her head, and then he goes away, and then he fucking strangles her. I think the best argument to make for that, okay, is that he's just kind of not very careful with consensual boundaries. Is there a full recording of this? Yeah. Let me try and find it.
You know, before this, it kind of sounded like they had like an E relationship, but you know, whatever. I was like, no, I wasn't trying to do that. So he let me go about 10 minutes until we go inside. I was just trying to check out my new home, and he immediately started pressuring me for sex. I kept telling him I wasn't ready, but at the time, I was a lot less strong with my boundaries. I had a super hard time saying no. And here's a humongous red flag for this. I had a super hard time saying no, and some of the BDSM things I was into probably muddied the waters for him.
Diesel, I am disabled. Please give me money. Ignore the irony in this statement because I'm paying you to give me money.
Well, this is what we call a cyclical economy, okay? I had a super hard time saying no, and some kind of BDSM things, and I was into probably muddied the waters for him, which is not helpful. Okay?
No, I like that, okay? Sorry, not okay. I love BDSM! No, I think adding these kind of caveats, for me personally, this only makes your story more credible. Because you're already saying, well, to be fair, there's this, to be fair, there's that. You've kind of been reasonable, right? And you're adding these kind of caveats that could give an excuse. But then maybe you explain why that isn't a thing, or, you know, you're kind of fleshing it all out, and you're giving a full, like, idea of the context. Even stuff that might be damaging towards your case. I like the inclusion of stuff like that, personally. I think I find it far more credible.
At all. You need to be specific about this, one.
Okay, so before we get into a discussion of that, this is the full recording, okay? No, not in Media Player. Yes, in Google Chrome.
I'm very sorry.
Well, for a minute.
Here.
Hear me now. I think so. Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Here we are.
I'm stilling the stream for a minute.
I'm gonna destroy her.
What? What the fuck? Do you guys have questions for me?
I have AIDS.
I mean, it's not even like it's a recording. They're on a public live stream, and he still feels comfortable to like, ah! So I guess the question would be, what's he willing to do in private? But maybe that's slightly leading. Definitely concerning, though, I think.
And it's
that's
just
so
like...
gross. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Like what does that mean? It makes you look less like a victim in this
The
case.
thing is this as well, is like, I don't know. Is he trying to hurt her? I don't think so. I don't think that's his intention. But at the same time, he goes around and like puts her in a headlock. And then what? He decides she's okay with that, so he's gonna take it like one step further. And then she like bats him off. Obviously doesn't want him there. And then what? He's still like mauling her, like putting his head on hers. Like, just leave her alone, man. just let her be, yeah? Oh. Can you cuck CameronF305? What are you talking about, bro? No! Unlike Cameron, okay? I don't, why would you have sex with somebody for whom you're trying to, like, investigate the rape of? Or trying to look into their alleged rape? Why would you engage in a sexual relationship with a person like that? That is so fucking unhealthy. I'd say intrinsically toxic, okay? I just... No.
Case, right?
If you don't, I will. Good luck, Gamma, okay? That would presume that you would get pussy.
So even though I kept saying no, he kept asking over and over, probably 10 times. He's going to try and expose me by sharing my private fetishes. I had a long time ago with you all. I never want anyone to know. But I just know him, so I'm expecting it. So I'm going to make it clear that, yeah, maybe at first that I made it unclear. But as the story goes on, you're going to see why this dude is a rapist.
She cosplays. To be fair, oh my god, dude. I will say, okay. I will say, I did see while I was in a call with Diesel earlier. Fuck, where is this? 1 second. 1 moment. This isn't technically like now this isn't technically, you know, anything revealing, and she posted this publicly, alright? But I think the difficulty is the more and more you look into Crexa, the more and more it's going to appear like she's just a like a Hassan op, essentially, right? Primarily, the first video you see on her public Instagram when you go to it.
Good.
No one's that good.
Try me.
She should be dangerous.
She's like a terrorist and stuff. She's interesting. Interesting. That as soon as CameronF305 releases his content cop on iDubbbz, this jihadi baddie comes out of the desert to accuse Cameron of rape. This mujahideen mommy starts slandering him. Isn't that fascinating? Anyway, let's get back to this.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. I hate Cameron. I hate Cameron. I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like him. But I'm sitting here and this Google Doc is so bad. Why can't people have a consent fetish where they like to give consent, man?
Is Diesel homosexual? What was that comment?
Sitting here and this Google talk is so bad. Why can't people have a consent fetish where they like to give consent, man?
Is Diesel a trans man? Or is he just gay? I don't know. Why can't people have a consent fetish where they love to get... Shut the fuck up. Consent is something that men have to learn, okay? Real men have to learn consent. Why can't people just have a consent? Ugh. Ugh.
Not from the...
I'm into consent. Nemesis. Woman detected. Woman detected. Woman detected. Okay? There we go.
A potential initial impression about my BDSM interest. Jesus Christ. Gonna leave it at that because it really disgusts me to think about and isn't something I want the world to know. Well, I kind of think we need to know. He's so much different in person. He's exactly like Dev. They're pale dudes because they don't see the sun. They're on 4chan and watching right-wing political videos all day. Oh, God, this is such a... This is bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. I'm literally not exaggerating. He watches them from the moment he wakes up and while he sleeps. It's all he talks about. Yes, I'm gonna get petty here because I'm sick of this creep.
I'm not sure about that. At least from what I saw about at least from what I saw on Cameron's Twitter, he seems to have voted for Kamala Harris. So I'm not sure about that.
Tea time, baby.
Also, if you're doing CNC, like consensual non-consent, like properly, there should always be explicit negotiations beforehand. But I mean, like, these are retarded. Like, he's what? At this point, when he's with Crexa, 19? I don't know how old she is. I doubt these people are kind of engaging in healthy, negotiated, consensual non-consent, so...
Oh boy, this is bad. Oh. Anyway, small dick dude's biggest problem is that he can't take no for an answer. Not just the sex, he's a creepy guy who wants what he wants.
Cameron is a hardcore Trump supporter. Really?
Wants and will manipulate you so subtly.
I need to look through my research.
Diesloshi, I'm disabled. Take my money.
Lost 7 followers for keeping my word and congratulating the winner. It's fine. I don't want to isolate my audience, so I'll continue to avoid politics, even for now. I hope one day it wouldn't be so hostile. The reason why I saved this is just to show that he is obsessively watching his following, to the point where he notices that he lost 7 followers after he congratulated Donald Trump on winning. But I thought that he supported Kamala. I'll try and look for more evidence. If I'm wrong, I'll take the L. That's what I thought I saw from his post. He openly expresses how much he hates. I'm not sure about that.
I made from my job. I worked really hard at today.
Thank you, Pookie Pinker. He's a creepy guy who wants what he wants and will manipulate you so subtly to get it all, while pushing his ego first to try and gaslight you. So this is a line that actually stuck out to me that I'm like, okay, I need to relitigate this, right? Not just sex, he's a creepy guy who wants what he wants and will manipulate you so subtly to get it, all while pushing his own ego first and trying to gaslight you.
Wait, Cameron hates blacks and women. Maybe I went too hard on this guy.
And to think he's a saint who's giving you a great deal, and he's actually doing this all for your benefit. I played the food shop stuff, but the food shops call where food shops is burning the bridge is totally like that whole like gaslight Andy shit. Okay.
Just called ICE, not capitalized by the way, just called ICE on my illegal homie who was talking shit. Who's laughing now? First of all, why is this dusty-ass, brown-haired motherfucker using the blonde emoji, okay? Leave that for the RNs, buddy.
The abuse started subtly. Subtle jokes about how if I do this or this, he'll kick me out. I have some very intense illnesses that have made me unable to hold a job for the last 9 years. I will pull up Crexa's Insta after this, by the way, guys, because I think it...
Diesel
I
tone.
think you should see what...
Here's a little bit of evidence that he's... Okay. I don't know how Jelly explains this tweet, okay? Are you sure he hates black people? Are we sure he hates black people?
She posts on Instagram. Cameron was aware that he's my only place and only person I knew in Orlando. These jokes would range from little nitpicks. I think her Insta got nuked. I sent it to Dickers today. He didn't like about me to random things to sensible things.
Wait, what?
I think her Insta got nuked. I sent it to Dickers today.
Her Instagram didn't get nuked.
He didn't like about me to random things to sensible things, but they never felt like jokes. Can we get an illness mention code?
Can we get an illness mention counter?
I'm new in town.
Oh my god, dude. The more and more you go through this guy's fucking Twitter, it's just... The English police will hunt down and try to arrest Americans who post memes about England. This isn't even referencing a fucking article. This is just a picture of British police officers in a mosque. Pull up, then. Alright, mate.
If you don't stop acting like a bitch and start having some respect, you're out, quote. He had a possessive way about him. Talking about how these are, quote, his items, and I'm under his roof. If I ever complained, acted how I am, quote, sassy, or disregarded, or disagreed with him on certain things, I was being a ungrateful bitch. He was paying for my water and rent, so I needed to have some respect. He would time my showers to make sure I didn't raise the water bill. Okay, I do want to say that you were living in there rent-free.
5 months of membership. Shoot out to my mental.
Why are you in waiting, Joey? You're on the air, John Chairs.
Hey, buddy. I just wanted to, give you a chance to understand what normal people deal with. I'm playing.
You should just give us a read of it, Dickers. What? A read of the Quran? A read of what? Did you know Lyrics had Jelly on stream on call for the underage stuff when she was 16? I had no idea about this. Is that real? If you can find me the stream VOD of that, I'd be interested in seeing it.
Playing Donkey Kong right now.
This is my Scott the Waz, everybody. My pocket Scott the Waz.
Hey guys, John Cheers here.
How's it going, Diesel?
Would
Right,
you rather be? I wanted to ask a question really quickly because I failed to properly sum up the situation. So it all started with Yandere Dev, right?
The Google Doc, but I'll take the Quran. Wait, someone's around the corner. The Google document. I'm going to read more into it. I just figured that since you'd already done it, obviously with little thoughts that you have like in between it, you know the case a lot better, and so I'd rather kind of react and give my input on your kind of existing testimony. Don't worry, I'm being transformative, okay? I'm being transformative in my reaction. I'm agreeing, I'm disagreeing. I think I said earlier, personally, I like the fact that she's mentioning the BDSM stuff. I like the fact she's talking about the CNC stuff. I think she's being honest. I think she's painting like a whole picture, right? I don't like the self-victimization stuff. I agree with you on that. I feel like talking about your past of trauma, talking about how ill you are, it's just, unless it's pertinent to the story, then maybe bring it up. But otherwise, it makes it look like you're trying to paint yourself out to be a victim, kind of actively, and maybe trying to maliciously go after other people. Like, why is she talking about how he watches, like, I don't know, right-wing podcasts? Who cares? Did he rape? Didn't he rape? Is how it should be at the end of the day. But yeah, this Google document is awfully written. I agree.
Listen, buddy, we're gonna be here for a long time if you're asking from the beginning. Yeah, this is John Mulaney, chat. This is John Mulaney.
Yeah, well, I just thought I'd offer you, whenever you want, you can come over.
Thank
you know
you.
where I live. You can.
Thank
just play
you.
Donkey
You made that
Kong.
sound weird, but thank you.
You don't. We don't have to take our shirts off. to do it.
Joey is the other member of Mana Potion, by the way. ManaPotionCoffee.com. You just go D10 and check out for 10% off your order. There is a code Joey though, right?
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather use code D10 to get Joey % off your first bag of coffee?
That's crazy. All right.
I just wanted to give you the chance to talk about Donkey Kong instead of the emotionally burdening topic of.
Thank you. I know you. I went to dinner with Joey recently, and I actually talked about this drama in public. I just want to. I burdened a person in real life with this.
I'm going through his Twitter and just pulling him up. Interesting. 1 second. People trying to go after Diorio, okay? They're going after the wrong Jolly Saint Nick, I think. What did he mean by this? Has he updated? Has he updated the Anyway, I'm stupid.
I don't know. It makes for great conversation.
Literally, we had a Mana Potion tabletop dinner, and I talked about this with the entire staff.
Well, you know what, man? What else are we supposed to talk about at the water cooler? It's either this or goblin titties.
That is not the other conversation.
Never buying Mana Potion until Terry's code slot.
Oh man, well, you know, I would buy you dinner, but you're not really a cheap date, and they don't put the really nice wine on the small shelves for my small hands to grab. Chad, did you know I'm taller than him?
Okay, all right, you're out of here, buddy. All right, you're out of here. Dude, I love Joey. Joey is he is unironically a ray of sunshine of a person, okay? He is a great guy. I really like Joey. He was paying, let's see, he was paying for my water and rent, so I needed to have some respect. He would time my showers to make sure I didn't raise the water bill. Despite constantly having all of his setups on day and night, I had to only keep one light on at a time to save on the electricity bill. I found out immediately after moving in that I was a secret. His family couldn't know, so I had to do these things so his family wouldn't find out via the bills. I also found out immediately after moving in that he lied to me about his age.
Did you see Nux Taco hint at suing Hassan? I didn't. He's got to be bluffing though. There's no way. I don't know what he can even. I don't even know what he could possibly sue over, to be honest.
Using a fake ID. He tried to gaslight me into thinking he had told me and that I had always known. He told me the night I moved in after I left my job. Everyone I knew and moved across the country. He's just a very possessive man who wants to be dominant over a woman. That's a very strange one to add.
That is a strange one to add.
Cameron also lied to me about his age as well for a very long.
Okay. It seems like, yeah, Cameron is quite coy about his political leanings. I did see one thing here that was about him saying that the the Redskins should bring back their old logo, which felt weird because it's just like, I don't know. I don't know, but I mean, there we are. If you didn't know, yep. I don't know why. There's constantly been going on like Christ is King and stuff like that. There we are. We found it, chat. We found it. Okay.
Time. I've known Cameron for quite some time. For a long time, he tried to get me to.
That's right. We have thankfully confirmed Cameron is an absolute stinking retard. Okay. Oh my fucking god, bro. He's fucking retweeting the America. Americans care about issues that affect their daily lives. Secure borders. How has he done that? Okay, nothing's been done on that. Cool. Sensible spending. Well, okay, that's... spending doesn't deep... Okay. Safe cities. Okay. Fair justice system. I mean, Trump is still alleging that the justice system's corrupt, but free speech. I mean, what's happened to the Palestine protesters? Self-protection. Nothing's happened on that front. Anyway.
To have a contact sit down with Yandere Dev. And I mean, that's ultimately how this started. I mean, I started pursuing an interview with Yandere Dev long before these allegations in 2020. A long time ago. That's how long. And I've been doing videos on him since about 2019, 2018. And Dev knew of me and knew of a compatriot of mine by the name of Kappa Kaiju, who's retired with a regular job now, and he hated us. But he found me to be quote unquote fair and wanted to sit down with me in 2020. I was pursuing that interview and I stopped in 2021 due to a death in the family. And you know, that was that. And then eventually everything comes back around again, right? So it was one of those things that happened very serendipitously that I got involved. But yeah, I've been following Yandere Dev for a while. I know so much about his history and personal lore. I mean, like, Dev is one of the old drama topics. Old. Also normie content. I realize now that the stuff covered in the commentary community is not stuff like Yandere Dev. It's too, I don't know, there's like an air of norminess to it, but it's so fucked up and weird and strange and
there's an air of norminess, maybe. I felt the current commentary community, at least the bit that I like, that I feel like is nicely kind of critical about stuff. Yeah. We don't really cover normie stuff, which I feel like is a big mistake, because I feel like obviously I prefer this style of commentary, to, you know, the rest, like daily topic commentary retards as well, totally fucking retarded. I feel like this sphere should try and reach for kind of wider topics, but you know,
complicated. I mean, like, this funny stuff, like he may or may not have bought a sex doll, which, by the way, Cameron says the sex doll is real, but honestly, I don't believe that fucking guy. But the sex doll is probably real. He bought, like, a sex doll of Samus Aran, shit like that, right? Funny stuff like that. Terrible stuff like the SysF stuff. Yeah, he said that he broke her wrist. He talked to me about her. Oh, Jesus Christ, okay.
Bro, this guy thinks he's... Oh. Okay, let's be real. Let's be real. This guy has not developed an ego after the content cop. This guy's always had an insane fucking ego. Who the fuck is this guy? This year, my 2024 election endorsement is you, the American voter. Love each other and break party lines. We all bleed the same red blood. Put the divisive attacks away based on politics. After all, it's a choice we all have to make. It's a choice we all have the right to make. Not felons. Not felons. You're going to jail. Love 2024. One moment.
Let's see. And moved across country. He was just a very possessive man who wants to be dominant over a woman. He would constantly talk about how much Riz he has. Yeah, no. He can get any woman he likes. Okay. He never brought one woman over once. Dude. Cameron, address the no bitches allegations, Cameron, okay? Address the no bitches allegations. Dude doesn't go outside. He has the Riz of Alex. They literally act the same. He's always threatened to bring a girl over, and I'd be like, okay, do it. And I had been putting up with a lot of subtle narcissistic manipulation building up and promising myself I was going to find a job where
also, by the way, I don't know if I want this to get out because I don't want him to delete it, but he made a fan account for his own, well, for himself. Anyway, keep that under wraps, though, yeah?
I can hold, work super hard at, and move the fuck out.
Yeah, I found that earlier today.
I was just trying to tolerate it and play the role of a submissive pretty girl that he wanted so he wouldn't make me homeless again. I also couldn't sleep in my car because he didn't actually have a place for my things, so I literally had my whole life stuffed in my car, undrivably full, and kept a few things in a few boxes in front of his bed. I didn't have my own space. Then on the night, everything changed, and I couldn't pretend anymore. Some of you may have seen this stream. It was the night before my big job interview. I had been working so hard for. I needed to sleep. But Cameron was streaming, and I happened to be around for a moment between practicing. So when he asked me if I wanted to entertain the stream for a moment while he used the restroom, I was like, bet. So I did, and it was lovely, until Cameron came back and said, I'm going to destroy her, and then proceeded to choke me on stream. This was not planned, consented to, or anything. It was degrading, humiliating, and scary. I didn't know how to process it. I pulled his hands off and said, what the fuck? And he laughed like it was nothing. You even see him wrapping his arm around my neck in the stream as well. I always hated that. I tried to act cool. But after the stream, I confronted him. I was calm, gentle, but stern. I was scared because this dude is so possessive. Constantly threatens, as jokes, to kick me out. And my intense abuse history, as you can imagine. I was like, what the fuck? And he was like, what? And I began confronting him about what he did on stream. This is such a stream of consciousness document, dude. It is actually... Listen, Crexa, you knew Ally. Why? Please fucking get like a fucking spell check. Grammarly would help a lot. He kept saying it was just a joke. I was making a huge deal out of nothing. He would say sorry and then immediately start talking about, well, it's actually nothing and I'm overreacting. That tracks. That tracks with his attitude, if I'm being frank, okay? I was making a huge deal out of nothing. He would say sorry and then immediately start talking. Yeah, that's something he does, where he'll like apologize, but the goalposts will move for him, okay? I'd say it wasn't okay, but, and I'm sorry, but the word isn't enough right now. I don't know how you can fix this right now, but I'll let you know when I do. The more I could assert this, the angrier he would get, until eventually he told me if I didn't like it, I can go sleep on the couch. I said all right and immediately took my stuff out to the couch. That was the last time things were remotely normal. At that point, my PTSD kicked in hard, and fuck. At that point, my PTSD kicked in hard, and he in and of himself was a trigger. Okay. Jesus. Things could have cooled down if he gave me a space like I asked, but here's where the pattern of small dick dude not taking no for an answer kicks into full gear. Okay, so like part of what another thing that
the insults do not help. The insults, if anything, like I said earlier, make it sound like he's literally just trying to make it sound like she's just trying to like insult the guy and tear him down. Do you realize how many dramas this guy is going to have? He's only 19 and he can't help himself. Yeah. Well, he can't help himself in a lot of ways, yeah. Dude. He's totally raped. Totally raped. There's no way he's gone, what, a year into adulthood And he's already got allegations about raping this girl and raping a 16-year-old girl. It's not looking good, is it?
Like, I was skeptical of is
endless well of consent. Endless well of consent. I think the problem is that it's a dry pit of consent, okay? Where's the water, bro? Okay, content. Never mind. Never mind. The glasses are going back on. The glasses are going back on. Okay, true.
Is like, what kind of space is he supposed to give you? Like, in the roommate scenario that you've portrayed, I'm really unsure of what it is either party wants of the other person, right? I don't, like, what kind of distances or space are you applying here? It sounds like it was a 1-bedroom or something, or there wasn't another space for you to stay. I do believe Cameron told me that there was a roommate, but I don't even fucking know if that's true now.
You didn't realize that Crexa accused him of SA? Is that not part of this? I thought that she'd... I think she had. Yeah. But there was some conflation about whether or not this was, you know, he thought he had consent because they had some, like, BDSM, CNC stuff. But regardless, it seems as though he's pushing the boundaries. Yeah.
But it's like, okay...
I mean, pushing boundaries kind of to the point of violating boundaries, to be clear, okay? It's not just pushing. It's pushing and breaking. Crex's allegations was that it was coercive rape. I mean, yeah, she's living with him at the time, right? This is the difficulty. I do want to turn a little bit of a more critical eye to this. I think I like that Diesel's kind of going back and reassessing things. The problem is, okay, because Diesel came into chat earlier, and he said that, you know, I thought you were going to read it yourself, or it would have been interesting to see you read it yourself. But the problem is, this is essentially a retrospective on this drama, okay? And so there is so much more information here than I'm aware of. So I don't feel as though I can just go in and read the Google document. You know what I mean? There's already been so many layers of evidence, discussion, testimony, right? So it's difficult. And I'm very, very aware that I very well may come in with commentary and with an opinion, which might actually just be disproved by the facts. I might just be, like, horribly wrong. And essentially at that point, I'm giving useless commentary, right? It's not an emerging situation. It's a situation in the past. Cameron also accused Crexa of raping him. She was living with him. They're in a dom-sub BDSM sexual interaction. She relies on him for housing. He's the one being overly physical with her, to the point of, like, wrapping his hands around her neck. He accused her of raping him. Okay. Fascinating! Okay. What a malicious fucking retard.
You know, if you have somebody living in your house rent-free, like...
And the first video took 5 months of research, yeah.
What, you gotta lay out ground rules? Were ground rules laid out? Did any of these things happen? And both sides give very contradictory events to it, but I'm honestly less charitable to Cameron now, given everything that's happened.
Did she peg him? Is that where the butt plugs came in? Now, this is alleged, okay? This is alleged. This is completely alleged. But I'm hearing on the streets that Cameron likes to have butt plugs in while he's fucking. But I haven't heard anything yet about him being pegged. But apparently that's where the butt plug thing comes from. He likes to be plugged up while he's plowing. Which... Yeah.
But, you know, that's where my mind I mean, it's at.
I'm just thinking that can't be comfortable. You know? Like, me personally, believe it or not, okay, I've never had a butt plug in my ass. So, the way I'm thinking about it is, it's up in there, and then what? You want to do, like, vigorous physical activity? Like gyrating your hips? Like thrusting for sex? Isn't that gonna... It's like a solid fucking metal thing inside of you, no? Like, is that not gonna hurt? That's gonna be, like, incredibly uncomfortable, no? Maybe that's what he likes. I don't know.
It's there now. And I can
Don't
only...
tell them that that's not their business, that I've never used a butt plug. Shut the fuck up, Babka.
Guess based on my notes where my mind was at a year ago, but it's really just the same thing. I don't... Like, it's so stream of consciousness and so all over the place, I don't necessarily know what the living situation should be like.
Don't kink shame. I will kink shame a rapist, okay? Alleged rapist. Alleged... non-consensual attempt at cunnilingus.
Or what kind of standards should be set. Because if I have somebody living rent-free in my house, I'd want them to not waste my electricity, not waste my water, because the bill is footed by me, and I'm being a kind person by letting them live for free. Like, that's you know, so it's like, oh, he would time my showers. It's like, well, like, can you blame him? Like, it, you know? But obviously with this, like, recontextualization of everything, it's like, I don't know if I trust any of Cameron's presentation, even though this presentation is bad.
It's a shame because it seems like other than essentially a subreddit set up to A-log Yandere Dev. I mean, I understand why. He's not exactly a public figure. He's like an irrelevant nobody who's essentially got all of his clout and fame. Or, well, what little clout and fame he has is essentially off of, like, making the music for Yandere Simulator. But I feel like with a more critical eye turned to this situation, I'm surprised that people came away thinking that this was nothing. I mean, what's their name? What's their name? They were in chat a moment ago. Nazo. I mean, you tell me, okay? It seems like the r/Osana subreddit was very much in support of Cam, and liked him a fair deal, and seemed to believe him, against these allegations by Jelly, and against the allegations by Crexa. I don't know. Because it seems, maybe I'm kind of, like, hindsight pilled by what I know of Cam now, but, I don't know.
He tried to come to talk to me to solve this because I had agreed to a list of house rules, which he cited here. I was apparently breaking the no drama rule by not immediately forgiving him, or as he puts it, fixing things. He later admits that he just saw me as a problem in that moment to solve, which we'll hear in the recordings. He comes out and tries to force me to talk to him. I keep telling him I need space, I need to be alone, and I'm not ready to be around him. I was very much like in the freeze of fight, flight.
Here's an interesting tweet. Huh. Huh. You hate to see it.
Freeze. He made my heart.
Is there a new victim? I missed everything. No, it's a retrospective on an old allegation that was dismissed.
It's in the worst way. I'd say he tried 40 times that night.
I mean, let's be real. Look at this face, okay? Look deep into those eyes, into that pedo mustache, into that pedo soul patch down there at the bottom, okay? The disgusting little fucking threads that hang down from his head. And tell me, that man didn't rape. How did people not look into this earlier?
Night with me on the couch to force me to talk to him. I'm not exaggerating. All I would say is no, stop, please just leave me alone. I need space. He knew this triggered me as well. I let him know exactly what not to do to avoid triggering me. And it's also just an obvious thing. This devolved into panic attacks as he kept going and going until I was crying, hiding under blankets, hyperventilating, and just begging him to leave me alone. At the end of this is the first time I was able to start recording him. So we hear that in the video. I was hiding under the blankets, caught my breath for a moment, and knew I needed proof, something to hold on to when he would get into my head and gaslight me into thinking I was just a horrible, ungrateful bitch who was just making a huge deal out of nothing and causing drama. Yeah, the whole therapy speak stuff is like, yeah, it's just listen, I know that I have a penchant for a verbose vernacular, okay, but I feel like it almost gets used as like a shorthand for a lack of being able to describe events, or to like fill.
Why was this allegation from, and why was it dismissed? Partly why it was dismissed realistically was because the person stole GoFundMe money and ran away, so people just kind of like forgot about it after that. And they were just seen as like a bad actor, and people trusted Cam because he was the only one who was left seen as being somewhat credible. Diesel dismissed it. Yeah, everyone dismissed it, to be fair, QQ, okay? Even r/Osana dismissed it. Because for some reason people trusted Cam.
And
also Crexa did like steal money and stuff.
Language?
And also this Google document is pretty poorly written.
I don't know. I mean, you know, glass houses, because I do talk verbosely, right? So I get it, but also this is just so all over the place.
And also, realistically, this is a Reddit post made against who is purely known as what? The musician who made music for Yandere Simulator. Are people really going to put that much effort into working through these allegations? Probably not, right? At that point, it's just a popularity contest, right? Funny how shitty people can be raped too. That was exactly my point when I was discussing this earlier with Diesel. I think I said the exact same words, and he's like, "Yeah, I agree." But yeah, that in hindsight, apparently that was one of the big reasons why people made that accusation. Partially, I think, okay, if I'm being charitable and looking back, I'd have to look more into it. But it seems as though it might have been that people felt as though this rape accusation was only made to garner sympathy, to then put forward this GoFundMe to get more to get money. Okay, that's potentially a a motivation there. r/Osana dismissed it because, as far as I'm aware, part of the money that was stolen was supposed to be for Renaid, one of the mods, and now Cameron's strongest soldier. You were right. Yeah, that is correct, Bugsquander. I forgot to point out that Renaid was a fucking moderator of r/Osana. Yeah, those people are completely compromised then. Yeah, that's a good point. Although, I don't know if Renaid is currently Cam's strongest soldier. So far as I'm aware, I think she might actually have been kicked to the curb by now. YouTubers gotta stop acting like judges. Yeah, I wish I could agree with that, okay? But unfortunately, that would also then apply for me, so it, it takes away power that I desperately cling on to.
I was just a horrible, ungrateful bitch who was making a huge deal out of nothing and causing drama. This instantly became the mode of our interactions. Eventually, he finally left me alone. Parentheses, not before putting his anxiety meds besides me. This was not an accident. He built me up into a panic attack and several more over and over and over. The second he left the room, flight kicked in. I jumped over the couch, sprinted outside of my pajamas. I went to a place that became my safe place, where I thought he couldn't find me. I just broke down sobbing and called a friend. I could believe I can also use big words, filibuster. I couldn't believe I let myself get trapped into a situation like this. We agreed that we just played as cool as I could, and I started gathering recordings and made private video to watch and keep my head on straight when he'd gaslight me. I'm going to finally share that video now. So I started sleeping on a very uncomfortable couch, and every single time this
10 days ago, they were fighting around Cam's server about the allegations. Yeah, I know. However, apparently, as of a day ago, Renee is no longer a moderator for Cam. There seems to have been some fallout there. It's impossible to know, however, exactly where the fallout comes from, because Cam has completely battened down the hatches and refuses to speak anything at all.
This man would be in the same room as me. He was trying to force me to talk to him to fix things every time. I would tell him to fix things, he needs to give me space, and I'll come to him to talk when I'm ready. I think this bruised his ego, that I would literally not allow him to speak to me, because he'd always get so angry. Sometimes I was strong enough to hold my ground and just keep telling him no, over and over and over and over. Sometimes it would get to me, and I would devolve into panic. No, this is Crexa's.
Good morning, I just woke up.
This is Crexa's old document. Anne is not making Google Docky. But good morning, kicking the Swede. Thank you for the 26. Devolve into panic attacks, screaming matches, locking myself in the bathroom, and running away. I started staying out as late as I could in my car and not going inside until like 2 or 3 in the morning, so he'd hopefully be asleep. I'd come in as quietly as possible and try to hear it if he was awake, and not to come in until he seemed asleep. I had to go through his room to use the bathroom, unfortunately. Also, this dude is fucking weird. One time I came into his room on one of the nights, and he was straight up listening to the guttural screams of women while he was sleeping.
Okay. This is what I've heard, okay? This is what I've heard. That apparently Crexa alleged that he was falling to sleep with his headphones in, snuggled into bed. I think my mic cut out for half of that. Thank God for you. But apparently that is part of this allegation, which, to be clear, sounds fucking bonkers. Got no idea what the fuck that's talking about.
I don't believe that he was listening to ASMR, the murders of women, okay? Oh my god. Oh god. You guys understand why I was skeptical of this document the first time around, right? This is not based on like some neat, like it's it's way more common than you'd think. Listen, Aiden, not all of us can be axe murderers, okay? Yeah, I was also told that he watches body cam police vids. Yes, I know he put that in his video.
She didn't get a recording of this. I mean, that's the thing. Crexa did get a recording of a lot of stuff, but the audio isn't clean. I've kind of been going through bit by bit to go through and try and do a little bit of the editing to make the audio sound a little bit more usable. I think, to be fair, Bug Squander has also been doing that as well. Bug Squander's been looking into it. I think Diesel's been looking into it. A few people have been looking into the Crexa stuff. I might go ahead and do a stream about it tomorrow and cover a lot of this content then. I'm just not sure necessarily about how far I'm going to get with it. How well I'm going to be able to clean up audio and stuff like that. The other problem is Crexa is active online, but she disappears off the face of the earth apparently after she took that money, and I don't know if she's interested in relitigating it. If you want access to the Google Drive, let me send you the link, Aiko. One sec.
I'm so serious. I thought maybe I just walked in on a bad part, but I heard death screams my whole time in the bathroom. I even peeked in like 30 minutes later just to see, and it's still going. Dude was sound asleep to what sounded like women dying. Oh my god. I fall asleep to like tons of shit. I'm a true crime documentary guy, you know, it happens. I'm posting the recording, but I promise that wasn't the worst part of it all. My time there became a hell. I was just trying to avoid him and keep my sanity. He was so persistent at trying to convince me that this was all my fault and I was a horrible person. I could believe the whole, like, trying to diffuse blame, right? I fell asleep to the sounds of debate. Aiden, respectfully, I think everybody on the internet is autistic, including you.
I've often fallen asleep to the sounds of debate, to be fair. I mean, here's the thing. To be fair to the guttural screams of women's sleep audio, it is oddly specific, even though fantastical. Yeah, but there's also a completely mundane explanation for it, right? Let's say that he's like watching something on YouTube. He's listening to that as he goes to sleep. And then there's like a weird autoplay onto like body cam footage, for example. Maybe? That could be a totally understandable kind of reason why that would kind of come to pass, right? But the problem is she doesn't give that as a potential thing, and so it just sounds insane. Especially when there are other aspects of this Google document that just seem sensationalistic, you know? You love the sound of your own voice too much. You realize, okay, that I can't really hear myself speaking, Shelby, okay? I've got headphones on that block out other noises around me, okay? You love the sound of your own voice. So do you, you fucking retard. You watch me for like 6 hours a day. You love the sound of your own voice. Yeah, so do you. Problem?
He spoke with such a calm tone. ASMR Joe Biden mumbling. I stood firm with my just leave me alone until one of the worst nights. He built me up into another panic attack, and it became a screaming match until I ran outside out of primal instinct. It'd always be late at night in my pajamas without my glasses or shoes, often when I had something very important the next day. This is no different, except the time he found me in my safe place. I screamed at him to leave me the fuck alone. Parentheses, I know I was acting crazy, but when you intentionally trigger someone this often to a degree, with such intense trauma into a screaming match, you have to understand I was building up into a primal state of fight or flight. Oh. Dude, she was in Silent Hill. Fucking Cameron was Pyramid Head. Dude, she was in the save room, and he walked in and just completely threw everything up on its head. And I ran as far as I could to another place near the apartment.
I'm surprised he didn't fall asleep to the screaming match, TBH.
Oh my god. He fucking chased me down and found me. I was sobbing, and I just kept saying, leave me alone.
Do we know how old she is? I believe she's slightly older than Cameron. Which, yeah, you know. Kind of adds a level of difficulty into the story, but, you know.
I kept running away, and he kept finding me like a horror movie. Oh.
Diesel, this woman could have been fucking raped and beaten. Why are you making me laugh right now?
I think the audio recordings that Crexa has left here will sway me more, and I also think that Cameron is the kind of sleazy liar who would be like moving the goalpost.
Yes.
And then also trying to, like, you know, play both sides, like, I'm sorry, but also you're wrong.
Yeah.
I couldn't think...
Crexa is like 2 years older than Cameron, I believe. Okay, so now she'd be 22. Either 22 or 23. Because Cameron is very, very nearly 21. I think. 2 months. I believe he turns 21 in 2 months.
Everything was so...
I know too much about these people's lives. I love this job.
To get the fuck away from him, and I knew I was going to get angry, so I ran to the
Fucking
apartment and locked myself in. I knew he would eventually get in, and I was going to pay for it, but I didn't know how else to get away from him. I absolutely couldn't drive in that state, in that car. I started packing my stuff in there, my only plan to try and drive away. But he got in so quickly. He told me he was calling an ambulance since I was having a panic attack. I mean, it does... Listen, either he's chasing her down and being like, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you, you're gonna be the raped, or she's like literally having this humongous like mental break, and then either way an ambulance needs to come. It sounds like she needs a night in a room.
He's going psycho Michael Myers right now.
I told him if he just leaves me alone, I can calm down, and he's the one causing a panic attack. Yeah, I'm really like annoyed. I know Cameron at one point shared a police report. It was either him or I got it via Nani. But Cameron's messages with mine are much shorter than they used to be. I do believe some things were redact.dev'd. And I also got to say that Nani redact.dev'd stuff too. So I'm missing stuff. I've put together a lot to re-examine this, as well as everything that I have in like my notes and stuff, but you know, you make do, right? If I couldn't get something, I went and I re-got it, right? Like this is something I re-got.
I think I've heard this before. That Cameron has gone back and deleted a lot of his old messages. Yeah.
And then I gave it to anybody who asked, of course.
Panic attack does not require hospitalization. Yeah, but if somebody's entering a panic attack, I can very well understand why you would want to have them. To have an ambulance, okay? It depends.
I was sobbing, and I just started...
A panic attack can be really, really scary, especially if you're not sure what it is, right?
Knocking on his door. I asked him, please make...
Yeah, obviously a panic attack can be scary. What I mean is, it's scary for people around you, right?
Cameron, leave me alone. He brought me into his room with his girlfriend. You think I could fix Nani? Please leave Nani alone. And I just broke down crying on their bed. I opened up a little bit about Cameron before, but he was becoming pretty obvious about the frequency of the streaming matches. Eventually, I was starting to calm down. They're really lovely people, so they just kept making jokes and keeping my spirits high, until eventually we heard knocking on the door. It was the cops. I just started to calm down. We decided to let Cameron get it. The roommate ended up checking it out as well, and the sheriff talked to Cameron and then wanted to speak to me. This is where he finally let it out what was going on, but my head was still so screwed up from his manipulation that it was my fault. I regret it so badly, but I was scared to let the cop know about the choking thing because I was afraid to get him arrested. Like, what if I really was crazy and it was all my fault? So, like, I think Cameron deliberately... It seems like...
She's been chased by a freak. No, I know. I'm just saying. It could be understandable if somebody thought something was going on, okay? They can call like an ambulance or something like that. Obviously a panic attack doesn't necessitate being taken in for a hospital visit, especially if you've got like some kind of panic disorder. But I mean, you can like convulse during a panic attack, right? A lot of people kind of react to them differently. I've known of people before who have panic attacks, and for whatever reason, it just presents in them almost like a seizure. Which, you know, everybody reacts to it differently. You can help somebody calm down in a few minutes. You can, but, you know, no, you can't. What do you mean? No. Your muscles can be overstimulated. You absolutely can convulse. Okay, I'm telling you from personal experience. I've known people who... No. Aiko. I'm not saying have a seizure, okay? It can present and look like a seizure to an untrained, non-medical professional, okay? Somebody goes faint, like falls on the ground, and then starts like convulsing. Okay, I've seen people who have panic attacks like that. Move on. Okay.
Cameron definitely was malicious, but then also in the same respects, I think I'm okay saying you're crazy.
Oh no, I didn't mean actually.
I think I'm pretty confident in that. It doesn't mean that you don't have anything of value. But you need medication. He asked me what I wanted him to do to Cameron, and I told him that all I want is for him to leave me alone. And I was just trying to hold a job and get out as soon as possible. So we made vague plans to grow my roots in Orlando and find people to stay with. And he's going to tell Cameron that he needs to leave me alone, like I'm asking. If I could go back, I would have told him about the choking and had him arrested. The officer went back and forth between us after telling Cameron about how he needs to leave me the fuck alone. He's talking to our roommate, and Cameron literally tries to come into the room and make me speak with him. I start freezing and panicking. Roommates and officers make him come out. Officers like, Cameron, what are you doing? So there's a police report about the whole thing. Dumbass called the cops on him.
You can call in if you'd like. Yeah, 100%. One second. Let me open into the open live.
Himself. Cameron says the reason he chased me is because I was having a panic attack, and apparently he was on a hotline, which told him if someone is having a panic attack to never leave them alone. So that's the reason he chased me around while I was this animalistic, running, sobbing, begging him to just leave me alone. He and Dev really do give the same energy in their explanations. So take your guesses. Did he leave me alone after?
Hello. How's it going, Iko?
Hello. I'm doing fine. I woke up recently. I see that so many things have happened with Cameron, and a couple chunks of it went into my head during my dreams, but I don't quite know what's going on. But I haven't seen like a lot of it, but I'm just seeing your watching Diesel here.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen too much, but from my understanding, this new person that we haven't heard of before is an old allegation.
They're both old allegations, to be fair. But this person's Crexa. So this is... I sent you the link to the Google document. Yeah, so this is a person who lived with Cam for a while. He eventually, like, kicked her out. But, yeah, she made kind of domestic violence and SA claims against her. Sorry, she made domestic abuse and SA claims against him. It got dismissed at the time and then now being relitigated. It's kind of stemming from Diesel, to be fair. I think a few people were starting to look back into the Crexa stuff, but now Diesel has. We had a call earlier, and we talked about. Anyway, he's saying that because of the kind of new revelations with Cam, he feels like he's maybe taken Cam's word where it was inappropriate to, and given him more credence and charitability than he probably deserved.
Yeah. So this is my issue because this is how it I'm so happy that there are so many more people around like you, like Queeman and Chud and all of these people, all of us, right? Rezi, all of us here to discuss these conversations, to see it for ourselves, to give our own analysis, and therefore the people watching, the general public whose opinions once affected do impact the situation and the way that things play out.
Yeah.
That is a healthy way to have discourse. People can make up their own minds with like the pertinent information. However, before this recent time, were like just a few like larger YouTubers, large enough to be like the deciding factors that could play judge. You know, like I didn't know anything about Diesel during my time in that era of YouTube, but this is an example of like, even now, as he's reviewing it, he's like talking about how this person needs help, needs to be in a mental hospital or whatever, because she was being like chased by this deranged man, and he was telling her that she was having a panic attack and he needed to call the hospital. And he's like, yeah, maybe she needs to be hospitalized for a night or something, having a mental breakdown.
Well, to be
And
fair
so
to
because of his
to be fair to Diesel, I feel like the commentary at the time, it wasn't just Diesel who was like the guy who kind of like set the field. I think everybody in and around this story, and there was not many people, I don't think, who covered the Cameron stuff, because essentially this is a side drama in the Yandere Dev community of the ex-roommate of Yandere Dev's music producer for the game, who's having these allegations. And so it's the drama for it's the kind of drama where you're going to have incredibly low kind of engagement, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem, because everything was that. Everything was like that. It's just like ultimately, like certain people who had this perception of being credible to whatever degree, oftentimes undeserved. I guess I feel like it went this sense of like, oh, this person gets a W, this person's analysis is always right and stuff, like, oh, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, my take aged well, whatnot.
Yeah.
Like I think it went to some people's heads, and then it became like whatever they said became like the prevailing narrative. And if people disagreed, they get into a group call and privately and decide what they thought. And, it would just kind of be like a general consensus. They reach a conclusion. There'd be like the defense and the prosecution. And then ultimately, the person with the most clout decides, or, unless they get owned, and then, but there's always a singular narrative that makes people feel like it's resolved and put it on the shelf and don't need to look at it again. And it could just is like one of many rape kits collecting dust in the real world,
Yeah.
So
even if this was
is just
discussed
my
at the
issue.
time, I think the majority of people, it's only now with hindsight about kind of having a better understanding about who Cam is, now that the attention is turned on him a little bit more, because the Google document isn't really written very well.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine. Like for all I know, maybe I would have agreed with him if I had known the drama. I don't know anything about this drama.
Yeah.
So like maybe I would have even agreed with him. I've been very wrong about people and situations before. But my issue is that like people will like this make the proclamation and shut it down. Like no more room for discussion. And people will just be like, move on. That's it. We decided. And because of that, and because it's not just reflecting on being wrong in the past. It's like his attitude right now in assessing this story is it's ignorant it's ignorant, which is fine on its own. He can be wrong, but it's like the same like certainty about your assessment, you know what I mean, when he's wrong, when it's like, no, someone having a panic attack, they just need a little bit of space, some breathing exercises, and then they can move along, like no one needs to be. So the idea that he's just like, dismissive, like, oh, she needs a night in the emergency room or something, I forget exactly what he said, is just like, no. That's cool and all to meme, but it is a real situation, and this is affecting your analysis. You know what I mean?
To be fair to Diesel, I think he's joking about it, but only in the sense that it seems deranged that she's having a panic attack, and then Cam is running after her, and then claiming that, oh, well, I got told on a, thingamajig. It was me, to be fair, who said that, okay, maybe this could make sense if, if he's a 19-year-old lad, somebody's having a panic attack, it could look scary. I don't know what the signs and symptoms were, to be fair, but you might not.
That's what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
Right, but you're not the one who said, oh, this person having a panic attack ought to go be hospitalized.
No, that was Cam.
That was Cam?
Yeah, that was his
what did Diesel
rationalization.
say?
Diesel hasn't actually, I don't think, made commentary on it yet. He's just said that, you know, it seems kind of odd, this scene that's been described of this woman trying to, like, run away, and then Cam is, like, chasing after her, because apparently somebody on a hotline has said.
Someone on a hotline has said?
That's what Cam is apparently saying in this document.
Can you play back, like, right before whatever Diesel was saying about that? Because maybe I misheard him. If he was reading something. Was he reading it?
Wait 1 sec. Let me read what the document says. So Cameron says the reason he chased me is because I was having a panic attack. And apparently, he was on a hotline which told him if someone is having a panic attack, to never leave them alone. So that's the reason he chased me around while I was animalistic, running, sobbing, begging him to just, quote, leave me alone. He and Dev really do give the same energy in their explanations, so take your guess. Did he leave me alone after a sheriff enforced it? No, of course not.
I mean, I was just asking if Diesel is the one, because it doesn't sound like, because it sounded to me like what Diesel was saying is, like, affirming that, yeah, she should have, or someone should be taken to the hospital in this situation.
I don't think he did, but we can listen to Diesel.
Room.
Yeah, let's
make me
just,
speak with
if
him.
you don't mind
I start
sharing
freezing
it
and
with
Oh
me.
shit, sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't sharing my screen. Sorry, Aiko. 1 moment.
No worries.
There we are.
Panicking. Roommates and officers make him come out. Officers like Cameron wait and told him have anything of value. He asked me what I wanted him to do to Cameron, and I told him that all I want is for him to leave me alone. And I was just trying to hold a job.
What was this before?
And get out as
this,
soon as
maybe?
possible. So we
So this is just a little bit before this content. Because this is where he's going to be talking about the hospitalization stuff.
We made vague plans to grow my roots in Orlando and find people to stay with. And he's going to tell Cameron that he needs to leave me alone, like I'm asking. If I could go back, I would have told him about the choking and had him arrested. The officer went back and forth between us after telling Cameron about how he needs to leave me the fuck alone. He's talking to our roommate, and Cameron literally tries to come into the room and make me speak with him. I start freezing and panicking. Roommates and officers make him come out. Officers like, Cameron, what are you doing? So there's a police report about the whole thing. Dumbass called the cops on himself. Cameron says the reason he chased me is because I was having a panic attack. And apparently he was on the hotline, which told him if someone is having a panic attack, to never leave them alone. So that's the reason he chased me around while I was this animalistic, running, sobbing, begging him to just leave me alone. He and Dev really do give the same energy in their explanations. So take your guesses. Did he leave me alone after the sheriff enforced it? No, of course not. Upside down smiley face. So I went hard with
so
staying away from the
he's just reading it.
No. He said something else. I think it was before that.
Okay.
About needing to be
I think that was me.
taken in.
I think Cameron
No,
said that,
it
and then I
wasn't you.
echoed it, but I don't think he gave that take because that's where they're talking about the police, somebody being involved.
Right. If I couldn't get something, I went and I re-got it. Right. Like this is something I re-got. And then I gave it to anybody who asked, of course. I was sobbing, and I just started frantically knocking on his door. I asked him, please make Cameron leave me alone. He brought me into his room with his girlfriend. You think I can fix Nani? Please
I'll
leave
go
Nani
back to the
alone.
very, very start of the story.
You time to sleep to like tons of shit. I'm a true crime documentary guy, you know, it happens. I'm posting the recording, but I promise that wasn't the worst part of it all. My time there became a hell. I was just trying to avoid him and keep my sanity. He was so persistent at trying to convince me that this was all my fault and I was a horrible person. I could believe the whole, like, trying to diffuse blame, right? I fell asleep to the sounds of debate. Aiden, respectfully, I think everybody on the internet is autistic, including you. He spoke with such a calm ASMR Joe Biden mumbling. I stood firm with my just leave me alone until one of the worst nights. He built me up into another panic attack, and it became a screaming match until I ran outside out of primal instinct. It'd always be late at night, in my pajamas, without my glasses or shoes, often when I had something very important the next day. This is no different, except the time he found me in my safe place. I screamed at him to leave me the fuck alone. Parentheses, I know I was acting crazy, but when you intentionally trigger someone this often to a degree with such intense trauma into a screaming match, you have to understand I was building up into a primal state of fight or flight. Oh. Dude, she was in Silent Hill. Fucking Cameron with Pyramid Head. Dude, she was in the save room, and he walked in and just completely threw everything up on its head. And I ran as far as I could to another place near the apartment.
I'm surprised he didn't fall asleep to the screaming match, TBH.
Oh my god. He fucking chased me down and found me. I was sobbing, and I just kept saying, leave me alone. I kept running away, and he kept finding me like a horror movie. Oh.
That does sound terrifying.
This is bad. I think
No, continue.
Okay. I think the audio recordings that Crexa has left here will sway me more, and I also think that Cameron is the kind of sleazy liar who would be like moving the goalpost, and then also trying to like, you know, play both sides. Like, I'm sorry, but also you're wrong. I couldn't think, everything was so blurry. I just needed to get the fuck away from him, and I knew I was going to get angry, so I ran to the apartment and locked myself in. I knew he would eventually get in, and I was going to pay for it, but I didn't know how else to get away from him. I absolutely couldn't drive in that state, in that car. I started packing my stuff in there, my only plan to try and drive away. But he got in so quickly. He told me he was calling an ambulance since I was having a panic attack. I mean, listen, either he's chasing her down and being like, I'm gonna get you, you're gonna be the raped, or she's like literally having this humongous, like, mental break, and then either way, an ambulance needs to come. It sounds like she needs a night in a room. I told him if he just leaves me alone, I can calm down.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. So it's like this confident, like whatever level he's joking, like he actually does think there needs to be an ambulance. Like either he's not thinking it through, or he just is completely detached from the reality, which is fine if he's one of many voices. But my problem again is in a previous time.
Yeah.
It was just, packaged up, left on the shelf, you know? So I'm just glad that, things are continuing to come out. I'm glad that you're here, Dickers. I'm glad that we are all here now to obsessively dissect all of the rapes.
Yeah. The difficulty is Cameron is a very, very wretched individual. He is overstepping and, well, not overstepping, just kind of like breaking what should be clearly understood boundaries. Not to grab somebody's neck and shake them, for instance. But I feel like the charitable thing here would not be, is it the correct medical decision to call an ambulance over somebody? We can talk about that, and we can talk about medical misinformation. But I think what he's getting at is Cameron just chasing this woman down because he doesn't want to her to get away, or doesn't want her to reject him, or some kind of thing like that. It's purely based out of his emotions. Or does he think that she genuinely does need to see some medical attention right now if she's running out into the street, right, and running away?
I don't think that's what he was saying. I think he literally said that either way they would need an ambulance there, which I don't necessarily think he's really thinking through. But he casually, that's his logic, and his logic is not consistent with the way things would play out in real life. So it's like he's handling this, he's thinking about it in an unserious context. And I think that unseriousness affects, it affects the public narrative and the way things get handled. And, what's the point of that?
I think that's true. So. I think the thing that's coloring his commentary here is she's talking about being built up into a primal state and saying it was something out of a horror movie. It sounds incredibly overwrought.
Right, but that's because we're not in that genre of person.
Yeah.
That's just the way that she's expressing herself.
Yeah.
It's still the message is there. It's just that he doesn't take that kind of person seriously, and many of us don't. If you're just reading something that they posted in a tweet longer that's not about rape or something, just their opinions or whatever, you look at them and you think of them as silly.
I know that because
we're just not those people.
You talk about stuff, and you seem to take stuff like this quite earnestly, and so you don't tend to kind of like make jokes or kind of like make humor about this kind of stuff. But I feel like there is room
if I think they suck.
Okay, but I think there's room to even think that somebody has been mistreated, but then the way that they're describing it is just inherently kind of somewhat comedic. It kind of makes you smirk unintentionally, and you kind of, you know, even without thinking about it or trying to mock the person, it just comes across humorously. I mean, fundamentally, I think your point is about a diversity of perspective.
Like the humor's fine.
Mm-hmm.
The humor is totally fine. Yes, it's his, like, no matter how he talks about it, ultimately he is dismissing, and he is like treating it unseriously, which leads to and did lead to you know, like a closing of the case. Like, don't give the sense that, oh, it's been solved because of the credibility that he and other people have. People like all the community at large will be like, oh, it's taken care of. Don't, like, they solved the case, or this was debated and decided because this person won the argument, and therefore this is what it is.
Well, to be fair to Diesel, I mean, it's quite something without even being prompted, I think. Okay, I think it's a bit of a, you know, I don't mean to glaze the guy. I'm not especially close with him, to be fair. I've spoken to him privately one time, but it's quite something to get no kind of input from outside, no pressure to reassess things, and to go on live stream and say, I think I gave Cameron a kind of charitability that I didn't give either of the women in this situation.
No, that's cool. Like I said, I haven't seen the actual coverage yet. So, and Diesel seems like a nice dude. He seems like he has a code of ethics in whatever regard that I don't presume of people anymore. So, like, it's not like a shot at him specifically. It's just like I'm pointing out like a thing that's still there. It's still influencing. Like, it's that old mindset. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
I think we just need to question ourselves a little bit more so that things like this don't happen. Because it's like, what right do any one of us have to say that, oh, this is what happened, the case is closed? Well, you know, like, who are we? YouTubers just like come in, they'll hijack a situation and be like, well, that's it.
I think
pack it up.
I think, at least so far as I'm thinking about this, I would look at a situation. I will do the coverage, and if I feel like there's nothing else there, or if I feel like I give my take and there's nothing really more for me to say, I will move on. And I think this is kind of what Diesel's done. And I don't think it's in the case of nobody else can look into this. He said he's kind of quite happy to have shared this information with people. And when he did it,
absolutely,
it was with a huge Google document of all this kind of stuff that he trawled through to kind of reference, and realistically, kind of with potentially the benefit of other people being able to look at this kind of stuff.
And I think that's awesome. I'm so pro, like, people having he put out the other stuff with that whole doc with Cameron, right? Or something. The accompanying links and everything. So that's awesome. I think, you know, everyone should be able to, like, say their opinion, but also, you know, because, you know, people like viewers, chatters, listeners, lurkers will start going on vibes with each other. Like, the vibes will start resonating, and then we won't even realize that we're going along with a narrative or with a pattern, or like getting a sense of closure that isn't necessarily warranted. So we aren't even thinking about it, but there's like just this little like note in our brain that, oh, that was decided, that was, you know, like we know what happened with that. We don't need to think about it anymore. So I'm not blaming it on like any one person. Although there are definitely people who try to enforce this. But like, I'm not putting that on Diesel at all. I'm just saying that, like, I think this is like a remnant, like, and I don't think Diesel's trying to do this at all. I just see like it as like a flicker of, you know, like kind of the old way of thinking. Now it's all about like free flowing information and stuff, and that's very cool. And Diesel seems into that, and I'm very, very pleased with that. But I think it's just important to like remember that, you know, maybe we should be looking at all of these things that have a prior history with like a more inquiring eye, I think, moving forward in the future. Because things will continue to come out, you know?
I think that's probably true.
And yeah.
I just think it's kind of difficult. And to be fair, I think in a certain sense, I feel like for the criticisms that people might want to have of Diesel, the fact that realistically he hasn't really been pushed that hard. And he's already coming out and kind of being contrite, and he's the one kind of like reopening a lot of things. And, you know, he's got like a kind of a wealth of knowledge that other people don't have on the situation, since he's the guy who made the video in the first place. I feel like there's probably room for a good amount of charity to be given to him. But I'm just kind of
I'm not morally condemning him or anything. It's just the phenomenon of that thing. And I just like to point out things when I notice them for the future, for the connections. Oh, did you see the Bad Empanada Tyler stuff?
I saw it being posted, but I didn't actually watch it. Was that any good?
Bad Empanada watched my clip of Tyler, me playing the no talking about the war clip. He made like a 10-minute video about West Side Tyler. You should definitely watch it at some point.
Okay. I don't know if I really want to watch
is back on the
Bad Empanada stuff on stream, just because I don't know if I want to give like much fuel to that. But I might watch it off stream. That might be interesting.
Well, either way, it is very entertaining. But yeah, it's not a part of the larger drama. It's just West Side Tyler's past takes, so it doesn't have anything to do with like Hassan or Ethan directly in the video. So.
Oh, fair play. Did West Side Tyler actually weighed in on the Hassan Ethan stuff?
Well, he went on Noah Samson's stream, right? The fundraiser.
Yeah.
And so people started looking into Tai. And one of the things that they saw was me playing my soundboard. The war sample. So it's like, yes, this is what the memes are for. They're burned into our minds, and then when there's new context, there's new lore needed for people. We all remember.
I mean, to be fair, whatever charity I might want to have for like, do I think that anyone deserves being like gone after by Bad Empanada? I don't know, because I feel like
I don't think
West
he's going
Side Tyler,
after him.
I mean, even if he were
he's not going after him.
Oh no, okay.
No, it's like the way he's doing it. He's like, just like he's not our ally. That's all he's saying. He's like, look at what he said about these about pro-Palestinian people. Like, it's not a call to harassment. Otherwise, I wouldn't signal boost it.
Fair play. Yeah.
But yeah.
But I guess I was going to say, even
Tyler...
if Bad Empanada was doing some kind of like, kind of I guess Bad Empanada things, which to be fair, he doesn't really tend to do on his YouTube. That's usually reserved for Twitter, or like Discord. But even if he was doing that, the kind of behavior that Tyler is engaged in makes it very, very hard to be sympathetic to him, or even to offer a defense, seeing as he's done a lot of the same things, just on a very, very kind of a smaller scale. Kind of President Sunday gets brought to mind.
Oh yeah, and he just made a video, a Loner Box's biggest secret or something like that, where he just like is like, so this is his name, this is his full name. Like I didn't know Loner Box's name before now.
I know that it had been floating around, weirdly enough, Bad Empanada's kind of community, and a lot of people that he kind of like hung around with, and so I knew it maybe a month ago or so. But yeah, it's because
Tyler
it's been dug into.
Video.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, he made a video about it, just saying his name over and over.
Fucking hell, man.
Like, that's the video. It's about his docs. Hey,
Really?
everyone, here's his docs. Yeah.
I don't know how he's gonna have a channel for much longer, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. There's so much. He's said a lot of wild anti-Semitic things recently. He says a lot of crazy stuff, but
He does have
it's interesting.
He does have a chronic brain injury, doesn't he? I don't know. Is that playing into
Yes.
with the kind of being erratic or not really thinking about things? Maybe. I mean, not being
Probably.
harsh, but a genuine question.
No, I wholly believe that I can see the impacts of the TBI in his daily, demeanor. But I mean, ultimately, it's still him doing the things. And it's very funny. Apparently, he covered me earlier or something like that.
Tyler.
Was talking about me being a necrophile, defender, pedophile, lover, or something like that.
Yeah, total fucking freak.
I have to explore it. But someday, someone will make an epic Tyler piece, and they will read out the title of his Google Doc about me and President Sunday and our necrophilia pedophile campaign or something like that.
I mean, the realistic thing about Tyler is people like that, people tend to not go after them because they don't want to be doxxed themselves. But then eventually it seems like the people who do end up going after them are people who are equally as malicious. And so,
Bad and Panada war with each other. If they went to war, if they actually went to war.
That would be Kino.
Yeah. But yeah, so I guess I'm going to cover that.
It's interesting to see.
Tomorrow.
I wonder if Tyler's going to bite back. Or if he's maybe going to realize that he's maybe outmatched and reel back.
Well, we'll see what Bad Empanada's reaction is. I know that that's whatever Tyler covered today. So
okay.
It was like a whole stream. I don't know what happened yet, but I just know that there are a couple timestamps with me in there. But it's about Bad Empanada, I guess. So.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see the developments. Fuck me. Okay. Yeah. I wasn't planning on.
Back to business. Oop.
Hello, Aiden.
Hello, Aiden.
What's up?
Hey, guys.
I thought you were supposed to be streaming.
What's going on?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going live tonight.
Okay. Well, I was just about to wrap up and raid out. Did you have any quick things before I end stream?
No, absolutely nothing.
Okay, I'll chat to you in a bit. See you, Aiko.
Bye.
Bye. There we are. Anyway, like I said earlier, I was planning to do offline research, and I wasn't intending to actually stream today, which is probably a little bit of a stupid thing to do, especially if there's content to be had. If I'm going to do research, I should probably do it on stream. The other thing that I worry about with doing that is, are people then expecting me to do like boring streams if I'm just doing research on stream? Realistically, I should probably just do it and maybe just like put in the title that's a research stream. Probably overthinking it. But anyway, yeah, that's it. I was planning to do a short stream today because I started late. Today's been good. It's always satisfying to see your enemies fall, especially when they've been totally raped. Morally as well. It's not even like me and Cam have had a tiff back and forth, had disagreements, kind of thrown arguments at each other. Arguably, he's thrown the arguments at me. I never insulted him when I was in that call. Maybe a little bit snarky. Never insulted him. I was totally respectful. I was actually quite respectful to the guy. But anyway, yeah. And now, what's he being raped for? What's he being raped for? Ah, yes. He's being raped for his own... his own moral perpetude? There's a word I'm thinking of anyway. Remember when Dickens was going to make a Destiny document? Anyone can reach out to me. I've got all the evidence compiled for that. I was originally going to do a video laying it all out, but the Destiny stuff's been well trodden anyway, so there's no real point. Also, yeah, never mind. Anyway, yeah. I was new back then, okay? I was green. I was wet behind the ears. I'd only been streaming for a fucking month, okay? That's how new I was to the to content creation when I initially did that. That was a lofty goal. Fucking hell. But anyway, yeah. I am gonna raid you out. Who am I gonna raid into? Who am I gonna raid into? Bum 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 bum. Here we are. I'll pass it over to Rezi. He's been quite helpful with gathering a little bit of the Cameron stuff. But there we are. I love you a lot. I'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of variety tomorrow. Okay, gonna do a little bit of variety. But I will come back and take another look at the what's it called? Take another look at the Crexa stuff. Anyway, see you later. Love you a lot. Morale, please. Okay, I'll raid Morale. Oh, especially since he's just dropped the glass video. He's streaming again. Anyway, people who want to go to Rezi, go to Rezi. People who want to go to Morale, I'm raiding into Morale. It's been too long since I have. Anyway, I'll catch you later. Love you a lot. Bye.